I can get all of my ducks in a row here, but it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. As you see, we're trying to get this to work. I'm actually trying to do it on multiple platforms here, and one of my devices is just not cooperating. So we will start the live off by simply saying it appears as if former President Trump has a lot of frightened liberals out there. And what I want to ask you folks is, why do you think that is? Why do you think there are so many liberals that are concerned? We've covered some of these, and one of the things we began to notice is the Republicans, the Republican voters, the Trump supporters seem to be fairly confident that this election is in the bag. However, the Democrats seem to be very concerned. Now, I don't know if that's rooted in actual uh, legitimacy, actual evidence, because the polls don't lean to that. Now, the polls show Trump doing fairly well, but they also show Kamala Harris doing well. In fact, the polls continue to show this as a dead heat, a dead heat. Now I'm gonna put the polls on the screen. Now I know my TikTok audience it's always reversed. YouTube rather. I know for YouTube it's always reversed, but I'll go ahead and orate it. This came across today. I believe this was ABC. Now I get it that a lot of folks are not going to trust any damn poll, no matter where the hell it comes from. If I show you polls from CNN, or if I show you polls from ABC or somewhere, the right are going to say those are liberal polling systems. But if I show you one from Fox, the left is going to say the same damn thing. So I get it. But here's what I got. This is from today, about an hour ago. The national poll showed that Kamala Harris is up by 1.2 points. This stuff is all in the margin of error. So I think you'd have to be about a good 5 points ahead to be above the margin of error. I haven't seen many polls suggesting either one of these candidates was outside the margin of error since Trump was running against Biden. Against Biden, Trump was definitely outside the margin of error in a host of states. In fact, states like Minnesota was becoming a swing state. But once Kamala Harris picked Tim Walz, or better yet, once Biden switched from Joe Biden running for president to Kamala Harris, and then Kamala Harris picked Tim Walz, Minnesota was more firmly in the grasp of the Democrats. And to some degree, it switched from Minnesota on the cusp of becoming a swing state to North Carolina. North Carolina was not in play Trump versus Biden. It is in play Trump versus Kamala Harris. But that's gonna lead me to ask you what I just stated. Why the hell are the Democrats so scared? The Republicans are already practically celebrating. The Republicans feel confident. It's already in the bag. So, and I see in the comments, Peach Bayou says, keep it real, keep it real. Followed by another comment says, if you look at how many people have come to the conservative side, including me, plus how many people were already Team Trump, it's clear, man. In other words, it is over. Trump has already won. This is what the Trump supporters, what the Republican side is saying. Democrats are shaking in their boots. Yes, they're saying that Kamala Harris is likely to win, but the Democrats are indeed shaking in their boots. So I'm asking, why is that? Why are the Democrats so concerned? So today's live is going to be a bit different. I'm going to be predominantly talking to my MAGA audience. Now, I got a lot of liberal viewers, no denying that, but my YouTube side is more lean right. My TikTok side leans more left. So today I'm doing a subscriber only on TikTok so that I can really address more MAGA on YouTube. So that's why it's set that way on TikTok for any of my TikTok viewers that are turning in. And I see the comments, Big Dog says, not sure how accurate the polls are. Not sure either, but they keep saying the same damn thing every poll across the board. Every poll across the board. So here's what we're getting at. Kamala Harris has up today in this particular poll. Now, this is the average of polls. This is the way they did this. They took a number of polls and they averaged them all together. Kamala Harris 1.2 points, 1.2 points ahead of Trump nationally. But that includes states that we already know are going to be blue, states we know are already going to be red. Now, here are the swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Those are the 7 states that everybody believes is going to decide the election. Here's the breakdown. In Arizona, Trump is ahead, according to this instance of poll averages. Trump is ahead by 1.1 points. Once again, none of these are going to be outside the margin of error. Let's say the margin of error is 4 points. You need to be 4 points ahead because sometimes the polls can be up to 4 points wrong. Let's just fictional say that you need to be, let's just for fictional, for shits and giggles, we're going to say the margin of error is 4 percentage points. I don't know what it is, actually. I think it's more than that. I think it's 5 or 6. But let's say it's 4 because sometimes the polls can be off by 2 or 3 points. Then you would need to be up 4 to be outside the margin of error. None of these are anywhere near that. None of them. Arizona 1.1, Georgia 1.2 in favor of Trump as well. I've seen polls where Trump is up by a stronger margin in Georgia. Michigan 0.6 in favor of Kamala Harris. I've certainly seen polls where Kamala Harris was stronger in Michigan as well. Now, they got Nevada tied. The state of Nevada tied. I think we've all seen polls where Trump was ahead in Nevada and vice versa. North Carolina 0.8, 0.8 in favor of Trump. Wow, that's close. That is very close for a state that you would traditionally think would lean Republican. 0.8. That lieutenant governor down there, the black guy claiming to be a black Nazi, is not working well for Trump in North Carolina. He should be further ahead. Pennsylvania, 0.6. 0.6. That's the state with all of the, what do you call it? All of the electoral college votes. That's the biggest, most important state out of all of these. I believe North Carolina, the state that normally is not in play, I believe North Carolina has the second highest electoral vote total. If I'm correct, I believe North Carolina right behind Pennsylvania, which North Carolina was a state that was not in play. So if Kamala Harris, for some reason, somehow, some crazy way, wins North Carolina early in the night, that's probably not going to be good for Trump. Last but not least, Wisconsin. Wisconsin is 0.9 for Kamala. So they got Kamala leading by a very slim margin in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Trump leading in Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. Now, Trump's leading by a slightly larger margin, but none of these are outside the margin of error. None of these are. So the point being, neither one of these candidates, according to the average of polls that just came out a moment ago, none of the polls should lead any of these candidates to feel like they got it in the bag. However, that's the purpose of today's lives, because so many folks on the right are confident this election is over, and folks on the left seem to be shaking in their boots, feeling like it's a good chance Trump may win. So why is it that the Democrats are shaking in their boots and the Republicans are practically already celebrating? So let me get to some of the comments. Like I said before, this is going to be mostly MAGA related comments because of how I have things set up on TikTok. So I'm doing this specifically because generally we end up addressing more liberals on the program because my TikTok audience, which is where you hear all of the calls coming in, most of that is liberal. But MAGA, where most of the folks are typing, is on YouTube. So looking at the comments, why do you hate yourself? Is Clarence Thomas your brother? Wow, I don't know where that's coming from, but okay, I don't know what would lead you to ask that question. Feel free to elaborate on that. Thanks for the input. But let me know what's making you ask that question. Why do you hate yourself? And following up by saying, is Clarence Thomas my brother? You must ask yourself one simple question. Does your vote really count, says Ryan Holtman. Yeah. Yeah, your vote really counts. And I'll tell you, not only from that standpoint, but from the standpoint of there are other races. It's not just a race between Trump and Kamala Harris. All of the down ballot races, some of that stuff can be decided by very small margins. We're talking about politicians in your state, in your county, in your city. All of those. When you vote, you're voting for all of that shit. When I'm going to vote, I remember seeing judges and all of that stuff's going to be on there. So yeah, your vote counts because some of those votes can lose by 10 or 15 votes. Marin says, Tim, did you watch Trump on the Joe Rogan podcast? I've seen about an hour and a half of it. It's a 3-hour podcast. That night, which was night before last that he did it, I was on live for an incredibly long time. I had a lot of participants in here, so I was on to about 3 in the morning. So my sleep schedule still haven't recovered, but I have not seen all of it. I like Joe Rogan a lot. I like him a lot. Fear Factor, UFC, and now his podcast, #1 on YouTube. But I will add one disclaimer in regards to Joe Rogan. And he's worth a ton of money. What is it? I forget how many millions he got signed for doing the podcast. But he's the #1 streamer on YouTube, if I'm correct. The issue with Joe Rogan, and I'm sure this would come up if it was a left, let's say Kamala Harris did an interview on the podcast. His audience is overwhelmingly straight, white males. I know I'm going to sound like I'm full of shit when I say this, but it's undeniable that his audience is straight white. He's not going to fuck up his audience by getting too hard on Trump. I know I heard him say to Trump, you say a lot of wild shit. I think he threw that out there. But I think that Joe Rogan, although he is a very savvy interviewer, I think he's really good at what he does. If he goes too hard on Trump, he could, Trump has destroyed a lot of careers. I don't think Joe Rogan is outside the realm of that happening. I don't see Joe Rogan as really hitting Trump as hard as he can. I saw an hour and a half of it. I enjoyed it, but yeah, it is what it is. And I really think if the tables were turned, the right would say the same thing. If Kamala Harris went to a really big podcaster that, most of their audience lean left, I don't think the right would be 100% open to it either. So, but he did ask some tough questions. But yeah, Joe Rogan's audience is most of Joe Rogan's audience is probably conservative males, independents, and males that lean right. He's not going to challenge Trump to the level where he might get ostracized by those folks, because if Trump starts really going hard on Joe Rogan, he would lose a ton of his audience. Looking in the comments, Trump was bad on Joe Rogan, says New World Team. I haven't heard any horrible reviews of Trump. What did he say on Joe Rogan to make you say he was that bad? I don't know if I've seen it that way. Let me know. Rogan was a mess, and they both sounded exposed as fuck. Says Sleek Black. Does that say sleek? Oh, Sleek Black Roaster. Like I said, I know Joe Rogan has to pay attention to some degree about what he says. So we'll leave it at that. Why are the liberals so damn scared? What is it about Trump that's leading the liberals to be so damn scared? You're hearing it all over the place. Now I'm watching This Week with George Stephanopoulos this morning. I generally watch the Sunday shows on Sunday, Meet the Press. And it's pretty clear that liberals, they don't feel as confident as the folks on the right. So that is what we're asking. Considering how close the polls are everywhere you look, why is that? What is it about Trump that's got so many people scared? Gen X says Rogan's like Honey Badger. He don't give a fuck. Look, Gen X, I want to agree with you, but if he really gets on the wrong side of MAGA, he could lose a lot. I don't want to put him in the categories he don't give a fuck from that level. There's a lot of people who don't give a fuck, but then when they start talking to Trump, they change their tune. They don't give a fuck anywhere else, But when they're talking to Trump, that's different. Trump is a little bit different for the FAFO audience. So I don't know about that. I don't feel 100% there. I do believe Gen X. I mean, I to say your name. I do believe Joe Rogan. I mean, he has advisors and people that are advising him as well. Probably told them, certain areas, maybe January 6th or some shit like that. Ask him ask him a few questions on it and don't push him too hard. I mean, he gets up and walks away like he's done in other interviews. So none of that works well for you. You don't want to piss him off where he gets up and walks away, or, he gets up and says, you've been asking questions that the liberals kind of fed you. I mean, any of that could hurt him. So I believe that while you're saying he don't give a fuck, I think that some of that, he knows some boundaries. Everybody does. It's not just Joe Rogan or somebody on the right. Liberals do too. Was watching one Democratic YouTube channel and he went in on Trump saying, what did he go in on Trump saying, BB? I don't think they're scared, says thing that make you go, Yeah, well, they're saying they are. You're saying the Democrats are not frightened of Trump? A lot of them are saying it. A lot of them coming out and saying the quiet part out loud that they're not necessarily certain Kamala Harris. At the end of the day, Kamala Harris has things going against her. Trump does too. But I think Kamala Harris's are more detrimental because liberals are holding some of the things against Kamala Harris, such as her being born a woman. Her being born a woman is not working in her favor because you do have a lot of men, straight males of color, black males, Hispanic males, don't like the LGBTQ stuff, don't like the feminist stuff, don't have the same view on pro-choice stuff because they're men. And some of those folks are leaning towards Trump, are leaning towards the conservative party. So those are two detriments. Now, her being a person of color, I'm sure there's some detriment to that, but I think her being a woman is probably hurting her more than being a person of color. I think her being a woman is doing that. What exactly do you mean scared of Trump? Do you mean like how Trump explicitly is very vocal on how he wants to use the military to attack people that are against him? Why would you be scared? That is certainly part of his sleek black roadster. Love the name, sleek black roadster. Yes, that is part of it. Is that Trump is suggesting, I want to say promising, but Trump is suggesting to take the country in a very different direction that many feel is very dark. I mean, he is indeed talking about using the military, talking about punishing his adversaries in ways that most presidential contenders never discuss. So, yeah, that's frightening people. Not to mention the whole pro-choice thing completely disintegrating, because if Trump gets reelected, whatever pro-choice abilities you have now, I think many women believe it's going to get worse. Yours truly, I also believe that. So, I mean, yeah, he is promising to do some of that stuff. So that is scaring people. Trump's odds on Polymarket are now over 65%. Wow. They do have some, you can gamble on the election internationally. I think it's illegal to do it in America, but there are places you can gamble on the presidential election. Now, this person is saying Polymarket has Trump's odds at 65%. That's high. That's not guaranteed though, but that is certainly favorable to Trump. I'll tell you this, what shocks me is there's no denying there's a lot of women that are MAGA. So the whole pro-choice, rolling back Roe v. Wade is going to kill Trump with women. It's not. There's a lot of women at Trump rallies. I'm watching them on YouTube, watching them on Fox. I'm watching them wherever I can find them. And yeah, there's a lot of women at MAGA rallies. So it's not hurting Trump with women as big as much as some women originally thought. Yeah, there are women that are pissed off about it, but maybe not as many as some liberal women thought. Miss Mo Betta, appreciate one of my subscribers on TikTok. I did want to respond to that. And I see a pimp named Furback. Furback says Trump unites hate. Ooh. I I think you're not the only one saying that. There are other folks saying that Trump unites hate. I saw Miss Furbeck had a comment, and I wanted to respond to it before we keep going. You said that's too high, Miss Furbeck on YouTube, on TikTok, one of my few TikToks. Because we had to set to subscriber because I want to address more folks on the right today. But you say the 65% margin in favor of Trump is too high. You know, based on the polls, I would agree with you. But because I talk to so many liberals and MAGA on a daily basis, 65% don't seem too high. I mean, I'm telling you, I do see more what you would assume to be stereotypical Democrats talking about their voting for Trump than I see the other way around. I will say 65% doesn't seem too high, in my opinion. It seems high, but I don't know if I'd say too high. Continuing on with the program, Gen X says, don't think it's fear of Trump, it's fear of her. It's both. Great point, Gen X. It is fear of both. That's a great point. And in reference to what he's saying, both parties have some sort of a Armageddon feeling about the upcoming race. The right is obvious. I mean, the left rather is obviously going on Trump's rhetoric, suggesting that he's going to, be a threat to democracy, whatever you want to call it. But it's also on the right. The right thinks that we're talking about children going to school, one gender, and coming home another one. They believe that the left is trying to really fundamentally destroy what it means to be a kid, what it means to be a kid in this country. Obviously, setting back Christianity, or for the most part, getting rid of it. They believe that the Democrats are. Here's the point. The libs believe that Trump is a threat to democracy. The conservatives believe that Kamala is a threat to tradition, is that she is going to change the way this country has fundamentally existed since its founding, that she is literally a change to tradition. And that could be everything from open borders, destroying the culture of the U.S., to all of the LGBT stuff, hurting gender roles and all of that. Just really, I want to say a gray area, just blending in gender roles to the point where you don't know who the hell is who. This is what the right fears. Now, we can both discuss if either side has got it wrong or they don't know what the hell they're talking about, but this is what the right fears, that the left under Kamala Harris is a threat to tradition. He's always been a threat, says Mr. Mobetta. Well, I don't know about that. I guess I would say this, Mr. Mobetta. We had Trump in office for 4 years, and outside of January 6th, were they even talking about Trump was a threat to democracy? Before January 6th, was he really a threat? So that's what they're saying in regards to reelecting him. Like, okay, well, we had him for 4 years. None of the stuff you're saying happened. So why are you saying it now? However, there is a flip side to that. We had Kamala Harris under Joe Biden for 4 years as well, and a lot of that stuff didn't happen either. That's the part where race and cultures come into play. Yeah, there's a lot of that, Mr. Mobetta. Do agree with that. Looking at by the way, for you folks that are tuned in on TikTok, tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 15,000 if that's possible. Same on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. You guys know how the program is ran. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are MAGA friendly. We've been that way since day one. We always will be. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome on the program today. But the way I have the program set up, you're going to get far more conversation on the right, because that's kind of the way I set it up, so I can address more of my right-wing viewers. What are we going to do with Kamala Harris? What we going to go? Okay, this is the way you type this, John Lowe. What are we going to go with Kamala Harris? What we going to go? What are we going to go? $5 a gallon, $6 a gallon. More people come on in. Give everybody else free everything. How are we going to pay for it? Okay, I kind of get what you're saying. You're suggesting that the price of gas is going to skyrocket under Kamala Harris, and she's going to be open borders and let everybody in, and nobody can afford to pay for all of that. That's the Armageddon part in politics. Just like they're saying under Trump, he's going to be friends with Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong. You know, there's no way to know that. Because if you look at the trajectory of the price of fuel under Kamala Harris and Biden, it's trending downward. If you put it on a graph, how much the price of fuel is under the Biden-Harris team, the graph will show that the cost of fuel has been trending down. It's only like $2 and some a gallon right now. Now, there was a time under the Biden-Harris administration where you were paying $4 or $5 a gallon, but that's not like that anymore. So why would you automatically assume that it's going to reverse and start going back up again when it's clearly going down as her with VP? If you're going to blame her for the open borders, then you got to also blame her for the fact that the price of fuel is trending downward. Why do you think it's going to go back to $5 to $6 a gallon? So make that make sense, in my opinion. Mr. Mobetta says, "Yep, it's down." Yeah, it's down right now. It's down right now. So that doesn't make sense. Barry Diego London, yes, liberals are welcome. I would if you were not ignorant, says Dwight. I don't. By the way, folks, when I say we don't black band or censor, we certainly do not. Feel free to be critical of anybody in the comment section, up to and including yours truly. But add some meat to the sandwich. I don't, just simply type in "I would if you were not ignorant." That don't say shit. I mean, if you want to criticize, the comment section is there. State your case so I can actually address the shit. But if you don't say anything, but you're ignorant, you're a clown, you're a libtard, then you look as ignorant as the person then you look as ignorant as what you're trying to insult. Add something to it. Hell, you might be right. I'm willing to concede a point. If I fuck up, I'll let you know. But you got to add something in there so I have something to work with. Just saying you're ignorant doesn't say any damn thing. Are you MAGA? Says red, white, and blue politics. No, I don't consider myself MAGA, but I don't consider everything about Trump bad, which is why I always hold up the hat. This one is getting in bad shape. Maybe I need to get the brand new one. But I always say that I don't think everything about Trump is bad. And I certainly don't think everything about him is good. And that applies to Kamala Harris as well. But no, I don't consider myself MAGA because I believe MAGA believes everything about Trump is good and they don't even want to hear the bad shit about him. I don't judge any candidate that way. I'm a 68-year-old liberal. The last thing I'm scared of is Trump. I'm embarrassed to have him as a Republican candidate. What else did I say? I'm not scared. He's a walking shit show. Wow. I appreciate you coming in there, 68-year-old liberal Russell Romano. You're embarrassed to have him as a Republican candidate. There are a lot of Republicans that say that about him. But I'm talking to a hell of a lot of Democrats that are very concerned about this upcoming election. And when you talk to the Republicans, they are celebrating. They believe they have it in the bag. Why are the Democrats scared while the Republicans are celebrating? That's the whole topic of the show. America's Hitler, says Zeus. Wow, Zeus. I appreciate you coming through. America, you sound like J.D. Vance about a year or two ago. Who knows? Maybe in a year from now, Zeus, you'll be also on Trump team. You'll follow the footsteps of J.D. Vance. He's come around. J.D. Vance thinks Trump's a great candidate now. But you sound like J.D. Vance about a year ago. They talk about them. What have they done? I don't quite get your comment there, Kathy. Real quick in the comment. Zeus, please give me one reason why you compare Trump to Hitler. One single reason. Ooh. Well, let me think. Now, I could respond to that in a way. I guess we'd have to take in consideration what did Adolf do? Now, we know with the extermination of Jewish people, Trump isn't talking about exterminating anybody. But the largest deportation in history is certainly going to look a lot like rounding them up. I just want to say that to you. The way, obviously, what did he use? Vermin. What was the other term? That's straight out of Mein Kampf. There's some similarities. I'm sure you can come up with some of other politicians, but I don't. J.D. Vance called the guy Hitler-like. So I do want to point that out when you ask. Well, you're asking Zeus to give you one reason to come up with something to compare. You could ask that question to J.D. Vance. Because he did say it. Your vice presidential candidate also compared. I mean, people making songs about J.D. Vance saying that. Why did he say it? So it ain't like we got one crazy viewer in the comment section saying it. The vice presidential candidate is on record saying he denies it now, of course, but he did say it. Continuing on with the program. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. YouTube is jealous because they can't come on live. Miss Mobetta. Well, it's unfair. I like to talk to MAGA as well. And yeah, when they don't, MAGA's mostly on YouTube. I do have a Rumble account. I just can't get enough people to go to the damn account and follow me under the same name because I want to go live on Rumble where I know there are more MAGA. But I've gotten a few, and I probably don't say it enough, but I would like for more folks to go there. And then I could take more MAGA on live. But yeah, today is specifically a day where I want to address most of them. I was a liberal when I was in my early 20s. In my late 20s, I started voting Republican. Rigmarole, why? I'd like to know why. And there are legitimate reasons. Generally, it's economics. By the way, folks, how many of you are aware my former home country, which I started calling it my home, Australia, used to live in Australia for about 5 or 6 years. Candace Owens, conservative talking head, Candace Owens got banned from Australia in the last few hours. The Minister of Immigration, citing that she has the capacity to, what did he say, promote discord. I think he brought up that she's made anti-Semitic statements. Talking about Candace Owens. Now, she had a multi-city, fairly lucrative tour coming up in that nation, and they have now rejected her visa. So Candace Owens has she's been denied entry into Australia. Wow. Our number one ally, by the way, Candace Owens, over Great Britain, I'll tell you that. Candace Owens is actually number one over, they actually are even above, Australia is actually more of our ally than the UK. That's the only country, this is something you used to tell me when I was there. This is the only country that has ever been on the side of America in every war we've been in. We obviously fought against the British, so they clearly weren't on our side in that war. The British were not, but the Australians, yeah, our number one ally. They don't want Candace Owens there. So they say, you don't know who is Candace Owens. I mean, you really ain't paying attention to politics if you don't know who Candace Owens is. But yeah, she cannot get into Australia. Central Park 5 is something good to Google. Trump's discrimination against black tenants is another one. Zeus, you are correct about the discrimination against black tenants. I don't think the right is holding that against them at all, though. Real quick, I do have a couple calls in the box that actually got through on TikTok, so let's make it happen. We'll start out with one of my subscribers. I always get him first. Diggs. Snuggles.
Oh, you guys, you're actually talking to Zeus? Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Jesus.
What's wrong with Zeus?
Zeus is a demon, all right? He's not a mega demon, he's a democratic demon.
What the hell?
He's way too left.
Oh, my. What is your definition of way too left? A democratic demon, as you put it.
Zeus and his fans, all right? It's like watching Waco, Zeus is handing out the Kool-Aid, you know what I'm saying, at the end. But listen, really quick here, bro.
Sure.
The reason why we have it in the bag is because you guys missed 2 Beyonce concerts. I mean, that's horrible for Democrats. You guys are in a horrible situation. Beyonce was promised to at least sing one song, and Zeus is angry about that, I understand. But when you promise a Beyonce concert, that just tells you how she's going to run this country. She makes promises to people, and she doesn't put it forth. So due to Beyonce's lie, she won't be able to handle the United States with real leaders. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, obviously I'm getting the sarcasm. You're telling me that she sucks because she didn't deliver on the Beyonce concert. That's what we're using as to judge this?
Absolutely. When you promise young people a Beyonce, did you hear the booze?
No.
The booze in there. People were leaving. Oh. They're like, I'm not voting for her. And they were chanting Donald Trump's name in there.
Okay, so you want to see Beyonce live, and because she didn't perform, you're going to go vote for Trump. That's all it took?
She was supposed to perform at the DNC as well. Don't you remember that in Chicago?
Okay, but they can go see Kid Rock.
A surprise singer?
They can go see Kid Rock. But let me ask you this though. With the polls, considering how getting serious here, considering how
Yes.
close the polls are, why is it
Right.
that the conservatives think everything is in a bag when not one poll shows that?
Well, I don't know what polls you're looking at, but we're in pretty good shape here. Donald
Based
Trump's
on
at least-
what poll? What polls are showing you to be in pretty good shape?
Well, Fox News polls. Have you seen them? They're getting a little up there now.
Well, you want me
What
to?
about
You're
Vegas-
gonna get wait.
Vegas-
You're gonna give me a Fox? Do I need to give you a CNN poll to counter that or an MSNBC
Well,
poll?
what about the Vegas polls? Well, let's check out the Vegas, Las Vegas polls.
I don't think.
I'm putting $100 on each though. But
Well, I don't think Las
we
Vegas.
got Donald Trump in the lead.
Yeah, I don't think Las Vegas can do it because I don't think it's. I think it's illegal.
Oh yeah.
It's. I thought it was.
No, they got it.
Go ahead.
I think he's like 63%, and she's 37. But I put 100 on both, just in case.
So
Because I know you guys cheat, so I gotta make sure I put that in there pretty well. Because you know what happened in 2020, right?
no, I don't know what happened in 2020. Why don't you tell me?
I'm not gonna tell you because I get suspended in here.
Yeah, you get suspended like Trump got fired in 2020. The Democrats didn't steal that election in 2020.
Fired or fired at? Because all I do is fight. You know what I'm saying?
And that's another one is that Trump is trying to somehow suggest that the hits on his life came by way of the Democratic Party. That's just flat
Look
out
at your
wrong.
rhetoric. All you guys do is slam him. You talk negative about him. You tell him how he's a danger to the country. It's horrible. Your rhetoric is horrible. It's desperate, and you guys are not talking policy, and that's why people are losing their confidence in Kamala because she's not talking policy. She can't answer questions on.
Trump,
what's his name the other day?
So Trump is just an innocent guy trying to lead this country in a great direction.
Trump was the president of the United States.
That ain't what I'm
guys
asking
didn't realize he was here.
That ain't what you're talking about. The rhetoric almost cost a man his life. What I'm saying is, so Trump was just an innocent guy trying to lead this country in the right direction, and people were just giving him rhetoric. He wasn't saying anything to deserve that at all, huh?
No, not at all.
No rhetoric.
French fry. He's visiting McDonald's. He's visiting all the social media companies across this country. He's acting professional on all levels. He's answering. He's doing interviews. He's exciting.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a popular quote, and I want you to get your definition. You probably heard this quote. I could go for some $2 gas and some mean tweets. What do they mean by mean tweets?
Well, you guys were the ones that said he does mean tweeting, weren't you?
Yeah, but you're wearing the shirt.
You hated it.
But your side is wearing the shirt. Are they wearing the shirt of something they don't know what it is?
We're wearing a shirt. We're wearing a shirt because we had a great economy. We had a great border. We had no wars.
What does a good economy have to do with mean tweets?
That's you guys. You guys don't like the mean tweets. We just wear the red shirt because we like Donald Trump. He was a great president.
Yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying is,
don't you want a great president?
Yeah, I would love a great president.
4 years of Kamala. Was that great?
4 years of Kamala Harris, she wasn't president. You said president.
It don't matter. Do you honestly think that Biden was level-headed those 4 years? No. We all knew he was shaky from the beginning.
Well,
come on, don't sit there and act like, give me a break. You're so full of shit. When you smile, you lie like Kamala. Give me a break. Everybody saw that guy couldn't walk across the
Okay, listen, let me make this clear, Snugs. And I've promised this on my show from day one. Not only do I support free speech, but I am one to concede a point if I think a viewer has made one. I was one that was originally defending Biden's cognitive abilities. I do now concede that it looks like I may have overdid it along with most of the Liberal Party, and he was a little bit lacking. A little bit more than we were letting on.
You have Kamala Harris saying that he's doing great, he's wonderful. Yeah. They asked her several times. Now, if somebody's running for president, and she said it again at the View, that she finds that he did nothing wrong and she wouldn't change anything, that tells you I'm not voting for her. Give me a break. You're smiling. Your hat is getting more old. Look, you've been wearing that hat. That's why you got to get a new hat.
I gotta say,
you're with me.
I don't know if it's the fact that I'm waiting for the Bears to play or whatever. You getting me today, because
me too. I'm a Bears fan. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming in a couple minutes.
I gotta say, you making a couple. I know normally I kick your ass, I think, But I think today you're
Yes.
making a few good points. I
You
can't-
wish you do.
Yeah.
The only thing that kicked my ass is your headboard on your bed. That's an awesome headboard.
Oh.
Remember you did it from your bedroom on my headboard?
All right,
Oh my gosh.
so what do we get if we get Trump in? Now, I've always made it clear I fear him offering to give police immunity from prosecution.
Oh.
What do I do with that?
Oh yeah, I think you're focusing too much on that because that's not really one of the ideas. So I think you're really hurt on that subject. But
so you don't think he
I
would
think
do?
other
You
than
don't
that-
think? Wait. You don't think he said
No,
it
no,
or
he's not.
what?
No, he's not going to do that. But what I do think is that we're going to have our energy bills cut by 50% in the first 12 months. I need that. It costs $400 to warm up my house. All right, but when it used to cost $60 during a Trump administration. I want natural gas back. I want energy back.
Yeah, wait. You're up, but you don't went from the subject. So you said you don't think he would do it. So what is he just lying to the public and saying he's going to give police immunity? Why is he saying it if he's
When
not
did he
going to
say
do it?
that?
Huh?
Show me a video of him saying that. Show me a video of him saying that.
Yeah, let me see what I can do for you. No, wait. Like I said, I will concede a point. Hold on.
Beacon of hope.
Here you go. And I will concede a point when you make
Safety,
one.
beauty, better than
Yes.
ever before. We're going to
Hang on a
rebuild our
second.
city.
My computer is booting up or something because I don't want folks to say what he sounds, because he sounds like he's
Right.
drunk. It's my computer's going slow. Let me try it again because
Right.
he's talking normal. It's my computer that's doing that.
Absolutely.
Well, we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running in every instance, running them. Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors. And we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution. So they're not prosecuted for doing their job.
What does that mean?
From doing their job. So they're not prosecuted from doing their job. So they're able to, if they do according to their police rules and regulations, and they're doing their job, they should be immune.
Okay,
from
so
doing
what
their
are
job.
they? Wait. So what are they getting prosecuted for right now as we speak? That he wants to give them immunity for? What are they doing right now that if they do it as a police officer, they're going to be prosecuted, but under Trump they won't? What is he trying to let them do?
They're going to have to go back and look at each case to see whether they did it by law.
But
A lot of these
you
people
can't
just wanna
explain
put a
that.
fine
You
mark.
can't give me any examples at all.
Not until we have our first case when Donald Trump's president. We'll take a look at that down the road. We'll take a look at that in about 10 days. How about that?
Yeah, but that's the frightening part. It's almost like as
not frightening.
Nancy Pelosi once said, just sign it and then you'll find out what's in it. That's what this sounds like.
Somebody gets out of a car and they got a gun in your face. Shoot them. Shoot them down and shoot them dead. That's all I got to say.
You can do
I'm
that
tired
now. You can do that now.
I know, but we don't know the cases that he's talking about that he wants to put for immunity. So let's not overreact here. That's not the
Immunity
first
from,
thing he
wait,
wants
come
to do.
on. Snuggles. Immunity from prosecution. You said don't
But
overreact.
that's not the
And
first thing he wants to do. That's
That-
not the thing. That's not the top of the board type of thing that he wants to do right now.
I don't care if it's
Look at the
I
cases
don't
and see.
care if it's the last thing he does before he leaves office. It's dangerous. And he's talking about
They
doing
still
it in
have to
liberal
look at the
cities.
They still have to use law. They still have to look through the cases to see whether they'll be overturned by immunity. They still got to look into that.
What does immunity from prosecution mean to you?
Oh, same thing. Trump is what is immunity? What Trump's cases are? He had presidential immunity. He's still got to go through the processes, right?
No.
He's still got to go through the court. Yes, he's still got to go
No.
through the court.
If you got
process to
immunity,
change the
if
bill.
you got immunity
Hold
from
on.
prosecution, you don't have to
Hold
go
on.
through anything.
Right, Letitia James has to go she had presidential immunity with Letitia James. They're at the appellate court level. They still got to go over through the presidential immunity to see if Donald Trump went through. Was he immune or not immune from what he did?
That doesn't make sense, Snugs.
What
mean-
is presidential immunity? What was it? What were they arguing on presidential immunity?
Well,
Just give me an example.
that's the problem is that the Supreme Court did not define it. So you don't know what kind of immunity
Right.
he has.
So this immunity is not well defined. So you're overreacting to something that's not there yet. Wait till he's president and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, but at that
Because
point,
immunity is not-
hold on.
The
At
immunity
that
is not
point,
defined.
Snuggles, at that point, You say wait till he's president, we'll find out. But at that point, if it's something that I don't want to happen, at that point it may happen. There's no guarantee that what you're saying or what I'm saying is right. So I don't want to roll the dice. You're basically saying roll the dice.
If you think how many criminals are we planning on going out in the streets and doing? You're acting like there's going to be an active criminal thing on the streets.
I don't know because he didn't explain it. That's what you're saying.
About it. That's way too. That's at the bottom of the totem pole. People today need lower bills. They need lower energy bills. They need lower food costs. That's a top priority right now. You're going on something babyish. I think you're being a little baby on that one. Come on. He's going to come here. He was president of the United States before. You guys are overreacting like he's going to come in here and, I'm going to get you guys. I'm going to get you. The only people he's going to get are the people who prosecuted him. He's going to fire them all and he's going to arrest them all from within. Okay? That's no problem. Let's get all these politicians in jail.
Did you hear what you just said? The people who prosecute him, he's going to get them all and fire them all. What the hell is that?
Collect them all. Let's collect them all. They do get presidential immunity. Let's get all these prosecutors in jail, judges in jail in New York. Let's clean up the United States with these people that went after Trump from within. You guys have been chasing them for 10 years. It's time now. We need to arrest all these guys, get them in jail, make sure we have real lawmakers, kind of clear out the Congress too as well. We'll be working on that as well too, from within. When he says from within, it means you guys are blinded by law. You're not running by law. You're running this country through the hate of Trump. You're ignoring real things that should have been, like Biden's classified documents.
You use the phrase clear out Congress. How the hell
Yes, with the military. Yeah, clear them out. It will be coming soon, trust me.
I think you kind of explain why so many folks are fearful of losing democracy. I think exactly. I got to move it on, Snugs. But
you're sitting there in Congress really quick here, and you're asking her, the investigator for the classified documents, and you're asking each Democrat there, they're lawmakers, and they're asking them only Trump questions, and they're not asking them why Biden shared classified information with a ghostwriter. That's a law that was broken. These people are lawmakers in the Democratic Party, and they did not follow the law. All they did was ask Trump questions. Well, did Trump do this? Do you think Trump did that? And you guys went after Trump, but you didn't. They're lawmakers. They didn't go after Biden. They don't care. And that's not equal justice.
So because it's not equal justice, and because it's not equal justice, you're proposing for Trump. You're proposing for Trump to clear out Congress.
Let's clear it out. Let's get it out. Let's get people that will deal with real law.
Yeah, let's get people that are MAGA friendly. Snugs, I gotta go, but I do appreciate you giving up. Real quick.
Why?
Because I got other people waiting. I got other callers behind you. But go ahead. I give you the last word.
Okay, well, forget them. It's you and me right now. We're family.
Snuggles, I got hundreds of people on both platforms. I gotta move it on. All right.
Well, guys, I thank you so much. I dog walked you again, and we'll see you again. I love you.
My boy, my guy. I always appreciate talking to Snuggles. We don't agree on the damn thing there, but Snuggles is certainly a friend of the show always. Snuggles go back a bit. Snuggles is obviously MAGA, fairly strong MAGA. Clear out Congress? Wow. Clear out Congress. Snuggles is describing how fascism starts. Says, hey, Bills. Yeah. Clear up, because, when I was running for president, and I'm speaking on behalf of Trump, when I was running for president, I think there were a whole bunch of treasonous obstructionists that were trying to railroad my presidency. Now that I'm in, let's go get them. That's what Snuggles, my last caller, was saying. Yeah, that's kind of... That's really kind of strengthening why so many people fear that if Trump gets in there, democracy could be in play, or the republic could be weakened. I mean, because the Congress is voted in. The president shouldn't be able to get and use the phrase, we're going to get rid of Congress. Big Rooster Show, you're rightfully pointing out that TikTok is on subscriber only. I don't do this very often. It's rare, but because my YouTube audience is primarily a lot more MAGA on my YouTube audience, and I do want to address them because they don't get to often speak as much because TikTok is mostly liberal. I did it for today so I could address more of my YouTube audience. so that the viewers on TikTok would be kind of watching as opposed, but the subscribers that are on TikTok will be to come up and speak. Trump says this same stuff every day. He wants to fire as many people as he can, replace them with loyalists. You can see why we're concerned. Chicken marsala, yeah, delicious dish, by the way, chicken masala. Yeah, very true, very true. I could not agree with you more. Now, a lot of folks on the right say the liberals are just fear-mongering, et cetera, et cetera. I will say this, though. Whether it's fear-mongering or not, Trump is making a lot of statements that go down that road. Now, I get that MAGA believes that some of this stuff is being taken out of context, or you don't really mean it, or, or he's using it as a joke, or whatever the case may be. But if he becomes president and he actually does try to do some of this stuff, last thing anybody can say is he didn't warn you. I mean, there are tons of quotes to bring up. So no one can act surprised. Like, well, here's a quote from in 2021 when he said, I mean, he's been talking about doing it. The only thing you can say is, well, he did warn it. This isn't fake. These are real threats, says Zeus. Well, a lot of folks do believe that it's not true. Going back to the box, I do wanted to bring up Big Trig. I saw you holding there, Big Trig. Trump is for bringing down the cost of gas, says Kate. Yeah, and I agree with you that Trump is talking about lowering the economy. But it's the other stuff he's talking about as well that's scaring people. Trig, Democrats are starting to sound like they're concerned that Trump might win. What say you?
Well, anytime it's a close election, first of all, how you doing today, my brother? I say that.
You know what I always say, hanging around like Mike Pence on January 6th. But they're saying.
But the thing is.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. But what happens when you hear them talk? I'm sitting here talking and analyzing people all day, every day for most of the point. The Democrats seem concerned. The Republicans are already celebrating. Why is that? If it's a close election.
Well, here's what I'll say. If we go back to 2016, and if you basically looked at it if you looked at polling and things like that, Hillary Clinton was ahead by miles and miles. And if at the end of the day, that wasn't the result, right? So as you look at this polling, it being so tight as it is, because I'd be sitting here lying to you if I told you this was not a close election, right? Mm-hmm. So it's so tight that you have to have some concerns on both sides. I don't care who they are.
I don't hear a lot of concern, but I don't hear a lot of concern on the right. And I will ask you this, in honor of the actor John Lithgow, I got in here. Thomas says, just wait until Trump says that 8 years isn't enough for him. They think they will begin to understand. Do you think Trump will go John Lithgow? You remember the old show, 8 is Enough? Do you think Trump will start suggesting that he needs more? Because if he wins, that gives him 8 years in office. Do you think there is any possibility that Trump will try to...
He had low tones of saying things like that. You won't have to worry about voting anymore, right? Yeah. You won't have to worry about this. Those are those low tones that you kind of got to pick up on as you listen to him when he's speaking. Do I think he'll do it? Yes. I think he'll pack the Supreme Court. I think he'll do a lot of things that'll put him in play to be able to, at least if he can't do it, have a chance to do it. You know what I mean? And so I truly believe that. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't think there's no gotcha moment, but I am one that really wants to question some of the things that someone is telling me. I'm not going to just blindly believe that somebody's not going to do what they're telling me. And he's telling it full throat, chest out, and he's saying it. And you got people coming here who believe in what he says and try to turn it around and say, that's not what he meant. As if Donald Trump called them personally and said, hey, I'm going to say some stuff that you're going to hear, right? But I want you to clean it up for me and tell them what I really meant. That's crazy.
But I got to give a shout out. I got to give a shout out to Trump for having so many spokespeople that'll clear it up. By the way, before we continue on, this is what you're talking about for other folks who are tuning in, and we'll talk about it. It's only a 40-second video.
To save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know, and vote. Vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. I don't care how, but you have to get out and vote. And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine.
What the hell is he talking about?
Exactly. Think about it now.
What is he talking about?
Are we just supposed to assume that it'll be fixed? There will be no problems with elections whatsoever? Or are we supposed to sit back and we really think about it based off of his rhetoric? Are we to say this individual may be looking for ways to keep himself in power like dictators that he admire?
Well, but let me ask you this question. The right favors the Constitution. They're traditionalists. They always bring up what the founding. Why isn't the right why are they hearing something totally different than folks on the left are hearing?
I don't know if they're hearing something different. I think the messaging they put out is they're not putting the message out in the right way. And I think that's been historically a Democratic issue when they've been trying to message things. And I think Donald Trump speaks more directly. I think he says things more front chest open and thrown out, whereas Democrats, they kind of speak around it. They don't take it on head on like you would see over on the Republican side, especially when it comes to Donald Trump. And I think that's what we're seeing. They're not getting the message out as clear as it should be. Because if you were to take the top of the ticket names off, if you were to take their policies and just let the policies be policy, I guarantee you, I promise you, any MAGA person watching that, reading it, will say, Kamala Harris, without knowing it's Kamala Harris, suits my needs.
No. Well, first of all, you got to take in consideration that she's on audio talking about giving transgender injections or surgery to.
Once again, Handsome, I want you to understand. She made the statement is not part of her policies. Go to her policy. I'm talking about the policies that's on KamalaHarris.com, right? I want you to go.
Let me ask you this. Okay, so let me ask you this: Is part of her policies funding the Ukraine war machine against Russia?
Well, here's the thing. It's clearly not stated on either one of their policies.
Yeah, but come on now. You know if Kamala, but I think you're making a point is that Kamala Harris, you're telling me to go to her website and see her policies, and you're saying this is not on there.
What I'm telling you to do is compare two policies with no names at the top of the ticket, based off of what's on both of their websites, what they both have.
Yeah, but the counterpoint I'm making to you is their websites are not accurate. You're telling me Kamala Harris has nothing on her website about helping the Ukraine. We know she's going to do that.
Right. Well, here's the thing. We know that Donald Trump is going to help them in one way or the other. He's going to end the war in one day.
That ain't going to help him. That ain't going to help him.
Giving them up or whatever.
Right.
But here's the thing. You got to remember, the Republicans in Congress are still the ones who are approving aid to Ukraine. Right? You can't sit there and say that is not happening on the Republican side.
Yeah, but it's happening on the Republican side right now. Because Trump is not president and not threatening their careers. If Trump becomes president and he's friendly with Vladimir Putin and he starts all of a sudden saying that, well, you know that, Ted Cruz, he's talking about helping out the what do they call them, biolabs in Ukraine, and he's helping out Zelensky. I think the guy's a criminal. Ted Cruz's whole political career will be in jeopardy. So Congress, and I know he's a senator, but Congress is not going to continue, Republican Congress is not going to continue doing that if Trump is president and threatening all of them.
I will respectfully disagree. I do not have a counter argument except for what I see and what I've experienced with them from their past. So I can't say I got a solid answer, but I do disagree that they will not turn down that aid to them because there's too many vital pieces that go along with our support in that region.
So you believe that if Trump is president, a Republican Congress will go against him and continue helping the Ukraine?
I think that he won't. I think he'll change his tone on it. Is what I'm telling you. I think he's spitting salad. I think he's word salad, as they say. I truly believe that because within that region is too many things for us to have to deal with if we allow that to fail. Right? We have to look forward thinking. Right?
Right.
If you allow gains over there, then we are taking losses over there. If you think about it. Right? So if they're gaining, if Russia's gaining, we're taking losses. Then if the situation becomes so dire that we have to be a part of it, we don't have footing now because we gave up so much. So I really believe that he's talking, and I don't think that'll happen because people want to hear it. You say it on your show, Handsome. The MAGA saying, don't send that money over there because that money can go to us here at home. Man, Republicans ain't gonna give you no money here.
But based on what you're saying, man, why don't we just become MAGA and vote for Trump? Most of the stuff he's talking about that we're concerned with is just word salad. Maybe he is the best choice over Kamala Harris. Should I send you a red hat?
No, because that's why I told you to look at both policies. Take the names off the ticket.
All right, fair enough.
Read the things that are important, right? I think when it comes to sending money over there to Ukraine, it's word salad from him. I truly believe the region that is in, our footprint has to stay strong in. Whether he says in this electoral bid that it doesn't. It does have to. And if you talk to Republicans who are really honest about it, and you've heard them talk about it before in the past, it is a vital interest of America that they do not lose. And there's reasons for all of those things. I'm telling you that.
So let me ask you this though: is it not possible that if Trump wins, we could actually get a decent economy, some of those wars can end, and we could have a fairly effective running country? I mean, is it possible
Here's what I'm going to say. Anything's possible. Like with Kamala Harris, if she wins, we could have a great economy. It's already trending in the right direction. We can't say it's not, because if you're truly honest and you're looking at the data, it is trending. The economy is trending in the right direction. If you're looking at the data, you're looking at border crossings are down, trending in the right
but
direction.
under Trump, because you can't go to the grocery store with trending. You can't pay your rent with trending. Under Trump, it wasn't trending. It was there. It was there. You had a good economy. You didn't have wars.
It's not going to be there when he jumps back in office. You think that he has a magic wand and all of a sudden gas prices are going to drop down to $1.50? Do you think that when he jumps in office, cabbage is going to be 50 cents a head? Do you think that egg prices are all of a sudden going to drop down to 25 cents a dozen? No.
He said he can end the war. He said he can end the war in 24 hours.
Word salad, my brother. He's bidding. He's bidding for something. He wants your vote. He's a politician like any politician, right? So what you have to ask yourself is the important things, right? Roe versus Wade, that's important to women because that could.
Yeah, but what about the people who would say a baby's life is important to them? I mean, because at the end of the day, if you go back to Roe v. Wade, then you are leaving the unborn.
Then let me ask you a question, my brother. Do you think Roe versus Wade is only about abortion?
No, not at all. No,
it's not. No. There's other life-ending problems that are part of that, right? For women.
Yeah.
And that's what nobody's taking into consideration. I understand the abortion piece, and that's the loudest part of it. But there is a huge piece of it would be for women's rights on their bodies, women's right to care, women's right for things that are beneficial to them, right? You can't sit there and say it's about abortion only, right? And if
No, but you made the point. That's the primary issue. And I do got to move it on, Big Trig, but that is the primary issue: is women are having abortion as birth control. That's the primary issue. I give you the last word.
But the thing about it is, they are. But that is not what women should see across the board. They should see some things being stripped away from them that can virtually end their lives in critical situations if they're placed in the place and it doesn't have nothing to do with abortion.
All right, Trig. So, it's up to the women, because it ain't you and me. It's up to the women to show up and vote.
No, I disagree with you on that, my brother. It's up to us. You know why I say it's up to us? Because, like they said, if your wife is going through something like that, you're going through it too. You're holding her hand. You're sitting there and crying with her and praying to God that somebody do something to save her life. So don't sit there and say it's just about the women. It's about us. And if we're not smart enough to realize that, then we have a problem on our hands.
That's a great comeback. Trig, appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good one, my brother.
You too. That's a great comeback. I mean, he kind of made me look like shit with that. That's a great comeback, though. It ain't just up to the way. Yeah, I like that. I do like that. Looking in the comments, though, Tim, hope you're doing good through all this shit. Damien, I'm trying. We're asking that question because it does appear as if more folks on the left are frightened. A lot of folks on the left are concerned with what's going to happen, but we're asking that question: why is the Republicans, but consider how close the polls are, why are the Republicans performing and behaving as if the election is in the bag? Democrats are concerned when the polls say it's so close. I saw in the comments, by the way, and understand this is an uncensored broadcast. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. The program is MAGA friendly, but liberals are welcome as well. But I did see someone in the comments having a discussion, and someone said, well, show me where Trump said anything about suspending the Constitution. Ali, appreciate the super chat, says, Tim, I try to support you, but don't gaslight me. Thank you for the support, Ali. What did I do? What did I say? I'm going to ask that. Follow that up. Elaborate. Quick clip from former President Trump.
Wrote, and I'm quoting, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulation, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. His post came after.
Okay, the reason why I'm playing this is because there are folks who suggest that Trump never said anything about terminating the Constitution. He did, by the way. Now, I'm not going to go too deep into this clip here because I had not heard it. It's someone actually reading something that somebody else said. So I'm not going to go with that one. But I'll certainly bring up another one where I think this is Trump speaking, because I like to be able to have a decent back and forth with my audience. But if I catch something that I believe is misinformation, where I think I can pretty much show that it's not true, I try to do that. I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking politics. Everything we say is often based on analysis and opinion. But some things you can prove definitively. And Trump, in his claim about the Constitution, I think is something I can definitively prove. I do want to play this clip for you. I think some of you folks have heard it. For some of you folks that watch the show regularly, you've probably heard it. So I'll play that.
Yes, go ahead, Mike.
Well, the category, you spoke about it, Mr. President, gun violence, restraint.
Now, this is right after the 2017 Mandalay Bay mass killing. Guy opens up the window, takes the windows out of the Mandalay Bay Hotel in Vegas, fires across the street, Las Vegas Boulevard, if I'm correct, and hits, well, maybe not. Maybe it was the other way out of Mandalay Bay. Maybe it was out of the back, because they had a concert going. Anyway, he hit like 500 or some people, killing about 60 of them. This is a conversation that was had while Trump was still president.
About it, Mr. President, gun violence restraining orders, they're called. California actually has a version of this. And I think in your meeting with governors earlier this week, individually and as a group, we spoke about states taking steps. But the focus is to literally give families and give local law enforcement additional tools if an individual is reported to be a potential danger to themselves or others. Allow due process so no one's rights are trampled, but the ability to go to court, obtain an order, and then collect not only the firearms, but any weapons in the possession
Or
of that
might
individual.
take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system, because a lot of times by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms, they saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
Now, that obviously is a clear violation of the Second Amendment, obviously your constitutional Second Amendment rights. Take away your gun first and then give you due process. Now, he changed his tune on this. Someone got a hold of the former president and had him rethink that, but he clearly was saying it. I like taking away guns first and then due process. Oddly enough, you hear folks suggest that if Kamala Harris is elected, she's going to take away people's guns and things like that. The only president in our lifetime, and I've been around for a half a century at this point. Damn, I'm old. He's the only guy that's actually passed a law that infringed on your Second Amendment rights. He is the only president. I don't recall maybe Clinton. I think they had some machine gun bans back in the 90s. And I think George W. Bush let those expire. But in recent time, obviously Trump banned bump stocks. No other liberal's done anything like that. For some reason, Trump is getting high marks on protecting your Second Amendment rights, and liberal presidents are getting low marks on it. I don't recall Obama doing anything to take away your Second Amendment rights. Obama didn't do anything, yet the price of an AR tripled when Obama became president. Same thing when they thought Hillary Clinton was going to become president. He passed laws that infringed on the Second Amendment. That I never was able to understand. Anyhow, looking in the comments, and that is screwing around with your constitutional rights for folks who say he's never threatened the Constitution. I see Thomas Solbach is saying guilty before proven innocent. That is exactly what he was talking about. Take away the guns first, then give you due process. That is exactly the opposite of the Constitution. Miss Mo Betta, good evening.
Happy Sunday.
Hey. So
yes.
How do you let me ask you the obvious question. How do you feel about this election? Do you feel confident that one candidate is leading? Do you feel a little bit shaky? How are you feeling on this? Now I know you lean left. How are you feeling about Kamala Harris's chances?
I mean, I'd be remiss to say that we're not in a fight. That they're neck and neck, pretty much. The poll numbers have been going back and forth, up and down for both sides. So to feel threatened, no. However, it's very close, and we still have a lot of work to do.
Okay.
Now,
but wait, before you continue on, let me ask you this: why do you feel like it's close and we're quote unquote in a fight, but the Republicans are already celebrating, saying it's in the bag? Why is their opinion that it's so much different?
Those Republicans, some of them are really sick in the head. Mainly the MAGA, the MAGA crew is really sick. You see your guests from a couple of people ago, Snuggles or whatever that thing name was. They really do. They dumb down everything that Trump does, and what they don't do is pay attention to patterns. So they like you said, they're his spokespeople. Yeah. They get up there and say what he should have said, and instead of listening to what he actually said. Mm. Now, when people show you who they are, you better believe them. Trump has been proving himself time and time again to be very unhinged and dangerous for our country. Well, and mainly black people. I don't want it to make it race, but it is what it is.
How do you wait? I gotta have you elaborate. What makes you say he's dangerous for black people?
Come on, police immunity.
Yeah.
Who's mostly targeted when it comes to police officers? Black people.
Well, Trump is
people that have been licensed, and people that have, just regular Joe Smo people have been unalived or, severely damaged by police officers. And that's not to say I'm against police officers. You already know that.
Right. But how do you respond to folks who might suggest, as long as you do not commit crimes and you comply when you're engaged by the police, you have nothing to worry about? That's a very popular response to that.
Of course, that's a cop-out. That's a cop-out on that behalf. Because there have been people on the live that have been complying, that tried to explain, and then they come up with another excuse. Oh, well, they shouldn't have did this or shouldn't have. No, the cops should have used better judgment as far as handling the situation. And a lot of that doesn't happen when it comes to Black people.
Now, I got to say this, considering that you and I both are African-American. My liberal audience generally hates when I say this, but fact is, most of the clips you see, look, there's a whole lot of say his names from Mike Brown, you name it, George Floyd, all of these folks. One of the things I will say that generally happens when you see the police do something that's controversial, it generally is on somebody that is not complying. I mean, it generally is, though, is it not?
Well, you know what it is. You only see parts. You only see clips of certain videos. You understand what I'm saying? So from whatever standpoint that they see it at, then you're just judging from there. So it's not that a lot of police officers are power-stricken, control freaks that were bullied in high school and feel that they got that badge on and I'm going to do what I do for my revenge. A lot of that is very revengeful, and you can tell by the tone and the rhetoric of police officers. They're supposed to take the higher road when it comes to situations like when dealing with the public.
Okay, so you do. And go ahead.
You know what? A lot of people fail to realize also when it comes to police officers, they keep saying follow the law. They don't teach police officers the law.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah, because you can be walking down the street in a state that allows open carry, and oftentimes the police do not know the rules governing your Second Amendment rights. You're right. A lot of police are out here serving and protecting the law, and they don't know the law themselves. That is true.
They do not know the laws. So, and moving forward, as far as that goes, I feel that they should be taught some law because we are supposed to be protected by it, right?
Yeah.
I feel they should add some type of law when it comes to, instead of code, they're taught codes. They deal in codes, police officers does. So there's codes and there's jurisdiction. Then it becomes the law. They're taught codes, not the law. So, however, when it comes, we do have knuckleheads out there. It's a dangerous job. You don't know what the person, out there in the civilian world is going through. So when it comes psychology and different things like that are not taught to these police officers beforehand.
But what about
that are really afraid?
Okay, so fair enough. So I get your concern with law enforcement, and I got to say I would echo that. But obviously, there's a lot more going on. Gen X on YouTube. Now, this is the one where Gen X he's not being critical. Now, that's not to say he may not be critical later, but he said. Now, listen to this spiel, and we'll discuss. He says women's rights, the border, the economy are all secondary issues at this point. Apparently, the primary issue is the world is on fire. If the world is thrown in a real global conflict, American soil won't be spared if nukes start flying. Suggesting that if the shit hits the fan, Trump is the man and Kamala Harris is just not suited for the job. How do you feel about that?
That's very misogynistic. To feel that she wouldn't be able to handle these situations if it were to arise to her. That's very misogynistic. Now, as far as Trump goes, and this is why with him attacking all of these other countries and stuff, the people that are our allies, we are a super country. We are a superpower.
Right. And
to go at certain countries and stuff, like you said, Australia and different things like that, it makes us vulnerable. They're going to put us in a very compromising position where we'll lose people that we actually need.
So wait. Are you saying you believe that we could possibly, if Trump is reelected, we could lose allies?
We can lose allies. He makes enemies all over the place. Let me tell you, again, when he thinks Putin is his friend, when you think what's his name?
Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un.
Kim Jong-un. You think all of these people are your friend? No. They're going to butter your ass up until they can slide right in. and they know he's easily bought. All you got to do is mention the right number to him, and they can buy his ass.
Let me make sure I heard that, and that they could. But what did you say?
Butter his ass up so they can slide right in.
Now oh my God, we had Trump for 4 years though, Ms. Mobetta, and we didn't lose any allies. So are you fear mongering? That's what people are going to say because Trump was in office for 4 years. None of this happened.
Well, his first 2 years, when he spent a lot of time golfing, we were in a good position. Obama had already went around the world apologizing to everybody, making good of things that happened when Bush was in the office. Yeah, he had to make all of that right. So once the pandemic hit and all of this other stuff started happening, when Trump had to actually president, he didn't know what to do. This is why he dropped the ball. And what happened is now you're going around making enemies again.
Did Trump do anything? Did Trump do anything right in your eyes?
What he did do right? Well, what he did do, I don't know if it's right. He got a lot of people to follow him. You understand what I'm saying?
But how is that? Is that not a good thing that the president has a lot of supporters?
No, it's good for him. It's good for him because however, it's bad for them. Because they keep talking about Project 2025, Agenda 47 is not much better. When you're talking about canceling the Department of Education, do you know what that does for a lot of people?
Well, yeah, I'm not a fan of that.
And rural and urban areas and stuff like that with the Department of Education, he already talking about if they don't support him, he's not going to send them money. He said this. I didn't.
Yeah, he did.
He said that. Those things are really what's detrimental to our country. If we got a poor education or no education system to back us up.
How do you respond to somebody that might say a secure border is detrimental to our country? And under the Harris-Biden team,
we want that too. We want a secured border as well. However, when asked, why did you block that bill? Why did you have them stop that bill when they went back in 2021 with the bill on the table for them to close the borders or do whatever was necessary for the borders? He wanted them to decline it. Come on, that's talking out of both sides of your face. You can't do that. You block it and then go say, "Oh, it's a mess," because you allowed it to be.
Yeah, but could he? If he was truly
gets that.
Yeah, but if he was truly in favor of securing our border, there's still executive actions he could have done, Ms. Mobetta. I mean, it didn't have to all be done by Congress.
But guess what would have happened? Those executive orders go away. Those don't stay long. They go
away with the next guy, but you wouldn't have this mess now.
Well, again, they should have wrote it into law. They should have passed the bill when it was on the table instead of they the one who used that as a political game. Not Biden and them. Yeah, yes, Biden should have did an executive order. I would have too.
Yeah, and by the way, you do have Kamala Harris on video suggesting at some points during her term that there really was no border issue. She was saying, "Well, I ain't been to Europe either." I mean, she downplayed it.
She did. She did downplay that. However, when they were suggesting that she didn't go to the border, that was a lie. She did go there. Not only did she go there, she went over the border. They went down to Venezuela. They were teaching them how to be economically sufficient and told them not to come.
So let me before I'm moving on from
video. That's on video too.
Okay. So before I'm moving on from you, if you had to give Kamala Harris, I guess, well, it should be Biden because at the end of the day, Biden and Mayorkas are the ones that are responsible for the border. But I got to throw Kamala Harris in there because she's running on it. If you had to give that team a letter grade, like we did in school, A, B, C, D, or F, what would you give them on the border? We can blame what the Republicans shot down some of it, but at the end of the day,
I'm taking Kamala off that. I'm going to take her off that. Like you said, I'll give it to Biden. He gets a C-.
C-. Well, she's going.
He gets a C- as far as that goes. So and also what's his name? Abbott over in Texas.
Yeah, Texas. Greg Abbott, the governor.
Greg Abbott, his raggedy ass.
I could go into a long spiel, but yeah, Texas Governor Greg Abbott and to a lesser degree Ron DeSantis have some responsibility in what is going on.
You don't want them to teach. They don't want CRT taught in schools. Anything that's teaching about Black history, he wants to deny. So when it comes to my argument and my complaints, I'm not really expecting MAGA or anybody that don't look like me to understand because you won't.
Wow.
Your history speaks different than mine. And you don't got to take my word for that either. You can go check the records on that too. Right. Your history is definitely different than mine.
Yeah, if you gotta check the record, if you gotta check the records to find that out, if you gotta check the records to realize that shows you how bad history is being taught here. I gotta move it on, Mr. Mobetta. Appreciate it. Looking good, kid. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, girl. All right, moving on with the program. Ali on YouTube. Now, Ali, you typed all this in. Let me see if I can break this up because you didn't use the space bar on this. Monday voting President Trump, no war, deport illegals, no something tax. Okay, I don't quite get that. Let me start over. Monday voting. I don't get the Monday voting either. Monday voting President Trump, no war, deport illegals, something about no tax, no income tax, tax credit for children. No, you got taxes all in this shit. No tax credit for children, no tax on overtime, federal marijuana legalized, lower housing, gas, and groceries. Some of this I think is a decent accolade for Trump. And then I think some of this is like what my other viewer was saying about word salad, politician promising things they can't deliver. I think with both politicians, now Trump gets credit because he did it first, but they both are promising to not impose taxes on tips. That ain't gonna happen. That is not gonna happen. I tell you right off the bat, that's a promise that is not gonna be met. Can you imagine think about how many Americans work on tips. Certainly now that we've started to go towards the gig economy. I used to do videos about driving for Uber and Lyft, but all of the restaurant patrons, concierge, everybody from maids and hotels, folks who do valet, all of them folks operate largely on tips. That would be a huge amount of income that would disappear if you didn't tax it. That's not going to happen. I don't believe that. I think that it sounds great coming from Trump, Kamala Harris, so great that Kamala Harris decided to bite it, but it's not going to happen. There's no way to make up for all that money. Some would suggest, and I'm going to speculate here. You guys can give me the yay or nay in the comments or whatever the hell you want to say. Live restricted for some audiences. I don't know what the hell that's coming from, but I will say this. Some would suggest that part of the reason why Biden's economy started out so bad is that Trump gave too many tax cuts as it is. I mean, at the end of the day, we are a civilized society. And for a civilized society to function effectively, you need to be collecting revenue from the citizens. You can only drop taxes so damn low before services start to be unavailable. Like when my last caller was talking about public schools. You need tax money to fund that. You need tax money to fund the police. You need tax money to fund all of the civil service, county hospitals, all of that shit. You can only reduce taxes so much before there becomes a serious strain on it. And Trump keeps running on, I'm going to keep lowering taxes more and more and more and more. At some point, it gets to an issue where the only way you can get this stuff is by way of the private sector. Now, I know my beloved MAGA, my folks on the right, are big fans of the private sector. Well, I always say on the program, the private sector works fairly well for people with money. If you don't have any money, the private sector has no tolerance for you at all. They don't, a business, the goal is profit. If you can't help a business profit, they don't have a time of day for you. So public school, for instance, should not be based on the private sector. Because obviously poor kids won't get any schooling at all. So there's only so low you can lower taxes before it starts to become a problem. And getting rid of taxes on tips, I just don't see it. When Miss Mobetta makes a sandwich, I'd rather it don't glow. What? Jeanette, you don't really think we're at the cusp of nuclear war, even with Kamala Harris in there. I'm hoping you don't believe that America could possibly end up in a nuclear conflict. You think Kamala is going to bungle things that damn much that we could go down the path of a nuclear war? I don't know about that. Nor over time on tax. Yeah, this might be more relevant. what Miss Mobetta, my last caller, was on. She said no overtime on taxes means no overtime. Yeah. Wait a minute. No overtime. Oh, no taxes on overtime. Yeah, we're not going to tax overtime because we're going to stop giving you overtime. Now, Trump has publicly spoken out that he wasn't a big fan of paying people for overtime. So it could be. You put every damn body on salary. Put everybody on. This is what Obama tried to prevent, and he got shot down. He was trying to make it so that this is back during Obama's term. I'll go to the next caller. And by the way, before I do, tap the screen, get the likes on up, certainly on TikTok. If you can get us up to about 40,000, appreciate you doing that on a subscriber only live. And the same on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. Get us up to about 80. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. The program is MAGA friendly. We go left from Bernie Sanders all the way to I'm having dinner with Q. Everyone gets to speak in the spectrum. You can be critical of anyone on the show, including the host. That's how free speech works. We are Trump friendly, MAGA friendly, but liberals are welcome as well on the program. I was doing life in prison in Venezuela. This is Vote Harris, not you again. I'll read your comment once. I know the sarcasm. I was doing life in prison in Venezuela. Now I live in New York, 5-star hotel free for 3 years. When I came to America, they made me register as a Democrat. Vote Harris so I can live free for 4 more years. All right, I get it. It's not realistic, but I get it. I mean, you could also vote the Republicans, vote for the Republicans, and maybe get $1 million from Elon Musk. Bring that one up. Bring that one up as well. I wanted to discuss something. Threw my train of thought away with that, but I'll go to another caller. Trey, is that Trey the Lion? Think I'm pronouncing that right? Good evening. Welcome to the program. Hopefully the box brings him up. This is one of my friends of the program, Trey. Now, Trey, you're MAGA, right?
I'm not MAGA. I am an independent, but I do not vote with Democrats.
Okay. So you typically vote Republican, or you vote for something?
No. I've voted with the Democrats basically all of my life, but I've been an independent. But since Obama was president for 8 years, so I watched what Obama did for the black community, which was nothing. But I watched what he did for the LGBT community. He was the first president that brought the LGBT community to the White House, that actually turned the White House into the LGBT community.
He lit it up.
I disagree with that personally. I'm from Chicago.
So
I disagree with that, period. I think that what you do when you do that, you basically turning our men into little, excuse my language, but faggots.
I don't know if TikTok's. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Don't say it again because I don't want them targeting you, man. I'm cool with it. But let me ask you this: Are you anti-LGBTQ?
I am.
Okay, so you don't believe in same-sex marriage either?
I do not.
Okay, so when
because listen, I grew up in Chicago at Fellowship Baptist Missionary Church.
Are you fucking serious? That's my church.
Yes, sir.
Reverend Clay Evans?
At that time, I'm sorry?
Reverend Clay Evans.
Reverend Clay Evans, and Jesse Jackson was the second pastor at the time.
And you came out of there like this.
What was that?
And you came out of there like this.
Well, not only me, but back then we were men. And we had families. Our job was to be men of the households. Our job was to go off the Bible. There was nothing in the Bible. There was things in the Bible that talked about same sex and talk about things like that. If you read Revelations, 2nd chapter, 22 verse, it talks about the Jezebel that gets the people to eat from the forbidden fruit, to get the people that leads the people to adultery.
Now,
so that's who I look at.
Do you believe in evolution? Because back in the day, we were also kind of subservient to white people too. I mean,
come on, man. Now listen. Evolution. You talking evolution, and you talking about what black people was raised upon the Bible. Black people in the church is Bible. Now I'm a Muslim now, but at the time I was a Christian. And I preach both. I preach from the Bible and I preach from the Quran. So you're telling me that we are, our black people, okay? And we take pride in who we are. We never supported that gay thing, especially in Chicago.
But I agree with you. I agree with you that we were true homophobes growing up. I mean, I was deep in that. I get it, but this is why I mentioned evolution. Now, a lot of blacks have evolved from that homophobic stance. Obviously, you're still in it. I mean, if a person's gay,
well, I'm 51 years old.
Okay, I'm 52.
So I can't say evolve. Okay, I have to say values. I can't evolve from my values.
So what is let me make sure I'm getting this clear. So what is a gay person's place in society? You don't believe they can get married? I mean,
no. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I believe that a gay person has a right in society, but to put their values over everybody's values, to give them special laws, special rules. All of us are human beings. God made a male and a female. Now, if you're a male and you decide to be a little furry, be a furry. But don't expect benefits for being a fairy.
Oh my God!
Don't expect benefit. And then we get this trans thing. Okay, how excuse my language, but how the fuck are we giving trans rights? I got 2 daughters. I'm telling you, if my daughter come to me and tell me that this trans man was in the bathroom with her, it ain't gonna be nothing nice.
I gotta say, based on this single issue, yeah, you absolutely should be voting right, and certainly not voting the left, because the left is the left sees you as, coming from the Flintstones era. So So if someone referred to you as a homophobe, you would agree with that, wouldn't you?
Well, repeat that.
If someone suggested that you are a homophobe, you would agree with that, right?
I'd be the first in line.
Wow. Do you think that?
Listen, I'm not afraid to say it. Look, I'm from an organization, okay? Organization in Chicago. You probably heard of it. I'm the chief of the Four Corner Hustlers. Yeah. All right, so in telling you that, we have values. We have strict codes. Ain't none of that in our organizations.
Yeah, but you're talking about a street gang, though. You're talking about the code of a street gang.
It's not a street gang. It's an organization. And in our organization, we have rules and laws, and it comes from the Quran. It comes from the understanding that we have been taught. But we're not talking about, I respect.
You talking about, listen, if you go around and you spray paint Four Corner Hustlers on the side of walls, I kind of know it's a 4, and you got information above and below the stick that comes out of the 4. I know the symbol. I can say that's not a street gang. You're actually tagging people's property with it.
Well, you call it a street gang. We call it an organization.
What other organizations go around spray painting their name on people's property without their permission?
Man, those little kids that do that job.
So you got little kids in your organization? I don't see little kids going around spray painting Mattel because that's the toy they play with. They don't go and spray paint Mattel on somebody's house. What do you mean it's kids?
If you want to play it that way, so be it.
No, I know it sounds comical, but I'm simply saying I grew up playing with G.I. Joes and Legos. I never ever thought of spray painting G.I. Joe on somebody's crib. So I don't know about the kids. I think it's people that consider themselves part of the organization.
You have people that call themselves associates. People that want to just claim something that they're not. Okay. That's everywhere, and it is what it is. Okay. You know what I'm saying? We don't disagree that happens. It happens.
Okay. So what's the difference between a street gang and an associate in an organization?
A street gang is actually a political reference that people that don't belong in an organization call it a street gang, so they can be described as a violent organization or organizations that don't benefit the people. We've been here since the 60s, and our job was to keep people, is to protect the neighborhoods. We started out protecting the neighborhoods. You know who made the street gangs? The government made a street gang by bringing drugs into the community and putting us against each other. We was there to protect we was there to protect our communities from the white people that was coming in our communities trying to take away stuff. So it wasn't no street gang.
I would say the Black Panthers are a better fit for the description you giving yourself, because they weren't tagging anything.
Fred Hampton, we used to meet with Fred Hampton and the Black Panthers. So they wasn't no different from us.
Okay.
It wasn't no different from us.
So let me ask you though. Now let's okay, fair enough. I want to get too far in this because a lot of folks don't know Chicago like we do. But what I want to also ask you, now you mentioned the LGBTQ stuff, and I 100% agree. If for someone with your opinion on that, you have no business voting for Kamala Harris. What else would stray you away from Kamala Harris in addition to her stance on LGBTQ issues?
Well, it's really not the stance that she have on LGBT. Like, I don't believe in, that you should be taking taxpayer money and giving people sex changes.
You're still on LGBT, but still, this is still LGBTQ related. What else about Kamala Harris do you not favor? I mean, you're really anti-LGBT. I get that you're really anti-LGBTQ.
Well, no. I watch politics a lot, and I watch people, and I watch the things that people say to you. I've been watching Kamala Harris since she got no votes when she was running for president before. Right. And I followed her policies back then. And a lot of her policies has flip-flopped. It ain't really flip-flop deal because she's a politician, and she learned how to be a politician. So really, her shit didn't flip-flop. And she told you, my values are still the same. My values didn't change. That's from her mouth. So if her values back then were things that she say now that she don't value anymore.
Give me some of her values that are concerning or deal breakers for you, other than LGBTQ.
How about her values? Her values now, fracking don't mean nothing to me, but how about the people in Pennsylvania that fracking is half of their lifestyle? Her values on that was she gonna get rid of it.
Yeah, but what about values that mean something to you?
To me?
Yeah. Other than her stance on LGBTQ, which obviously means something to you, what else is there about Kamala Harris that would make you stay away from her that's important to you?
Well, I see Kamala Harris, and she's just like any other politician. They lie to you, but really what got me was when she came out, she saw that she was losing the black men vote. So she came out with policies for black men regarding marijuana. Like, what the fuck? All black men sell marijuana? All black men trying to smoke marijuana? I mean, come on now. You can't tell me right now that's not pandering.
I agree with you. Now, I've never personally even tried marijuana. I mean, I haven't tried alcohol either, but I've never tried marijuana. So I agree it's pandering. But wasn't it Trump that talked about his mugshot would make him more relevant to the black community? I think they're both pandering. Trey.
Trump says now that right there, that was the stupidest shit that Trump, because he says some crazy shit all the time.
But that is the basis of why I believe Trump should be much further out in this race as opposed to where Kamala Harris is competitive to him, is because if Kamala Harris says something like pandering, for instance, you hold her accountable. But when Trump says something similar, well, he just says crazy shit. He gets a huge pass on saying things that we would damn sure hold the other candidates accountable for.
Perfect. Hey, that's perfectly said. But let's talk about you saying how far out Trump should be. Now, you do know perfectly clear that Trump is way up in the electoral college. The electoral college right now, let me tell you something. The electoral college right now, Trump is about 330 on, and this is prediction. It's about 330 right now in the electoral college. I'm gonna tell you because what you're not seeing, you see in the media that is controlled by the Libyan media. The Libyan media is telling you that this race is close. Why are they telling you that? If the economy is so good, if Kamala Harris, the vice president, is doing so good, Joe Biden is doing so good, how the hell would a person with 34 felonies, two impeachments, the negatives as high as the highest his negative was, how in the hell is the race close? Impossible.
I'll respond to that. Let me respond to that. And Anthony Bellamy, appreciate the subscription there, Anthony Bellamy. You know, you're not the only one to say that, when we look at the border security, LGBTQ issues, unfortunately, why the hell is Kamala Harris? Why is people even consider voting for Kamala Harris? The reason the race is so close, Trey, is because Trump is saying a bunch of bad things that everybody is not giving the same opinion as you, which is, well, he says a lot of crazy things. People are holding him accountable. Now, I bring up the giving police immunity from prosecution. For someone that is from Chicago like yourself, in Chicago, do you favor CPD having immunity from prosecution?
Listen, you know, me and you hit this conversation privately,
right?
In the chat. Now, to understand law, okay, which I understand and I study law. So, in order to, Trump cannot give police immunity. Trump can only give federal police immunity. He can't give local or state police immunity. That is done by the state legislature.
So why is he saying it then? Why is he saying it then?
Because he's saying it as a politician.
So he's pandering.
What did he say? Hold on. What did he say? What did he say directly? Trump said, "I will work with liberal states and their leaders to give police back their authority to do what they need to do." He said, "I will work with them," right? So that means that he can't personally give them that authority. The only person that can give that authority is the legislators, the mayors, and the legislators of those places that he was talking about. So how many of those people are you think going to do that?
I get your point. They're not going, but the thing about it's kind of like when Beto O'Rourke yelled out, "You're damn right, I'm going to take your AR-15." We all knew he couldn't do that constitutionally by himself as a governor. But you hold him accountable for it because it's clearly taking away the Second Amendment. It's clearly in his heart. So you're going to hold Beto O'Rourke accountable whether he can do it or not. I don't see how Trump is getting the pass. It's clearly in his heart to give police in liberal cities immunity from prosecution. But I'll let you get. Hold on.
It's in his heart to grab people by their pussy too, ain't it? Does that mean that he's gonna do it? Come on, brother. You know better than that. It's about the legislators that govern the local municipalities. The federal government don't pay the police.
If we can't if we cannot hold the president accountable for what they're saying, then what the hell are we doing? I mean, I get that he can and can't do some things, but it's coming out of his mouth. I'm going to hold you accountable for what you say.
Listen, it's coming out of his mouth, and he is not the president. He is not the president.
All right.
Biden is the president.
All right. Okay, let me play this for you. We'll continue talking about that because I got it. This is in concert with that. Now, this is an older clip of Trump. It's in concert with what we're talking about now. It's like 50 seconds long. I want to get your opinion on this.
I've told them to work with local authorities to try to change the terrible deal the city of Chicago entered into with ACLU, which ties law enforcement's hands, and to strongly consider stop and frisk. It works, and it was meant for problems like Chicago. It was meant for it.
Are you okay with stop and frisk coming to Chicago?
Do you really think that's going to happen?
So he could promise anything, and we could simply dispel it by saying, well, you can't really do that. Why is he promising all this wild shit?
This is Chicago, man. Do you know how many other people on the police are really not on the police?
I hear what you're saying, and I'm not totally disagreeing that he may not be to do this or may not be to do that, but you're making it sound like it's wrong to hold a presidential candidate accountable for what they're promising to do. I mean, whether or not he can do it or not, why do you know that and he don't?
Listen, I'm not going to say that it's wrong to hold him accountable.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But if you're a single issue voter and you're just voting for a single issue, then by all means, everybody has the right to vote for the things that are, that they care about, things that are important to them.
First of all, and by the way, while Trump would not be in control of, let's say, Chicago police, he's in control of the feds that roam the city of Chicago. A lot of drug dealers are up on Fed charges. Those police would have immunity. Those police might have the right to stop and frisk. I don't see how anybody should favor this. I mean, the notion, well, even though he's saying that he can't do it, so you should. That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if you promise something wild, you should be held accountable for it.
Tim, what's qualified immunity?
Something I didn't hear him say.
Listen, qualified immunity. Police already have qualified immunities, but there is certain states that try to block the qualified immunity from police. Okay. There's certain states that their legal department, and that's why the unions of the police try to fight it, because there are certain states that try to block police having qualified immunity. What qualified immunity does, It does not keep police from being arrested when they violate civil rights or when they violate.
Giving police immunity from prosecution blocks them from being arrested.
You can't give police immunity from
prosecution. Then why the hell is he saying it?
Is Trump a lawyer?
He's the president of the United. Look, I don't care. Listen,
is Trump a lawyer?
I don't give a damn what he is. Why don't he know the law? He's been president for 4 years already. Why does he not know the law?
Not a lawyer. Anything that Trump says, when Trump is president, Trump will have to go through the legal counsel, and the legal counsel, just like they did last time he was president, they would correct his ass.
But I'm going to go back to. I'm going to go back to my list.
Trump do a lot of stuff the last time he was president. He wanted to do a lot of stuff the last time he was president. But you know what? When it was time for him to enact some of the stuff that he thought he can do, the legal counsel of the White House told him, "Sir, you cannot do that."
You know why that falls on deaf ears to some degree, at least with me, is because I hear all the time how the liberals are going to take away guns. I don't hear anybody saying they can't do that. All of a sudden, when Trump makes a wild promise, well, you don't have to worry about that. He can't do that. But the liberals are going to take away your guns. They're going to make gas $10 a gallon. You never hear that argument. It's only when Trump does it that now we don't have to worry about it because it can't happen. That doesn't make sense to me.
Brother, that's just called fear mongering.
That's called plain politics.
That's fear mongering on each side.
Okay.
Each side knows that there's uneducated people. Though that there's people that don't know the law. So if you don't know something, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm a fear monger.
You're telling me after 4 years of already being in the White House, former President Trump does not know the law. That's what you're telling me. After he's already been president for 4 years and he's running again, he does not know the law. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then maybe that's a reason not to vote for him. I'll give you the last word.
That's a reason for you not to vote for him.
Yeah. I think if you've been in office already for 4 years, you should know some of the basics of law. Yeah, I think you should. Certainly when you're talking about giving police immunity, you should know if you legally can do that or not. And the fact is, you just said he does not. I got to move it on. Trey, thanks for coming through.
All right, brother.
Anytime. And by the way, folks, that's how we run an uncensored program. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Me and the last caller obviously have a host of different disagreements, but Trey is always welcome back on the program. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 40,000. Different type of program today because I want to primarily address MAGA. So I have it set to subscriber only. Some of my subscribers that are in here, you will be able to come up like my last caller. But generally, we don't make it so it's subscriber only. This is a kind of a one-off thing. We don't generally do this. Trump's winning because he relates with people. Joe Rogan, 3 hours. Kamala Harris couldn't do that. No teleprompter. Here's what I want to say. I saw about an hour and a half of the Joe Rogan interview. I didn't watch the whole thing. None but respect for Joe Rogan. I think he's a great interviewer, but I will say this. I think the response I'm about to give is something the right would be saying if Kamala Harris went in. Let's say, what is the guy? Charlamagne the guy at the Breakfast Club. The guy that Biden said, vote for me, you ain't black. The overwhelming majority of Charlamagne the God's audience leans left. They're mostly black people. The overwhelming majority of Joe Rogan's audience are straight white males. The overwhelming majority of them. And outside of the audience being straight white males, it's mostly males, conservative males. So, I'm not taking away from the fact that I believe that Joe Rogan is really good at what he does. I don't think he's going to push it as hard. Because if Trump walks away from Joe Rogan, calling him a rhino or saying that he sold out, he could hurt Joe Rogan's audience. I do believe that Joe Rogan has advisors. And listen, if you ask him something and he gives you an answer you think is bullshit, don't keep pushing it. You're not Tom Cruise and A Few Good Men. Don't keep pushing it. I really believe that. I really believe that. I mean, I saw the interview. I mean, the only thing I saw him say that was really strong was he mentioned to Trump, like, you do say some wild shit. Elaborate on that. What has he said that's so damn wild? Elaborate on it and have Trump explain it. He didn't really go down that road. And I think if it was flipped, we would want them to do that with Kamala Harris. Elaborate on why you said he says wild shit. So like I said, it was enjoyable to watch it for the hour and a half that I saw. I didn't see all 3 hours of it, so I only seen half of it because I was on doing a damn live myself at the time. But yeah, I think Joe Rogan also has to worry about his own audience. At the end of the day, as big as Joe Rogan is, Trump could really hurt him. If Trump started going around bashing Joe Rogan and suggesting that Joe Rogan was part of, the liberal attempt to destroy his presidency, Rogan would lose a lot of audience members. He would lose a lot of viewers. So, and I'm pretty sure Rogan knows that. Anyway, continuing on with the program, because Taylor Swift lost a lot. Taylor Swift has lost a lot of I don't want to say fans, followers, whatever it is. I mean, they actually, there's a tangible result since she started going against Trump. She's a billionaire. I don't know how much it's going to matter, but yeah, Trump has the ability to hurt people. And some folks who pay attention to their bottom line don't want to get caught in that. Wonder when President Trump wins and he implements the stuff he spoke about, will we as blacks, immigrants, naturalized citizens enjoy the squeeze we voted for? Just a thought. No, I don't think so. And there is a gaze for Trump. There is a group called Gays for Trump as well. You heard my last caller was talking. It is crazy that if for some reason Trump gets elected, you can look at some of those different minority groups and say, you on their side. Quit complaining. It could be. Hopefully my last guess is right. Hopefully what my last guess said is right, is that Trump doesn't do any of this stuff. It's all a joke. It's all sarcasm. It's all being taken out of context, but it is a lot of it. I'll just leave it at that. Hopefully my last caller was right. Continuing on the program, I do want to respond, I think, to a super chat that came in, if I can get my screen to work right. And thank you folks that are tapping the screen on this wonderful Sunday where my Bears are currently losing to the, what are they called? I want to say the Redskins. What Commanders? Is that what they're losing by 6-0? I know my folks on the right don't like that, Commanders. They want to go back to calling them the Redskins. By the way, Trump has also promised, the liberals were fighting to get a lot of these army bases like Fort Bragg and all these army bases changed because they had names after Confederate soldiers and things like that. And I think the liberals have made grounds to get some of these army bases changed. Trump is promising to rename them back after the Confederate soldiers. And a lot of folks on the right are favoring that. But that is another thing that Trump is promising to do. Now, out of the things that folks would suggest he can and can't do, I think he can. I do believe he can do that. He can certainly start. If he want to get things renamed back after Confederates, he can do that. Looking in the comments, Chef Terry says, bro, you don't seem to have studied much of nothing. I'm all 100 for criticizing the host. What I don't like is when people give a criticism and it has nothing in it to address. I have literally no idea what he is suggesting I didn't study. He might be 100% right. I might be dead ass wrong, and I have no problem telling him if he's wrong and I'm right. But I have nothing to go on that. That doesn't say shit. Real quick before I go to the next caller, I want to answer a super chat. Will G, welcome to the morning side of the program. My family is from Haiti and was just in a conversation with a trucker. And I told him about the cats and dogs and how we don't do that, period. And he told me not to take it too seriously. I was ready to cuss him out. That's what the problem is that MAGA does have this thing about, Trump. People got bomb threats and shit from that. They had to shut down schools for a day. You got Haitian children in that town that's scared to go outside because of that. The Klan came to their fucking town. Don't take it too seriously. People took it seriously enough to drive all the way to Springfield to start causing ruckus and doing shit. What do you mean don't take it too serious? That is a problem. I do believe that, yeah. And you got Trump going around saying, well, look, people were saying that. Well, people are saying he's racist. They're saying you're fascist. They're saying you're going to do it. You don't go around telling 60-something million people that. Well, what he did was wrong, in my opinion. I mean, absolutely was wrong. you're going to go on TV and tell 64, 67 million, whatever it was for that debate, something as horrendous as that, at least have solid evidence. At least have solid evidence. Will you be on live on election night when Trump wins? Yes, I will repair and support. I will be on. And if Trump wins, I certainly will announce it and we'll talk about it. Right now, the odds are probably in favor of him winning, if you ask me, but we'll see. And I think the reason why Trump is doing so well is because, like I said, I don't think he can say anything that will insult or, cause a large portion of America to shy away from. Tim Walz, before I take the next caller, Tim Walz gets up there and says about rifles he carried into combat when he never was in combat. And the right went apeshit. You're disgracing the military, talking about you served in combat when you didn't, it's stolen valor. Trump gets up there and compares the Medal of Freedom to the Medal of Honor and says the Medal of Freedom is better because you don't have to get shot to get the motherfucker. And they didn't have nothing to say about that at all. I mean, people who earn the Medal of Honor, some of them don't get it until they're dead. But him saying he carried a rifle in combat when he didn't serve in combat, that's a cardinal sin. But dude said, it's better because this pretty woman was able to get the Medal of Freedom because she didn't have to what did he say? They normally are damaged by bullets when they get the Medal of Honor. What? I mean, you don't have to do any damn thing to get the Medal of Freedom. You just need a president that likes you. Trump gave a Medal of Freedom to Rush Limbaugh. You're comparing that to the Medal of Honor where somebody is either dead, seriously injured, or barely escaped getting killed. That's the only way you generally get the Medal of Honor is to put your life at risk or lose your life in the process. He gave the Medal of Honor to Rush Limbaugh simply for preserving conservative causes and at a time when Rush Limbaugh was fighting for his life. That's it. And they're actually more outraged at what Tim Walz said about carrying a rifle into combat. So I do give Trump credit because he can say anything, whereas his adversaries are going to get held accountable for saying stuff. I mean, he literally could say anything. Very similar to that whole Fifth Avenue and my supporters would go nowhere. A lot of validity to that. Looking in the comments, though, I love Tim, but I can see he is hurting knowing Trump will win. Repair and support, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure Trump is going to win. But if Trump does win, we got to get a man a chance. I mean, the first 4 years of Trump, it was chaotic, but it wasn't the end of the world. We'd have to assume that that's more than likely what will happen. Well, I won't say more than likely what will happen. We have to assume that that's the best we can hope for. If you're on the left, what he did the first term, you got to assume that's the best you can hope, because it's going to be chaotic. I mean, at the end of the day, he's proven us that he's going to bring back the tweets and insults. That's not going anywhere. That's what made his first presidential term chaotic. He's clearly not going to get rid of that. And he's going to be deliberately going after his enemies. He's going to be separating liberal cities from conservative cities, red and blue states. All of the stuff that the liberals had an issue with him for the first time, all of that's coming back. But because he's promising to give police immunity and all this, now he's promising to do some other stuff too. So, yeah, there's going to be some people that are upset. Going to the box, one of my subscribers, Chris Sanders. Good evening. Welcome to the program. I keep dropping shit. Chris Sanders, good evening. Apparently the box is playing games here. We'll keep it moving. Tap the screen for my TikTok viewers. Get us up to 40,000. Smaller audience because of the settings, but feel free to tap the screen. Same on YouTube. Get us up to 100. You guys can make that happen on the likes. Smash that like button. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. If you favor civilized dialogue in this manner, follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. In about 20 minutes, I think I'm going to open up the TikTok side of things. We'll see. I may open it up on TikTok, and that way you'll get more liberals. But until then, Will G, think about the trash can comment. He just disrespected his own ancestors from the Great Migration in the early 1900s. Well, I don't think he would have said it back then, But yeah, the trash can argument, in my opinion, man, that was bad. I don't even know what else to say. It was bad. But once again, MAGA likes it.
People coming out of the Congo, not just South America, they're coming from 181 countries as of yesterday. Right, and we're a dumping ground. We're like a garbage can for the world. That's what's happened. That's what's happened to. We're like a garbage can. You know, it's the first time I've ever said that. And every time I come up and talk about what they've done to a country, I get angrier and angrier. First time I've ever said garbage can, but you know what? It's a very accurate description.
Wow. I mean, he literally, I mean, you often hear in reference to liberals, if you don't like America, get out, you know, you're anti-American. He called his own country a garbage can. Jesus. Wow. Is he wrong? Is he wrong? Bad stuff goes in the trash can. Ivan Walker, you're asking the question, is what Trump said wrong because bad stuff goes in a garbage can? No, he would not be wrong if all the immigrants coming here were worthy of going in a garbage can. If every immigrant that came to this country, or the overwhelming majority of immigrants that came to this country, were comparable to garbage, then no, he wouldn't be wrong. But many would suggest he is. I mean, is that what you're saying, Ivan? That most immigrants that come to this country are garbage? In the comments, Reddy says they are illegal. That ain't true, by the way. Now, I will say this. Somebody said, Zeus says, where is the MAGA landfill? Oh my God. Should I show you some pictures of January 6th? That's where some folks might say is that they dumped trash on the Capitol grounds that day. But in regards to the suggesting that they are, you know, they're garbage, which is a harsh comment. I'll go to the box after this. You said they're all illegals. They're not. Under the Trump side, Trump is calling virtually everybody that come to the damn country, or better yet, treating everybody to come to the country like they're an illegal immigrant. The Haitian migrants, for instance, the cats and dog eaters, they're here legally. The Republican mayor of Springfield, Ohio, and the Republican governor of Ohio have publicly stated those are legal migrants. MAGA and Trump are saying they're here illegally. The asylum seekers, which is the overwhelming majority of folks that came here under the Biden administration, they're legal. They're legal. Now, they may have no legitimate case to stay, but until their court case comes up and the judge says we're not going to grant you permission to stay based on the information you presented, they are legal migrants here. They're not, when all of those folks that Texas Governor Greg Abbott was busing up to New York and Chicago. Ms. Mobetta, appreciate that statement. All of them that busted, all of them, he wasn't putting illegal immigrants on the bus. Those are legal. Those are legal. So I think that Trump and MAGA are greatly, with emphasis on greatly, overstating the number of illegal immigrants that came in here under Biden. Because they're basically calling everybody that entered the country during that time as an illegal immigrant. That's false. That is flat out false. Looking in the comments, gee, you don't know what you're talking about. Gabriel Espina, is that right? What part am I getting wrong? Because your comment doesn't give me anything to work with. You can legally walk across our border. The Democrats made it legal, not we the people. Well, you're going to bring up we the people? Most of these women living in these anti-abortion states, we the people didn't decide that either. You're okay with it when it works in your favor, but you're against it when it works against you. There's not one single state in America that has a limitation on abortion or a complete ban that was decided by we the people. Or in some cases, she the person. All of that shit was just done by the government. So you're going to bring up Biden, well, he's doing things that we the people didn't, the people didn't decide that either. So I just want to make it fair. I want to make sure you can see both sides of things. If you want to make sure that all of our laws are decided by we the people, then that one has to be put in there as well, but I don't think you'd want to do that. Let me go back to the box. That's why Trump is giving it to the state. Then you can vote in your state for abortion or not. And Danielle, shout out to my female MAGA. I always say the liberals are going to get the women. A lot of female MAGA come on the program. Shout out to you, Danielle. But you say that's why Trump is giving it to the state. Then you can vote in your state. Two problems. First, every state that has an abortion ban, they're doing what they can to prevent the citizens in that state from voting. Even in Ohio, where they voted to make it legal, they're trying to come up with ways of circumventing the vote. Florida, they had to fight to get it on the vote. So it's up for a vote in November. The states are trying to do what they can to prevent the women from voting. Here's my opinion. I'm sure a lot of you folks will disagree with it, and you have a right to do so. You know we don't block, ban, or censor. But once Roe v. Wade was rolled back, and you talk about it's now up to states' rights, what they should have said is, okay, now that the states have a right to decide what they want to do for each individual state, we're not going to change anything until each state has a vote and they let their people decide. Now that you no longer are forced federally to allow termination of pregnancy, every state that wants to ban it, we're going to have it up for a vote and we'll let the people decide. But we're not going to change anything until we get to that point. They didn't do that. They all went into ban mode and they're trying to prevent the people from having any say-so. That's not states' rights. That's just state dictators. He didn't hand it over to the states to decide. He handed it over to dictators to do what they wanted to do. Let's try it again with Chris Sanders. I really appreciate you folks that are, I had a subscriber that I want to bring up too. Chris, good evening. Welcome to the program. It's Big Government Conservatives at Pimp. Yeah, it is, Furback. Chris, good evening.
Yes.
Hey.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. What am I getting wrong?
I don't think you get it wrong, but I just want to tell you, first of all, appreciate your show.
Thank you.
I just started watching you about a month ago, and I love the dialogue. I love you having both ends, both conversation. And I finally got on with you. so I really appreciate that, sir. So what was your question again? I'm sorry.
Well, we're asking right now, it seems that when you listen to Democrats talk about the upcoming election in a few days, they're concerned. Many of them are using terms like scared, and they just don't know. When you talk to the Republicans, they're already celebrating. They feel like they have it in the bag. Even though all the polls show it's close, why is it that the Democrats are essentially scared as hell of Trump and the Republicans are rejoicing another Trump victory?
I think the reason why you got that, first, I know you hear it everywhere, but I don't really believe all the polls are correct. I think you got polls that's been fluffed for one agenda to another agenda to give the impression that someone's winning and not. So I think you have those polls. Then you could go back and look at past elections on those polls wasn't accurate, but people was believing the polls.
Right.
With Hillary, people believing the polls with Obama. So you could go on and on with polls.
Okay.
So as far as the Democratic base being afraid, I think it's because of the attacks that the other side is doing, even from court cases on forth. So that pressure that they coming against one side, I think may instill some type of fear.
Give me some examples. What do you mean by attacks?
So like, of course, like in Georgia, I'm in Georgia, I'm in Atlanta. So like you have these electors that were put in place, and you have 3 of them who was appointed by MAGA,
okay,
who tried to, which is mind-boggling to me, but they tried to change the rules within 2 weeks of the elections.
Yeah,
they tried to change.
I'm aware of what you're talking about. Yeah, and that's what the judge said. The judge even said it's too damn close to be trying to make such a big change.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. But that's one of the examples, which is mind-boggling. And don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm a conservative. I'm a registered Republican. Have been for about 20 years. But I think the direction that's going now on the MAGA end, it's not conservative. It's not what I signed up for. It's not what I've seen. The Republican Party that I signed up for had morals, had standards, had character. I mean, that was one of the biggest bases of the GOP that I've always known. But now
you're in Georgia, am I correct?
Correct.
And you said you've been a conservative most recently?
Yes.
So did you
Correct.
You voted for Trump any other times?
No, I didn't vote for Trump the first time. it was a tough for me. I wasn't going to vote at all because I didn't like both of them. But it's one of those things that you had to weigh it out. And I always felt like I didn't think he was, and I still don't think. I don't think he's right to be a president. I don't think he's qualified to be a president. I don't think just because you operate a business, and quite frankly, he had quite a few felon businesses, for you to say that person should.
What did you think of Herschel Walker that Trump was promoting in your state?
You see how that went. I mean, I like Herschel Walker. I like Herschel Walker, but here's my thing. When you say Herschel Walker, and I know Trump, kind of stood behind him.
Yeah.
And the problem
he's the only reason he was there.
Exactly. And I think Trump stood behind him, even though I don't think Herschel Walker was really qualified, because, of course, you start opening the door, it exposed, it exposed a lot of personal stuff that people really don't like.
Let me ask you this. Mitt Romney versus Obama. Where'd you go?
Mitt Romney I voted for Obama the first term, but I didn't vote for him the second term.
So you voted for him to beat John McCain, but then did you vote for Mitt Romney, or did you sit that one out?
I set that one out.
Wow. Okay. So you didn't think Obama was worthy of a second term?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Well, the biggest thing to me was the push. It was a push for the LGBT movement. I was kind of, you got thing that.
You said, I just want to interrupt and say this. If there's one thing I think I've become certain of, just like defund the police used to, the LGBT community seems to be fucking the Democratic Party up. Because a lot of folks are voting against Democrats based solely on the gains of the LGBT crew.
Correct.
Wow.
That is correct.
Wow.
Even you look at Kamala, right? You look at Kamala and you see her support, her stance. Now, my thing is this, I got folks, family who's in that community, so I don't have an issue with the community. Got close friends who's in that community, so it is what it is. I don't like certain pushes like the trans movement. I don't care too much for that. Don't like the sports. They're trying to allow transgender different sports. I'm completely against that. So even what we at this present time now, I'm concerned because you got.
Well, but wait a minute. You mentioned LGBTQ in relations with Obama too, so that means you're not in favor of same-sex marriage either.
No, I'm against that, but I do believe someone has a right to choose. I believe that's their right. That's their choice. If they want to do that, I'm not going to kick down their door and say you can't do that. I think it's their choice. Don't mean I agree with it.
You would, but you certainly would have voted against allowing them to marry, though, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's. Go ahead.
Oh, absolutely, because I just, I got some principles that I think that's not the direction we should be going. But at the same time, like abortion, I don't think, even though I'm a conservative, I don't think the government should be dictating that. They're telling a woman, and I'm not even a woman, my wife is, and we've had that conversation, that we should be telling her. That's just like you telling men, you guys need to get cut up. I mean, if there's a government coming against us and, hey, you can't raise these kids, then you need to get snipped. It'd be all up in arms.
Which one concerns you more, since we're likely to be facing both of these simultaneously? Like the possibility of a biological male playing sports on a female team, or a woman potentially bleeding out because the doctors were hesitant to give her an abortion because they didn't want to go to jail. Which one? Because we're facing we're coming to a crossroads where both of these could potentially be happening. Which one would concern you more?
The abortion end, because abortion end is more of a greater versus that 1% of the other scenario you're giving me. You know what I'm saying? The abortion end, that's huge. You look at percentage wise versus. What, under 1%?
Way under. Yeah, not only is it under 1%, I think it's probably under 0.0. Big dog, yeehaw! Appreciate the hat mustache. I haven't seen any of those today. Thank you. I think it's probably, you said under 1%, it's probably under 0.01%. I think most Americans would have a hard time coming up with even one school in America that's within 100 miles of them that features a biologically born male trying to play for a female. It's just not happening anywhere. And the right is making it sound like it's everywhere.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's very, so that's why I'm saying it's a big issue, but it's so small. You had to rate the different bigger issue that we're looking at. I think that's smaller compared to the abortion issue, which I think that's
you think it's small, but it's coming up at every Trump rally. He's bringing it up constantly. And so are some of the down ballot senators and congressmen. They got plenty of ads out there. They're talking about we're going to keep boys in boys sports. It's everywhere. Even though, like I said, it's 0.01% of schools are dealing with this. Probably even less than 0.01, but it's way down there. Nobody is seeing this.
Right. I think it's part of the fear. It's a fear that you put out like anything else and say, to talk about something that is a big major thing. Yes, we don't like it, we don't want it, but it's not to that degree where I can go with my daughter to school right now and that's an issue. It's not an issue. Yeah. It wasn't my daughter's schools, my son when he was in school. It was not an issue. You may see it here and there, but it's not a big issue in my opinion.
Yeah, in my opinion, even if Kamala Harris was to win, I don't think it would be safe to be a biologically born male and go, let's say, football or basketball or any sport and play it and dominate a woman without. You would be at risk of getting your ass beat on the way out of the stadium. I don't think it would even be safe to do it. There's just not a lot of. For the folks who are transgender, I would submit to you this: it's already enough issues and concerns just walking around as a transgender person to begin with, let alone trying to play for the wrong team. You already having people showing you nothing but hate. Just walking around to the movie theater somewhere. They don't want you going in the bathroom and shit. Now you're going to try to play for a different team? I don't see this ever materializing anytime soon.
Well, here's the thing. I had another one for you. I really believe it's going to correct itself. This is why I say I think it's going to correct itself. My daughter played volleyball. If you remember, I think it was 2 years ago because Volleyball News and on Fox and all that stuff. But if you remember, there was a transgender playing a volleyball team in a tournament in North Carolina. I can't remember the team in North Carolina. And basically, he did a kill shot, meaning that he played middle. Right. And he hit the ball, and it broke a girl's nose. Broke her nose, had to do surgery and all that. And of course, they said that doesn't happen is because the force and the strength of him being a male caused that damage. And that school set out for any other tournament. There was a lot of schools that stood up and started boycotting that they're not going to play that team with a transgender. So that school has to make adjustments. So I think in scenarios like that, it's going to correct itself because it's going to shine out great to say this is not right, this is not fair, and it needs to stop. So I think with different situations that's going to correct itself. And again, it's not.
Not only is it going to. Not only do I agree it would correct itself just out of fear and danger of doing it, but there's just so few people trying to do it to begin with. The idea that this is coming up at every rally is insane. It's just so little people that are doing this to the point where, like you pointed out, the case in New York, it's so few that you can count on one hand how many cases you've heard of out of a country of 350 million people. You can actually count on one hand how many people you've heard trying to do this. It is that rare. So I don't get why it's coming up in every rally and being discussed all over the place like this.
Yeah, fear. Because people is fear. Fear pushes people to do things. So if you push that narrative that is everywhere, then of course people who don't research, don't know the information, they're just going to automatically, this is what he said. Let me go vote because I don't want that to happen.
So speaking of fear, then now you're likely to vote for Trump this time, right?
No.
You're not voting for Trump?
I can't do that. Here's the thing.
We've been talking. I thought you was voting for Trump.
No. And here's the reason why. Here's the reason why, Tim. Real quick, I know you got your show. Yeah. I'm struggling, and me and my wife, we vote together, so we talk, we have these conversations. Sometimes we butt heads, sometimes we don't. Here's the biggest dilemma I have, and even for your viewers or your callers, is that the way I see it is like this. The non-starter for me is two things. The January 6th was a non-starter for me. It's unacceptable. I don't care how somebody try to justify it, they try to explain it, and it's unacceptable. Never I thought I'd ever see that in my country. It's number one. Number two, the police immunity thing. It's a non-starter. I got a young son. He stays in South Carolina. He's had his situation, bright kid, masters and all that. But I'm always thinking, after what we have seen, I'm not saying all police are bad because they're not. Got close friends who police officers, good officers. There's a lot out there just want to do their job and come home. But then you got those who use that badge to do things that they know they couldn't do without that badge.
Right.
And if you're saying give them police immunity where they can come and say, "Oh, I thought he had a gun, I just shot him," or the case where you see officers who's already 0 to 100 because somebody disagree with what they say, now they pulling guns out and then they start discharging. What you're saying is that, okay, well then you were doing your job, so you shouldn't have any type of charges towards you. I just think that's unacceptable. I think that's not a direction we should go. I think where we're at now, where police officers are held at accountability at a quicker stages than ever before. Before, it used to take years before you see a police officer go in the courtroom.
Yep.
Now you see an officer in the courtroom 2 or 3 months. Which I think is...
Yeah, I mean, even under the George Floyd case, even though that was on video, it took like 4 days. That's why, Minneapolis started burning down. People started rioting because, like, how could you have this on video and you haven't charged this guy with anything? I mean, so I'm not a fan of the immunity thing either, but I do want to ask you this. How do you respond to folks who say, like what my other caller said, yeah, he's promising to give cops immunity, but he can't do it?
Well, we didn't think he could get a complete immunity, but you see what that happened.
I gotta go. I can't even fight that. I gotta move it on, Chris. Appreciate it.
All right, sir. Well, I appreciate you. Love listening to you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Thanks for the accolades. Appreciate it. Always welcome back. And that's something I used to say a while back when people were suggesting that Trump couldn't do things. I used to say that myself, is that if I had a nickel for everything I said or I heard that Trump could not do, that he has successfully navigated and did, I would be a fairly wealthy man. Yeah, that's a great point. My last caller reference is that people always say he can't do this or he can't do that, and then boom, he's proved he can do it. Because I gotta say, witch hunt or not, I didn't expect anybody to be able to defeat 80-something federal charges. Feds got a 96% conviction rate. To have one man defeat the feds that bad, to have one man get a judge to give him delays on being sentenced for 30, nobody else could make that happen. Nobody else could. So at this point, I don't feel confident anymore suggesting that Trump can't do something, because he has done the unthinkable so many times over already. So, he gets in there and he wants to pass a law to give police immunity, federal immunity, even though maybe he passes a law or proposes, rather, because he doesn't pass, we can executive action, but he would have to propose a law that suggests we give federal immunity to city cops while in the course of doing their job. And this is where you could potentially have Congress and the Senate, if they lean right, agree with it. So that way, if a city cop does something wrong in the state that he did and it wants to charge him, well, he has federal immunity. You get enough senators in Congress in there. I'm not going to say it's impossible that he couldn't do that. I'm going to say that. And looking in the comments, you take your immunity away and see how safe your streets are. Lulu, lately, they don't have immunity right now. And you can walk down the overwhelming majority of streets in America safely. I don't think police need immunity to walk down the streets to protect the country from crime. I don't think there are a lot of safe countries around the world. The cops don't have immunity. The environments where law enforcement has immunity, the countries on earth that give law enforcement immunity are the places you don't want to go. No first world, no civilized country gives their police immunity from prosecution. They may have it in Iraq under Saddam Hussein. They may have it under the Taliban, but there is no place on earth that the citizens are doing fairly well and law enforcement has complete immunity. Who would want that? I think the reason it doesn't get much attention is because it is a case of, well, it's happening to them, not us. I mean, because he's talking about doing it in the liberal cities. So it could go really wrong, like my last caller was pointing out. Let me go back to the box. Real quick. Anything goes society we live in creates crime and makes us unsafe, says Laura. A lot of female MAGA, a lot of female Republicans in here. Shout out to you. Laura, the anything goes society, you're saying we live in an anything goes society and that creates crime and makes us unsafe. I think if you give police immunity, you would create an anything goes police force. We used to have that. There are, if you particularly where Trump is talking about doing this in liberal cities, where mostly people of color are the ones committing all the crime. People like me are committing most of the crime in liberal cities. There was a time where people like me were governed by police with immunity, like what Trump is talking about. It wasn't good for people like me. There was a time when the police used to have immunity in America. The police acted a fool. They were not responsible with it. And by the way, let's not just bash the cops. I don't believe anybody would be responsible with complete immunity. I don't think any group of people. Hell, you see what happened with the Catholic Church and all of their scandals. I don't even think priests would be responsible if you gave them complete immunity. I think that is literally begging for problems to do that. Real quick in the comments, because, at the end of the day, all cops don't like people talking shit or not following orders, even if you have a right not to follow that order. Let's say you're walking around open carrying in a state that allows you to open carry. And the cop wants to see your firearm. Could you hand me No, I don't have to hand you my gun. I legally had a right to open carry. You have no right to be stopping me. Well, if you got immunity, that might not go well. Will G, Hillary should have really stood behind what she said about MAGA. The problem is there were too many Democrats that didn't like Hillary. So even if she does stand behind it, what they needed to do is have a large coalition of people doing it, not just one, like literally, even Obama and Michelle, who are probably the most well-respected Democrats out there, maybe followed by Bill Clinton, they all took a long time to really get out there on the stump. I mean, the minute Kamala Harris announced they should have been out, well, really they should have been out there during the Biden administration. It ain't like it wasn't looking like Trump had a chance of getting reelected a while ago. And the reason I'm saying that is because it ain't that just the direction of the country Trump is promising. He's promising to arrest a lot of those liberals. So you got a lot on the line if he wins. Miss Mobetta is going to vote for Gen X and his sandwich. I don't think that's going to happen, Gen X. I don't think that's going to happen. Furback, good evening. Welcome to the program. Furback.
What's up, Tim?
I'm doing good. What do you think? Is it Trump promising a lot of stuff that we don't have to worry about?
Nah, man. I mean, a promise, If I tell you, hey, I promise when I see you, I'm going to whoop your ass. Maybe when I see you, I'm going to whoop your ass. So, I wouldn't take something like that lightly if you said it to me.
That's a good point. So that is a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. A threat is a threat.
It's kind of in the same vein.
Yeah.
Right.
Threat is a threat.
So like I said, man, it's your show, man, and some of these lives I've been on, I didn't think, I don't know what the word is, man. I'm a black man. Maybe I was raised different, man. I don't give a shit what nobody do if it don't affect me, man. It's this LGBTQ.
Man, homie, man, I'm telling you, that shit right there with black males is a deal breaker. Black men are like, hell no. I mean, black men ain't liking this at all.
And we can get back on whatever, just to touch on this a bit. I just, I'm a nice looking man, but I don't think everybody's into me. And I never was trained or taught to be straight. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand this with these people because I was in the 4th grade and I looked up and my teacher's cleavage was right there and that was it.
In other words, you knew you liked women at a young age.
Yeah, I mean, my dad never told me to, go hunt out for chicks and none of that. You know, it was very natural for me. So I don't get these guys, man. I don't understand this fear of.
I don't know why you do, but I don't know why you don't. I'll tell you myself, even though I consider myself to be an ally of the LGBT community, I was brought up homophobic. I've made those slurs. I mean, you throw like a girl, you pitch like a bitch, all of that stuff. We were making those slurs even back then. We all grew up in the 80s and 90s and 70s even homophobic. I just thought that more of us had evolved out of that than I realized. There are plenty of black males and people of color that are still quite homophobic.
Yeah, and like I said, man, maybe I'm the wrong guy to try to make some kind of rationalization of that shit, because I just simply don't get it, man. And it's eye-opening to me more so today. I'm like, wow, man, really? These are deal breakers with somebody else doing their bedroom? I guess from a black man and knowing our history, I was just raised knowing my history that who the fuck am I to throw rocks at somebody knowing my history and my people's history?
That's the same, you make a good point. That's the same spiel I often give, is that how the hell could you hear that your grandma, your great grandma escaped all of that oppression, all of that hatred, then you get free and turn around and do the same shit to another group? I'm the same. I'm with you on that. I mean, if it's one reason why you should be in favor of equality for the LGBT community, is because as an African American or as a person of color, you know more than anybody what the hell they went through. Why would you turn around and do the same thing you just escaped to somebody else? That doesn't make sense to me.
And then we all have people in our family, even though they're dying off or getting old of age. I talked to my elders that was around during these times. So we're not too far removed from this shit. You know what I mean? So if we start peeling back stuff on the migrants and the LGBTQ, who's next?
Yeah. But what about this, though?
They're going to reverse our shit,
Yeah, and that is, I said that when they went back to that 1800s law in Arizona, I said after they have done that, what makes you confident they're not going to go back to the 1800s on any other laws from that era? But in regards to what we just talked about, Anon Who says, in regards to me saying, why would you turn around and do the same thing to somebody else that you just escaped? He says, well, gee, maybe it's because it's against the Bible. Now, obviously, the Bible is not very LGBTQ friendly. So he's citing that's and obviously a lot of black folks are Christian. They do support, they do believe in the Bible.
And I won't get in that, but it is. There's some stuff in there that said this man loved this other man just more than his wife. So you take that for whatever the hell it is. But I would say it is. You know what I mean? But once again, keep your Bible in your church. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't
not in the law
books, don't go outside.
Yeah, not in the law
don't
books.
go outside. You know what I mean? Same thing with the cross-dressing people. If you don't like it, stay the fuck in the house. You don't like it in your school? Yeah. Do the fucking thing. I've told you before, these people crying about gas and groceries, grow a fucking farm and walk. If you don't want to see
that's not a good campaign slogan, though. Furback. I mean,
I ain't running for shit.
Yeah, but the guy who is running for president is talking about bringing down gas prices, and you're saying vote for Kamala if you don't like high gas prices and high food. Grow your own shit and walk. That's not a good campaign slogan at all.
I mean, I basically said pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Like I said, man, I listen to my elders, man. I get it out the mud. I've told you before, I'm not for Trump. I think there's serious. I think he's a clearing present danger to our country.
Wow.
But back again, like I said, what my people went through and while we still here, man, we can get through any fucking thing. We can get through Trump. We can get through fucking Obama. We can get through any of them. But if we're talking about politics and that realm of things, yeah, I think he's bad for the country. But as a black man, my elders have told me that we'll get through this shit no matter who's there.
All right. Well, I hope those end up being words to live by. I got to move it on. You think Kamala Harris? You think she is going to lose, or you think she can pull it out?
No, I think she could pull it out, man. And I've told you before, I thought Joe could pull it out, and it's simply because of the
Joe was going to lose. Joe was going to lose.
He wasn't going to lose. I mean, he was still competitive.
He was going to lose.
I disagree with you there, but I keep bringing it back to the guy that we're talking about. It's because of Trump. She's not gonna look. She's not gonna win because she's gonna knock something out the park. She's gonna lose because he's gonna keep putting his fucking foot in his mouth, and all these Trump, whisperers and interpreters. Like I said in the comments, that man never explains or try to clarify what he meant. It's always his supporters.
Yeah.
So he's gonna keep talking shit, and it's gonna be what's gonna underlie his campaign. But once again, man, thank you, brother.
All right, Furback. Appreciate you coming through as always. Thank you. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Get us on up to about 50, FIDDY, 50,000 on the likes. Tap the screen for my TikTok viewers. Same on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. 120. Is that possible? If you guys could show the program some love as well on YouTube. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. As always, we are MAGA friendly. Been that way since day one. Always will be. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. We're all about free speech. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. That's how free speech works. You can be critical of anybody in the comment section up to and including the host. We're all about free speech. Well, gee, the Bible was manipulated so many times, especially to keep black people enslaved. Look how that turned out. I was going to say something similar, but I wanted my last caller to get their point across, and that is, you're brought to a country. I'm talking to really talking to my people of color, my viewers of color, predominantly black folks. You're brought to a country where you have to work for free. You have no choice. The religion you believe in, you're told if you keep practicing that, you might lose your life. Here's a Bible. This is your new religion now. That's kind of how Christianity made its way into the black community. Now, during the whole, everything from back to Africa to black folks fighting for the right to vote, no, I'm surprised they didn't fight against Christianity. I'm really surprised that, because when the white settlers came to America and they wanted to separate completely from England, for I think 3 years, we stopped honoring Christmas. We didn't want nothing to do with the folks in England. We stopped honoring Christmas. That's why we don't drink tea like they drink it over there. We wanted to drop all English traditions. That's how you separate. I'm surprised that during the whole push for freedom, African Americans did not drop Christianity. I mean, you know how it was put on you. Just saying that blacks wouldn't be, African Americans in this country would not be Christians if it was not forced upon them. They even changed the Bible because you weren't allowed to read, but they gave them a dumbed down version of it. So what Will G said, there's a lot of control. I'm surprised African Americans, include myself, I was brought up in a Christian church, Baptist church and all of that, but I'm surprised they didn't rebel more against that, because that was given to you by people who had your worst interests at heart. You're talking about rapists and murderers. Those are the people that gave them Christianity. I'm really surprised they didn't push, because if you think about it, the indigenous people on just about any landmass around the world, I'm talking about the Aborigines in Australia, you go out to the Samoans, the folks in Fiji, the original inhabitants of this country, the Native Americans, none of those folks were Christian. None of those folks were originally Christian until the colonizers came and shoved it down their throat, as some people would say. I'm surprised during the rebellious period they didn't get rid of that. Like, this is, if I hate to say it like this, some Christians might not like this, but if Jesus died for our sins and God is all knowing, why didn't the people already have this in their heart already? Why didn't they already know this? Why did somebody have to come and literally force it upon them? They should have knew about Jesus already. He created all of us, or God did it. Why should somebody have to come over here under the threat of violence and force you to follow this stuff? And like I said, I grew up Christian as well. So that is a question I've started asking as I've gotten older. Sir, please don't discuss biblical history as it goes back further than American politics, which is why I mentioned indigenous people. Did you not hear that part? That's before American politics. Did you not hear that? Maybe not. Anyhow, going back to the Jesus Christ. Go back to the box. I don't mind being corrected, but damn, don't give me an out that's that wide open. Shit. Going back to the box, Cassius, 1015. Going back before American politics. And by the way, I mentioned all countries. I mentioned landmasses all over the damn world. Cassius, good evening.
Hey, my friend.
What am I getting wrong here?
Okay, well, this is the thing that you're missing is that we believed in a higher power, and being as though that we were oppressed, we believed in you can have my body, but you cannot have my soul. And those are white Americans who practice true Christianity, the ones who extended themselves to us to help us in the Underground Railroad and to fight with us, as abolitionists. They also preached the gospel, and because they believed in God and a higher power, and they were coming from a place, that was, godly, supporting God and Christ-like things, that wasn't a hard thing for us to attach ourselves to. And then the black church was a safe place. It was.
Yeah, but let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick, because I bring this up all the time. Whether we're talking slavery, Jim Crow, whatever, I often bring this up is that what I don't understand, this is what kind of made me, even though I used to want to be a pastor when I was a juvenile, and why I'm not very Christian now. What I don't get is that during those eras, slavery, Jim Crow, whatever you want to call it, they were reading from the same Bible that we do today. The Bible hasn't changed. They're reading from the same, and they thought that stuff was right. Yet we know, reading from the same book, that all of this stuff is a sin and is wrong. How is it that they could read from the same book back then and think that what they were doing was right and they were going to get into heaven? Because most of these folks were going to church on Sundays. America was a very religious country during the most oppressive times in its history. How does that work?
Well, they twisted it. They twisted it. You know what I'm saying? They thought that, when they read those passages about slaves being obedient to their masters, they literally was preaching that to each other, literally, So a lot of them, they weren't true Christians, but some of them were. The abolitionists were. They knew that it was wrong. This appeased the masses of then white America, and for the years to come, But for us, it meant, it's not only a gathering place and a safe place. It's it's a spiritual thing. You see, it's you can beat my body down, but you will not have my soul. My soul.
Well, yeah, but I think most religions believe in the body versus the soul thing. You don't have to become a Christian. I mean, I think just about all religions have some kind of belief that your soul and body separates upon death.
Yeah. But you can see how it was. How we liken to it because of a lot of the other things that it preached, harmony, peace, love, those things like that, So I can see how we got drawn, into it, knowing what we know now about, Christianity and a lot of other things and Shakespeare and the Bible and everything. We can make better decisions. I'm not a Christian, but I am spiritual. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Because, I do not believe in that Christian doctrine, the whole, so I can't, you know what I mean? But
because my issue is this. You often hear that America was a better time when we had prayer in schools and prayer in the families and things like that. And right away, there are some, now that the country is going further to the right, there are schools now that are forcibly requiring by law the children to read the Bible. They're literally shoving the Bible down kids' throats now. But what I don't get is that
the Christian right. That is the Christian right. Those are the fake Christians. Those are the MAGA Christians. That's the Christian right. And they are full of pedos and everything. Every day on this app, you hear about them getting charged with just charge after charge coming from their end. And I like to submit to all the people that are listening, especially my Latino brothers and sisters, at the recent Trump KKK rally in New York.
a man on stage that said that there was a floating trash barge, and it was called Puerto Rico. And then he said that
wait. You said a floating trash barge. What else was that?
And he said, and it's called Puerto Rico.
Jesus.
He said that live. It's on tape. They're playing it right now. It's going all across social media. And he also said that Latinos they get pregnant real quick because they don't pull out.
He actually said this. Was Trump standing next to him?
Wait till you hear it. You haven't heard it yet. You're going to be astonished. I mean, it's like, and he said this in Madison Square Garden in New York City, with I'm pretty sure an audience with a great number of Puerto Rican supporters that support Trump, and a great number of Latino people that support him. And then he said some other stuff about Latinos. He said they didn't pull out. He said the island was trash. Oh, he said about immigrants, bye-bye, don't come here, bye-bye. I'm not finding, I'm interested in hearing it. I'm not finding it on YouTube, but I'm sure if it's out there, it'll come up because, it just happened. So Instagram. That's why I first heard on Instagram. And you can see the live clips on Instagram right now. Oh, my God. I'm going to have to find, that'll be a different show. So he's saying that Puerto Rico is floating. That's a different show. That's what I agree to say. Puerto Rico is a floating trash barge. Damn. A floating trash barge. A floating heap of trash barge. He said, and it's called Puerto Rico. Wow. And then when he said that they don't pull out, he said they want them to pull out and go away. He said, but they don't pull out. That's why they populate so much. Man. And he said some other stuff about Latinos. Is he anyone of significance though? Is he just a hateful citizen, or is he? I have never heard of this fool. I don't want to attribute MAGA. Because there are liberals that say some wild shit too. I don't want to attribute all of MAGA. No, sir. See, let's not forget the fact that this is at a rally that Trump is giving at Madison Square Garden. That means he gets to pick the people to speak. This man spoke. Oh, it's a speaker. Okay, all right, then that's different. That's different. A speaker. He got on the podium in the stage in front of that packed house, and he said that on that Trump rally stage. When you see it, it's gonna be a whole show that you're gonna give about it. And it needs to happen because I want to hear what y'all Mexicans and Latinos, I want to hear what the hell y'all got to say. And obviously Puerto Rico, everybody in Puerto Rico they have access to America. There's nobody illegal in Puerto Rico. Jesus. And check this out, man. This is on the heels of Trump saying that it doesn't take $60,000 to bury a fucking Mexican, involving a young woman down in Fort Hood who lost her life, and that 7 people got arrested for it. Yeah. This is off the heels of him saying that $60,000, it doesn't take $60,000 to bury a fucking Mexican. But I covered that on a previous show, and I got hammered by the left because I did slightly defend Trump by saying it doesn't take, you shouldn't call him a fucking Mexican, but it doesn't take $60,000 to bury somebody. That is true. Now, Trump offered to bury this army, this I won't say a veteran person who was there was a service member, and they were murdered. Yeah. And Trump offered the family to pay the expenses. And my opinion was that because a rich guy offered to pay to bury their loved one, they went out and bought the very best premium services for the person. And why not? Oh, come on. Why not? Don't abuse the guys. Why not? Why not? Because I heard that they tried to dismember this young lady. Damn. And why wouldn't the family want a top-notch casket? 60 G's. The family 60 G's. Maybe they're Catholic. Maybe they needed the bishop and his backup and the priest. And shit, if he a billionaire, what's $60,000? Exactly. And that's the point. And that is the point, is that they decided to change their spending habits because they were spending somebody else's money. To me, that's kind of disrespectful to Trump. And then he told Mark Meadows not to pay it. after he promised the people on video that he was going to pay it, when the military was going to pay it anyway. The point of the whole matter is, like you can get into the minutia of how much a funeral costs, but the fact that
the fucking Mexican is the fucking Mexican is the problem.
A fucking Mexican, as if a fucking Mexican in this phrase is like a flea or an ant or some inanimate object or something worthless. This is the point. And then today on his stage in Madison Square Garden, he get a guy up there that calls Puerto Rico a floating trash barge and says that Puerto Ricans don't know how to pull out. It says that Latinos don't know how to pull out, and he wants them all to go away.
Yet Hispanics are voting for Trump in higher numbers than they did for Biden or Obama. They're voting for Trump more than they voted because they voted for Kamala Harris is getting the least amount of the Hispanic vote compared to Biden and Obama. For some reason, her support from males of color is continuing to drop. I think it's that LGBT stuff that two of my guests at least have brought up. I think that's the problem. So I get what you're saying. It's pretty clear, in my opinion, based on the analysis I've had of doing these shows for several years now, that the right is not big on Hispanic immigrants, legal or otherwise. They say, you often hear, well, I don't mind you coming here, just come here legally. They're not big on legal Hispanic immigrants either. They just don't want to say that.
Of Americans, calling them rodents.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Locking them up in cages, saying that he's going to have internment camps for them, and he's going to deport millions and millions of them.
Yeah, but
once he has total and full control, he can deport who the hell he wants, whether you got your papers or not. If you get mixed up in that house that they're raiding, you're mixed up in it. You're going back to a place where you've never been. Somewhere in Guatemala. Okay, that's what he got planned for. I mean,
they voting for him.
After you, I can't say this enough to everybody in here too. After y'all see this clip of this man standing on the stage at that rally, you're just gonna say, I mean, what else is there to debate about the Republican Party and Trump at this point? The whole MAGA thing is trash. The whole thing. It doesn't matter.
Be careful. You're talking about you might be talking about the 47th president. Cassius, I got to move it on. But respect your president. Respect your president.
Oh, well, we're going to win this. We got this.
You confident?
I'm very confident. Wipe out. That's what I predict.
Wipe
These
out.
polls ain't right.
All right.
These polls ain't right. Oh, no. Ain't right.
Appreciate it.
Wipe out.
All right.
Word up.
Thank you. Appreciate it. By the way, when he said wipe out, so I had another notification go off on my phone, and it kind of, on YouTube, you may have heard the chime sound. Notification went off on my phone right when he was saying wipe out. It almost sounded like he said white power. I'm like, did he say what I thought he said? Maybe for sarcasm purposes, but it sounded like he said that. Anyhow, let me go back to the box. Why is he so mad for my people, says Alter Ego? I don't quite get what you're asking there. Not to me, at least stop gaslighting me. Well, like I said, at the end of the day, I do believe the right is not very pro-Hispanic. It's just my opinion. Maybe I'm completely wrong and don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And a lot of my audience would tell me that, but they're not, I mean, Trump said it. Why don't you come here from, why can't you come here from places like Norway? Right? You got to come here from shithole countries. He talked about garbage can. I mean, what Hispanic country would not fall in the garbage can category? All of the countries that are south of the border, when he refers to, people coming here from countries that, and treat us like a garbage can, he's talking about all of them countries. That's where, everything from Brazil on up, everything from Brazil all the way up to the top, all the way to Mexico. All of them countries are going to be considered as garbage can countries. That's where most of the Hispanic world is. Where else do they speak Spanish? Dominican Republic? I'm assuming, but they're not trying to get here. People from the DR, but I don't think he'd be big fans of them. Maybe if you're coming from Mother Spain, he might be okay with that. But Spain is a first world country, and they're not trying to get here. But all of the other Hispanic countries, they would be garbage can countries. So, yeah, I don't think that The right is very pro-Hispanic immigrant. And I'm talking legal too. You can't, let me just make it clear before I go to the next caller. It's politically incorrect to suggest that you hate all immigrants. So very few people are going to do that. But it sounds better to say, well, I'm okay with immigration, just come here legally. But you're favoring making it harder to come here legally. You're calling people that are here legally illegals, which demonizes them as well, and you're talking about kicking them out too. So yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's safe to assume the right is not big on Hispanic immigrants, legal or illegal. I see what you said, Archie Eagle. Your message wasn't directed at me. Okay, fair enough. Looking in the comments real quick. I'm Mexican. It wasn't a big deal. The right are very pro-Hispanic that are legal. You typed it 3 times. And an app you fill out does not make the illegals legal. It makes them get time to apply for papers. They are not legal. They are not illegal either. What you're saying is that if you fill out some kind of application, that doesn't make you go from illegal to being legal. It makes them get time to apply. If the government says you can do this, and during the time you do this, you're here legal. I mean, because if they fill out the paperwork you're talking about, let's say they fill out. Let's say they fill out the paperwork, and I used to be an Uber driver. I don't drive anymore. I used to drive for rideshare. Okay, so let's say they fill out the paperwork that you're talking about. They came here legally, came here legal or illegal, but they've been allowed to fill out some paperwork, which obviously they have to give that to the government. I show up now. They don't call for me to take them to their loved one's house. Maybe they got relatives that live in San Antonio somewhere. I show up as an Uber driver and they get in my car, and for some reason I get pulled over for speeding or something. Cop takes my ID and also finds out who they are. They're not going to get deported. They're here legally at that point. They're here legally. So they're not illegal. They're not illegal at that point. So yeah, you're calling the Haitian migrants, by the way, in Springfield, he's talking about kicking out. They are 100% here legally. So yeah, I do believe the right is not a fan of immigrants, but it's just, you can't come out and say we don't like the ones that are here legally as well. But the writing is all over the wall. Looking in the comments here, no one is against legal immigration. It's just that legal immigration is extremely difficult. I have an immigrant wife from New Zealand. Becoming an immigrant sucks and is much harder than it should be. True, and you don't hear the right talking about making it any easier. In fact, it's been difficult to become a legal immigrant in this country, probably for most of our lives. That's why they come here illegally. And Trump was one of the ones who really tackled the illegal immigration problem, the greatest out of any recent president. And he did nothing, absolutely nothing, to make it easier to come here legally. He doesn't even talk about making it easier to come here legally. He talks about removing some of the ways to come here legally and making it harder to come here legally. Like the whole Remain in Mexico policy. He's trying to make it harder to come here legally. That is why I'm saying that. You're admitting that it's already hard to come here legally. He's attacking some of those methods and making it harder. He is not a fan of legal immigration either. That's what I'm saying. He's not a fan of legal immigration either. And by the way, I went through the damn process, so I know what it's like. When I went to Australia, I had to migrate there legally. Cost me thousands of dollars. Thousands. So, I mean, and now it's a huge waiting time. I mean, I had to have medical tests done. I had to have my fingerprints submitted to City of Chicago, Cook County, State of Illinois. The FBI had to get my fingerprints, and then I had to go through Interpol to make sure I didn't have any international warrants. By the way, speaking of immigration, I'll go to the next caller, but did you know that, and I mentioned Australia, by the way, Candace Owens, conservative talking head Candace Owens, she's been banned from entering Australia. She had a big, fairly lucrative tour coming up, multi-city tour coming up in the nation of Australia. And the Minister of Immigration has now denied her entry. They stated that she is promoting what is it? Some kind of discord, basically saying that they brought up her January 6th commentary, says they accuse her of being anti-Semitic. She cannot get into Australia. Candace Owens, wow. So, hey, she's on the Trump train, though. She followed right down that rabbit hole. Candace Owens should be banned from most places, says Zeus. Yeah, she's banned from going to Australia, our number one ally. A lot of white people are here illegally. Ask the Native Americans. Yikes, Jessica. Yeah, that's true. And that's what I always say is that we're really strong on banning immigrants from coming here, because it is one of those takes one to know one clauses. When I say takes one to know one, it's kind of like a criminal, a thief. They don't trust no damn body. If you out doing capers in the street, it's hard to get over on you because you expect everybody else to be trying to get over on you like what you're doing to everybody else. Well, America has not ever been pro-immigrant. I'm not talking about the Hispanics or anything happening in 2024. We were not friendly to the Polish, the Chinese, the Jewish after the Holocaust, the Irish. People bring up the Irish slave. We have never been pro-immigrant. Every group that has ever come here was met with a lot of resistance and dislike. It just happens to be the Hispanics right now, but we've never been friendly. The Germans, when they came, it's never been friendly to any immigrant group that wanted to come here. And that's why I brought up that it's kind of like a takes one to know one clause, like a thief doesn't trust nobody else. We know what we did when we came as immigrants. Talking about the original American, or the original colonists, rather, coming from England. We know what we did when we came to this country. Folks talk about, immigrants coming here and rape and murder and spread disease. We did all of that. That's what we did to the Native Americans. All of the stuff that we're suggesting, we came to this country, we had nothing good intended. Changed the culture, raped and pillaged, stealing, diseases, all of the stuff we say that immigrants are going to do. We, the original immigrants, done all of that stuff. So it makes sense that a thief doesn't trust anybody, because we came here, took the country, a replacement theory, all of the stuff you want to say. Like literally all of the accusations, replacement. You name any accusation that's being leveled at any immigrant coming here now. Eating cats and dogs, we ate the wrong animals, destroyed the land. We did all of that. Eating people's pets. All that shit, you name it, we did all of the stuff that we're complaining that immigrants might do. So, yeah, we're very afraid of letting people in because we know what happened when they let us in. Let me go back to the box, though. You wasn't even living when our ancestors went through all the slavery stuff, brother. You were very ignorant. What the hell does that got to do with, people that weren't living on 9/11 can't talk about 9/11? How many Americans are waving around the Confederate flag or talking about the South will rise again? Were they living back then? Is that the new requirement? People weren't in the Capitol building on January 6th waving around the Confederate flag. It wasn't wrong because dude wasn't living back during that time. Let me know what the rules are now. Because, you talk about celebrating freedom on July 4th. Were you living when we basically separated from the English? Let me know where the rules are. Because all of a sudden, the black man, you wasn't living when your history took place. Really? Might be easier if you just told me to shut the fuck up. That would be easier. It would be a lot easier to just simply say, when it comes to African Americans discussing their history, sir, I would prefer you just shut the fuck up. I would not like to hear about African American history. Those other folks, okay, it's all right for them to discuss their history, but you, sir, shut the fuck up. That would be more legit. That would make more sense than telling me I wasn't born during that time. But I will end it by saying thank you for the laugh. Going to the box, appreciate you guys that are tapping the screen. Joby's been holding on. Good evening, Joby. Hopefully you were born during that time, Joby. Left Master, maybe you should laugh a little. It is a joke after all. It comes up a lot though. 2JZ, and I've had it come up from folks that weren't joking about it. People were really angry. I've heard people that were really angry state that nobody black was born during slavery. So I don't know about the joke. I don't. Yeah, it didn't. If it was a joke, it really bombed. It's kind of like when Trump be saying something. When that was a joke, like I didn't see anybody even in the audience there that supports you laugh. Some of this, joke, really? That's what it was meant to do, was get a laugh. All right, you weren't born during slavery. You have no business to talk about it. And I'm supposed to just bust out laughing. That's comedy? What improv you go to? I don't think they would do that when they're zanies. That don't sound like comedy to me. Why are white people always asked to laugh at racist jokes, but when it comes to black people, all of a sudden people get all upset? It's literally a joke. I don't hear the comedy in it, is what I'm saying. If some dude is bringing up slavery, and somebody says, "Well, you weren't around during that time," and everybody that hears that just busts up laughing. That's comedy. What comedy club you going to? I don't hear any comedy in that. That's why I'm interested in what's going on over there, says Level Z official. Yeah. How can you be a Democrat when Malcolm and King warned us about the party? Because they didn't tell us to vote Republican, Ivan. And I think one thing that's missing from that is the whole party switch that a lot of folks on the right do not acknowledge. But yeah, well, the fact is there was a party switch back during that time. And yeah, I don't know what else to say because like I said, the right don't acknowledge that. But during that time, the politics of the Democrats are more closely aligned with the Republicans and vice versa. I mean, after all, the Democratic Party was the party of slavery, party of the Jim Crow South, party of the Confederates. Who's waving the Confederate flag around now? All of them Confederate statues, those were Democrats. Why would the Republicans be fighting so hard to defend it? So it's clearly something happened. All of a sudden, all of these oppressive Democrats, their existence is being defended by the Republicans, the people they fought against, the people they tried to kill. Those generals wanted to kill off the Republicans that were in favor of abolishing slavery. Why would you all of a sudden start wanting to make sure their statues are preserved? That would be like American GIs fighting on behalf of preserving a Saddam Hussein statue. That makes no sense at all, unless some kind of switch took place behind the scenes. That's the only way to explain that. Going back to the box, Joby didn't come up. DLOJ, good evening. Yeah, it is our history, but you don't need to honor history. History don't go away because a statue went down. History goes away when you don't teach it. Taking down a statue is not meant for historic purposes. A statue is meant to honor history. DLOJ, good evening.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing real good. I'm in the trenches as usual here. But what am I getting wrong?
As far as immigration or the party switch that you
Let's go with immigration first.
Well, a lot of people don't know this, but what is that? Puerto Ricans, people in Puerto Rico, they're naturalized citizens.
Right.
Cuba, because Cubans are considered naturalized citizens.
Wait, Cuba? Cubans? Well,
yes.
the ones that make it here, you're right. The ones that make it here,
the ones that make it here.
Yeah, they can stay.
Haiti too. As soon as they touch ground.
Yeah, Haiti too.
As soon as they touch ground, they're directed to go to, I guess, Port Authority or something like that.
Right.
And they're nationalized citizens. Venezuelans, as soon as they touch ground, they seek asylum. They're asylum seekers, so they're automatically nationalized citizens as well. So I guess what I'm trying to say is
I didn't know that about Venezuelans.
Yeah, and the amount of Venezuelans that came over, I guess a few years ago, that was during the Trump administration. He allowed those Venezuelans to come through, and also it's just like I guess with immigration, their sight when they're seen and when you look at them, pretty much and you feel like that they don't belong here. That's when you start saying, well, they're undocumented immigrants or anything like that. But we got to remember, it's about 6 years ago when this whole deportation thing was going on with Trump. We got to remember that Florida, parts of California, Georgia and Mississippi, they missed out on billions of dollars because those people were so afraid of their life that they hid. And a lot of these farmers were saying how we don't have anybody to pick the crops, to harvest the crops. We had a bunch of houses and development that were just undone because of those people. They were so afraid for their safety and their family safety that they jumped in any hole, any corner that they possibly could.
Wow. So why do you think that Trump is still doing fairly well with the Hispanic voting bloc?
Cubans have always voted Republicans or conservative,
right?
Because of
Castro,
and because of every cycle, every election cycle. That's why, as liberal as Miami is, you will always see Miami will always be red. Florida will be majority be red. Because of every election cycle, they come back and they say, well, the Democrats are threatening your rights, they're threatening your freedom. And what is that, in 2002 with that little boy that came across,
Elian Gonzalez.
Yeah, with him when he came back, I think it was Clinton at that time.
Yep.
No, it was either Clinton or Bush.
It was Clinton
that wanted to.
Bro, 2002 would have been. Was that the right year? Because Clinton, Bush won in 2000, so it would have been Bush.
Yeah, it was Bush that wanted to send him back, but the actual uproar and sending him back with nobody there when his father was already in the States.
No, he went back. No, I think he did go back.
No, he had relatives in the state.
No, Elian Gonzalez went back. I'm pretty sure he went back.
I'll have to check that.
Yeah, somebody old enough, let me know. I believe Elian Gonzalez, I think they did send him back. Yeah, you talking about the little boy they had the picture with the gun aimed to him and all of that? Yeah, they said he went back.
And his mother passed away during the transition.
Yeah, what happened was they were trying to get here as refugees, and you're right, the mom on the raft died, and he was rescued by other people that was on the raft, and I guess the Coast Guard or whatever. But the father was still alive, and the father was petitioning to get his son back. But there were relatives here in America that wanted to keep him. They ultimately ruled, which they really kind of should, in favor of the father, and they sent him back. He went back. In fact, I've seen videos of him recently. I'm looking on YouTube. On Google. He's 30 years of age right now. And they got him listed as in Cardenas, Cuba. He lives in Cuba. He went back.
But that was it. It was, I guess it was something like uproar and things of that nature. I think it was because they had a Democratic House or something like that was making the decisions to why that he should have gone back. And a lot of times they sit here and say, they threaten that, like, well, if you vote for these people, they're the ones that's threatening your freedom. They're the ones that's sending you back. These are the regime of the, communism, or what is that? What's that? Castro.
Well, Castro, they seize everybody's property. They are communists and socialists. And that's what they're scaring the Cuban Hispanic voters down there with, is they're saying the Democratic Party is going to be just like Castro, and it's making them vote right.
Yeah. But I think a lot of the other race, I think Texas is beginning to be the minority majority. I think with Hispanics, and if you understand why Governor Abbott, they went and seized those two other Hispanics lady, because they're trying to do voter drives and voter registration drive for documented citizens, and they don't want the Hispanics in Texas to vote, because they will vote Democrat.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
the Hispanics in Texas are from south of the border. They're not Cubans. That's why. And that's where, the Cuban and some of the Venezuelans, because of Hugo Chavez, some of them do vote Republican. But most of the other, you come from Guatemala or Mexico or Panama or Nicaragua, most of them do come here and end up voting Democrat. Now, I will say this in honor of folks who often bring up not Herbert Hoover. What was it? Lyndon B. Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson with the Civil Rights Act suggested, I'll have Negroes voting for me for the next 200 years. The way modern Republicans are treating immigrants, you're going to have some of them voting for Democrats for 200 years. I mean, a lot of them going to be telling their grandkids, when I first came over here, the Republicans are talking about kicking me out, talking about, putting dangerous animals in the river and doing all. The Democrats, they sent us up to Chicago. The Democrats wasn't half bad. They gave us an EBT card, let us stay in the hotel for a little while, gave us something to eat. And even when we were around the Democrats, the Republicans were trying to get us and grab us up and put us out the country. So I do believe if they are allowed to stay, the generation now, they're going to be passing stories down to their grandkids about voting Democrat for a long time.
And that's what the mass sweep is about. That's what the possibility of the mass deportation about. Yeah. Will this one be the first mass deportation? This will be the
biggest. It'll be the biggest.
Yeah, it will be the biggest. But I think it was like in the 1930s or something when they started just deporting Hispanics or Mexicans in the dead of night. There was a mass deportation then there, and that's where the Aliens Act was enacted in the 1930s as well. So he's trying to do that again.
Well, I think that Trump has a legitimate gripe. They have let too many people in here. They relaxed the standards too much. Now, that's what the Democrats, they went too far to the left on it. But I do believe that Trump, even if Biden, let's say Trump had won a second term, he's too far to the right on immigration. I don't think there's no middle ground. One side, I think, and somebody in the comments stated precisely why they're letting them in there, because they're going to turn in the votes. I think there's some validity to that the Democrats do know that these immigrants are going to eventually vote Democrat. Now, the right is going to benefit in terms of cheap labor as well. That's why we've always had an immigration problem. Yeah. Both sides benefit, but the right is now treating immigrants so bad. Talking about they eating dogs and cats and shit they never gonna get their vote back. I'll give you the last one. I do got to move it on, but I think it's over with.
This is Trump's fault. This is Trump's fault because he set up the American people to fail. I think what said when he was in office, he pushed the regulations back to where the judges, the border judges, they had to close so many cases in a year, and they only worked on the weekdays, not including the holidays. And a lot of those judges, they got so they were overworked that they had to. I believe they had to close 500 cases in a calendar year, and it got to the point to where it had to be 15% could not be from a lower court judge or something like that. So they had 85% of it had to be their own doing, and it just flushed some of them out. And I believe a great deal of them, they either retire, resign, or got assigned to another portion. So I say this, and I'm gonna leave you with this. I believe that Trump lost the election, and the reason I'm saying that is Trump would have automatically won the election if he would allow that border bill to go through. Because that border bill, because they keep saying it had fat in it, but no, it was a direct bill. It was a standalone bill. The money in Ukraine had already gone. But that bill that Langford wrote up, if he would allow that border bill to go through, and they sit there and they champion Trump to allow it to go through, he would have automatically won the presidency, and November 5th would have just been a culmination of it. It would just been a formality.
I gotta disagree with that. I think Trump did what. Why not? Because I think what he did is far more in his best interest. Leave the border fucked up and run on the fact that the border's fucked up. I think that is working much better in his interest.
But if the American people, if the border is your interest, if the border is so dire to you, it's so important to you, and you continue to allow it to be quote unquote open, then yeah, you can be mad and stuff like that. But Democrats have the option to say, well, he didn't allow them to pass this bill, so what the F you want us to do?
Well,
now, if they were, if
security. Okay, fair. Securing the border is important, but getting Trump reelected is more important. So yeah, I think what Trump did is benefiting him much better than what you're suggesting. But I might be wrong. You might be right. I got to move it on, DLOJ. All right. In doing so, I wanted to point out somebody else stated in the comments, and I see No Name Given said that's a harsh but fair take. Yeah, I believe it works better in Trump's interest to run on a fucked up border than to fix it. Just like it might benefit a pharmaceutical company to run on treating cancer than to cure it. I mean, the number one issue for Trump since he came on the scene is getting immigration under control. If you fix it, that's not a major issue anymore. Yeah, you can run on, I'm the one that fixed immigration, but it's much better to run on, without me, the country's going to be overran by folks invading the nation and eating up your pets and shit like that. That's a much more galvanizing campaign than running on, I'm the one that fixed the border. No, run on the fact that you got a bunch of monsters coming over here, and without me, they're going to get you. That's a much more stronger campaign, in my opinion. Two things I want to point out. Somebody in the comment section was mentioning correctly that Kimberly Guilfoyle of Fox News, formerly of Fox News, and now she's married into the Trump family, that she used to also be married to Gavin Newsom, governor of California, obviously a liberal. And now she's married to, I don't know, she's not married. I think she's dating one of Trump's kids. Is Don Jr., she's not married to him though, is she? Let me know. I don't know. I don't think Kimberly Guilfoyle got married to him, but she's with him after leaving the Five on Fox News for sexual issues. She got caught up in a lot of that shit too. She was passing around, if I'm correct. Been watching Fox News for a long time, so I'm quite familiar with Fox News. But she got caught up for passing around sexually explicit emails and shit like that. Eric Bolling also did. He's now on OAN or Newsmax, but he also got kicked off the network for doing, for sexual shit. But anyway, the reason I'm bringing up Kimberly Guilfoyle before I get back on topic is a lot of folks suggest that Kamala Harris, via Willie Brown, slept her way up to the top. Kimberly Guilfoyle should be classified as that as well. Kimberly Guilfoyle, definitely. I mean, you went for, I'll just leave it at that. Kimberly Guilfoyle is definitely a person that used her body to get where she's at. Now, she's not running for president, I get it, but she's hanging out with the family. I mean, she's liable to, she worked for the campaign. She's liable to end up in the White House. Kimberly Guilfoyle definitely slept her way to the top. And she done a hell of a lot more than just Willie Brown. That woman definitely slept her way to the top. Anyway, continuing on with the program, Spread Eagle Kamala. I like it, Kenneth. It's crazy, but you are crazy with that. Real quick, we were earlier, I'm not going to go too far back down the whole racial issue we were discussing earlier, but I do want to play a quick clip. Because anytime you bring up things of the past, folks often say, well, what party was doing all that oppressive shit? Because a lot of folks on the right do not acknowledge that a party switch happened. They don't believe a party switch ever took place. The Democratic Party was a party of slavery, the party of KKK, the party of oppression, and they still are today, is what folks on the right will tell you. I want to play this clip, and we'll talk about it on the other side. If I can get my audio up on this one. This is a Face the Nation clip. Give me a moment to bloviate until I get the volume turned up here. Here you go. Face the Nation.
President Biden will become the first sitting president to speak during a Sunday service at the Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, where Reverend Martin Luther King was once a pastor. King appeared on Face the Nation in May of 1964 when he was working along with President Johnson to get the Civil Rights Act passed.
Dr. King, in light of recent statements of Senator Barry Goldwater and, in some cases, Richard Nixon, do you think there's a real danger of the Republican Party becoming the white man's party in this country? I think this is a real danger, and I've talked with some Negro Republicans who are very concerned about this. I see trends and developments which will reveal that unless the liberals of the Republican Party take play a much more decisive role in leadership positions, this will become a white man's party. And I think this would be tragic for the Republican Party as well as tragic for the nation.
Today,
that's about as clear cut of an example of the fact that there was a party switch. I mean, that's literally Martin Luther King talking about it happening in real time in his face. He was concerned the switch was actually happening in his face. You hear him using terms like liberals of the Republican. Clearly, there's no liberals of the Republican Party anymore. I mean, this is literally him discussing the switch. They're asking him, do you fear the Republican Party becoming a white man's party? Which clearly means it wasn't when they were asking him that. Surely is now. So obviously a switch took place. Now, clearly some folks are not going to want to acknowledge this, but yeah, I just wanted to bring that up, that, you know, the idea that a switch took place. He's clearly telling you that the party is switching right before him. He's talking about liberals of the Republican Party and all of that stuff that we know no longer exists at this point. So if you don't, like I said, if you don't want to believe it, you don't want to believe it. Nothing I can do about that. But that's Martin Luther King telling you right out of his mouth on screen. Looking in the comments, though, MAGA 2024, let's go, says Bobby Mercer. What matters most is the present stand of each political party. True, if you know, but the history matters too, because we do operate this country on how it was founded. I mean, look at what happened with the rolling back of Roe v. Wade. You got states that are enacting laws from the 1800s. So it does matter. The history matters as well. Why are all the Democrat cities poverty, poor schools, and crime, says Hank. You ask, why are all Democrat cities poverty, poor schools, and crime? You really going to compare Democrat cities and use poverty? Republican cities are way more poor than Democrat cities. Now, crime, yeah, you're going to find more crime in Democrat cities than Republicans, because Republican cities tend to be more rural. There's not as many people there. But yeah, poverty, really? You think Chicago or New York or LA, you think that's where the poverty is? Have you been to Kentucky recently? Backwoods, Louisiana, rural Alabama? People are living in trailer parks where you can literally see inside because the wall is rusted out. Now, the poverty is in Republican areas. We can discuss crime in liberal cities, but poverty, it's real bad in Republican areas. So yeah, you got that one wrong. Somebody bringing up Appalachian poverty. Yeah, that J.D. Vance was talking about in his own movie. That over there in what would that be? Over there near Eastern Tennessee, Eastern Kentucky. All of that shit's real poor. In fact, I think the top 8 poorest counties in America are all in Kentucky. I'll tell you this as a person of color. If you want to live the American dream, you want to have a little bit of money in the bank, 2 cars, a car and a white picket fence, all of that bullshit, your chance of getting that is far greater in a liberal city than a Republican one. Far greater. Talking about union jobs, working for the post office, maybe working for the police department, the fire department, the park district, the transit authority, liberal city jobs. You're going to far greater a chance for you. This is where the brothers, the African Americans, the Hispanic, this is where they're making money at. They're not making money in rural Alabama, rural Mississippi. So a whole lot of black people in Mississippi, they ain't making shit. They ain't making shit down there. So no, as they might say, don't come here. Don't come here. You want to make some money? Don't come here. No, hell no. So I don't know why you bringing up poverty. That is not, like I said, crime we can talk about. We can definitely talk about crime, but poverty is not even in the same universe. Liberal cities don't get the funding they need. Wait a minute. Liberal cities don't get the funding they need, especially in red states. Liberal cities don't get the funding they need, especially in red. You might have missed something on that, Will. She explained that. But yeah, and I'll tell you, in regards to crime, A lot of that has to do with just the sheer population, people living on top of each other, rush environment. There's just more reasons to be angry. Where it's pretty laid back in rural America, in conservative America. Also, too, one of the benefits of conservative America over liberal America, when you have less diversity, and Republican cities are far less diverse, When you have less diversity, there's less to disagree on. I mean, everybody is generally white, straight Christians. You don't have the LGBT community talking about they want a seat at the table. You don't have Muslims asking for a seat at the table, or Hispanic. It's mostly people that are on the same mindset. It's a lot easier to get along in an environment like that. So I do agree that the crime is lower in Republican cities, but also too, like I said, people living on top of each other in rush environment. Out of the top 50 largest cities in America, I think only 9 have Republican mayors. So you hear them talk about liberal cities, you don't hear them attributing anything to Republican cities. Yes, a lot of crime in liberals. What's going on in Republican cities? You don't even hear them discussing it because they're rural little tiny towns. I think you got to get to like Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, before you find a large American city that is ran by a Republican mayor. Dallas, I think the mayor in Dallas switched over while being mayor from Democrat to Republican. But other than that, they're all Democrat. At least the top 15, starting from, New York, LA, Chicago, Houston, I think Detroit's in there, Philly, DC, all of those cities are ran by Democrats. You can say Democrats are running them into the ground, but they do have an option to vote Republican. There's something about the Republican Party that they don't want to fuck with. There is something about the Republican Party that diverse environments don't want to fuck with. Say whatever you want about the Democratic Party, but that remains true about the Republican Party. Republicans and diversity does not go together. It just doesn't, which is kind of what Martin Luther King was just talking about in that video. Looking in the comments real quick, I do want to respond to a super chat. Don't know. I thought I saw it. That's why they are poor. I think he means Republican states that have liberal cities in them. Well, I mean, period. That out of all of the top 50 cities in this country, the overwhelming majority of them are ran by Democrats. Even in the Republican states, if any of the top 50 largest cities the top 50 largest cities in America, even when they are in Republican states, they still generally have a Democratic administration. Houston is in Texas. They still have a Democratic mayor. I think it's the black guy down there. Atlanta is in Georgia. That state has a Democratic mayor. St. Louis has Memphis, Tennessee. I mean, they still vote. Any diverse environment, even if it's in Republican states, they still will not put in a Republican administration. We can talk about the Democratic Party trashing the city or failing, whatever the case may be. A diverse environment would rather keep picking Democrats, no matter how bad they are, before they vote in a Republican. That is something the Republican Party needs to address. Blaming it on the media, blaming it on voter ignorance. No, find out what's in your party that's not desirable to all these people. Quit blaming it on other people. Figure out I give Trump credit. I'll give Trump credit. At least he is improving his numbers with people of color. Quit blaming it on all kinds of other shit. Figure out what you're doing wrong. Quit blaming it on all shit. Well, the media is telling them to do this. No, it ain't the media. All over the damn country, none of these people are smart enough to do anything but what the media is telling them. No, that's not what's happening. I usually correlate big cities with crime and corruption if they always go for Dems. I wonder what that says about the Democratic Party. Well, big cities are going to be more corrupt. Big city, it is what it is. And I gotta assume that even you go back to the Al Capone days, all of the big cities weren't run by Democrats. They still were corrupt. It's just more opportunities to be corrupt. You know, what did they say about why do you rob banks? That's where the money is. If you're a corrupt individual, you're not going to go to backwoods, backwoods Alabama. There's nothing to take here. There's nothing to get. Even when the Italian mafia came here, they didn't go to rural areas. There's no skims. There's nothing to hit. It's always going to be big cities. That's where all your opportunities are. We don't vote for anyone that wants a dictator and try to disenfranchise millions of Americans that voted. Yikes. There are people that are saying that. What's he talking about is funding. For example, the Mississippi scandal regarding Brett Favre. Yeah, that one was bad. And the right ain't saying shit about that. Knowing damn well if Colin Kaepernick or somebody was involved in it, the right would be all over. Brett Favre supports the right, involved in all that corruption, stealing money from welfare recipients. Remember when Black Lives Matter was, not allegedly, they did do it, where Black Lives Matter was stealing money donated allegedly to black causes and spending it on themselves? The right never stopped talking about that. Brett Favre does it, zero outcry, zero. Brett Favre, yeah, he was stealing money from welfare recipients, not zero outcry. There is four major Lady Ewing media stations to one. If you get your news in one place, you get brainwashed. Ivan, I don't totally disagree with that, but there's a lot of people who don't watch the news at all. Everybody's not sitting around watching the news, letting that instruct them with what to do. Some of it's based on reality. Like, for instance, let's say we often talk about police brutality, and folks say, well, it's the media convincing blacks that the country has systemic racism, or it's that the media that's convincing blacks this or this, whatever. I've said this before. It doesn't matter if you are a high school dropout or a rocket scientist. Doesn't matter if you're homeless or you're living in a mansion. Black people from all walks of life are complaining about the police mistreating them. Plenty of rich people who have no background or criminal history with law are well, I got stopped because I'm driving a Mercedes. Black people from all walks of life are saying this is happening. It's not. You think all of them are being duped by the media? Hell, some of them are the media. It's not got shit to do with the media. Like literally, that the entire sphere of this group is saying this is happening to them. It ain't the media. I'll just tell you that. It ain't the media. It sounds good to say it's the media to get them to shut the hell up, but it ain't the media. Unapologetic. Good evening. What are you going to do when you get to heaven and you ask Jesus why he did not? Wait a minute. Hold on, unapologetic. It says, Kenneth says, what are you going to do when you get to heaven? Well, I'm going to celebrate first, because I'm not for sure it exists, but first of all, I'm going to take a minute to celebrate. But what are you going to do when you get to heaven and you ask Jesus why he did not send someone to cure cancer? And he says, I did, but you aborted them before they were even born. Well, I mean, shit, when did they come? Were they one of those interracial slave children that the slave master didn't want people to know he had? Was that the one that got aborted? Which one? When did it happen to him? When did it happen? Be curious to know. Unapologetic. Good evening.
Good evening. Shit, knowing that, God, St. Peter gonna be at the gate with that baby you aborted, huh? Take care of your responsibilities in heaven. You ain't no child support in heaven, so you're gonna get them aborted babies when you get up there.
Yeah, it could be. If we want to talk about somebody who could have been historically great that lost their life. I mean, how many people do we unalive in useless wars? I mean, that baby could have been an Iraqi citizen that lost his life in that bullshit war that was going to cure cancer. It sounds great for the abortion debate, but at the end of the day, we kill people in this country in a lot of other ways too.
And don't cure him. Yeah, you're right.
Right. Maybe the police beat his ass because he wouldn't get out of the car fast enough, and he was thinking about how to cure melanoma when it happened. Who knows?
40% of police officers are already committed domestic violence in America, so they probably
right. It sounded good when he said it, though. It sounded good when he said it, but yeah, like, you really want to talk about wrongful killing? You think abortion's the only thing we're doing about that? It's happening in a lot of different ways.
It's just becoming I remember when it was gross when when women talk about their doctor's appointment, we're like, yeah, okay, the doctor said you're okay. But now we're like all in other people's doctor's appointment because you feel like your morals, your values weigh more than other people. I just don't see how you can say my constitutional right weigh more than yours. Yeah. So
how about
it's just weird.
Yeah, it sounds very weird. How about the notion, I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm hearing folks that are suggesting that some of the right-wing states, now that we've rolled back Roe v. Wade, because you're talking about getting in people's medical business, that they're literally trying to get authorization to track the pregnancy of women, get authorization to get their medical records. Is that possible? Is there any validity to that?
Yeah, I mean, they already have given, because we go back to obscenity laws in America. Yes, we can. That's why, like I tell people all the time, it's not a good thing when the rights go back to the states, especially for our black asses. But right now, while women are at the forefront, we need to worry about the 70,000 plus women right now who are carrying their rapist child.
70,000?
Yes, sir. 70,000 and counting in America right now. Of that 70,000, there's a large percentage. I don't have the data among me, but it's a little bit below 50 are from the ages of 9 to 17. And
70,000?
Yes, sir. And the bulk of that are children from 9 to 17 years old that have to carry their graper. Also, because of some state laws, obscenity laws, the fathers are not I don't want to call them, but that's what they're technically called now. But the grapers have rights and they're not getting prosecuted because all they have to do, because of obscenity laws, is basically admit that they're the fathers. And they get rights and they don't get prosecuted.
I can't even see we talk about the right. I don't see what a right would favor that. So you're saying that somebody sexually assaults a woman and impregnates her in the process of that. The person
has rights to
that person is going to get father's rights.
Yes, sir. Alabama, Louisiana, Kentucky, Arkansas, most of the southern states, they still have obscenity laws where you can even marry a minor. You'll have rights to that child. And again, we're talking about, again, that's why I said, I don't understand how men, all of a sudden, we're not protecting our daughters.
I'm hesitant to believe that's actually happening. That sounds so bad.
Yeah, you can look it up. I did a lot of research. Well, I had to pause because it was disgusting to know that we're going back to obscenity laws from late 1800s.
Yeah, and I kind of mentioned that when Roe v. Wade got overturned and Arizona went to that law from the 1800s. I did a YouTube short and a video on that. It went fairly viral, and I asked that question. I was like, now, because when Trump ran, I think I said something like, when Trump was running in 2015, a lot of folks were saying that if he wins, they're going to roll back Roe v. Wade and take away abortion rights, and everybody was saying that was liberal fear-mongering, that, you're just trying to say this to prevent him from winning. Well, here we are, and now then it became an issue of, he's going to be using laws to take women back all the way to the 1800s, and I'm like, well, now Arizona just did that, where they have a law in place that's from the 1800s. And I asked the question, now that you've seen fear-mongering come to reality, do you feel confident that no other law from the 1800s could be reality as well? I mean, you've seen one actually happen. After being told you're fear-mongering, you're making all this up, it'll never happen. You now have a law in the books governing whether a woman can, have an abortion or not from the 1800s. How could you feel confident no other 1800s law would ever come to play after seeing one take place? And people had their own reasoning or not, but I'm kind of with you that if you can do one, you can do others.
We have to understand that. That's why I love platforms like yours, especially the video you showed of Martin Luther King, showing people who the Dixiecrats was. The Reconstruction, the construction of statues, why Black people were bused from the South to the North, while a lot of us fled the South to the North. When you live in a town that they built a statue, and now it's a sundown town, and you work night shifts, you can't leave at night. You can't provide for your family anymore, because if you get caught at night, you know what happened to you. Yeah. So a lot with our history, people forget that federal government had to step in because of all the discrimination, the obscenity laws. And if you subtract the federal government out of the equation, then we go back to those state rights. And a lot of people, especially Republicans, they're duped and gullible enough to think that when the rights go back to the states, we immediately start voting on those things. That's not how it works. People get caught up in those state rights first. Thousands of people before we get to, like right now, there's thousands of women, well, not even women, babies carrying babies right now because they got caught up in these abortion laws before the people got to vote on it. And we have to always keep that in mind. That's why
to me, states' rights is nothing to champion or celebrate if you didn't have any say-so in that becoming law. And those women in those states did not have any vote on it. I mean, Trump says, well, we wanted to hand it back to the states because that's where it belongs. Well, yeah, but the people in those states had no say-so. I mean, it ain't no different than than big government forcing its will on you, or your governor forcing a state will. I mean, at the end of the day, you had no say-so in it. Not one of those states that has a limitation on abortion or an outright ban came to that conclusion after the people in that state voted it. None of those states allowed the people to vote on it. There's only 2 states where the people finally got to vote, and I think that's Kansas and Ohio, and they voted against it. Every other state that has these bans, they did it without any input from the people. And when the people do try to vote on it, they try to prevent them from doing it.
Yeah, when there's no federal laws in play, then the state reverts back to the laws that's on the books, regardless if they're from the 1800s.
Yeah, laws that are in the books where women didn't have the right to vote back then.
Right.
Yeah.
And it goes to the point, like you said, with Martin Luther King. I mean, because they love quoting the color character comment that he made, and that's it. But they don't like to talk about what he was saying right there, where we're watching the Republican Party transform into where Trump can tell, can tell, you know, to the point where we are today, where he knew that if they get too much control, their president will tell a group like the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by until January 6th. And guess what? Those are the people who got the harshest punishment that day for sedition, were the group that Trump said stand back and stand by. So that's what MLK was talking about. We're watching the Republican Party transform back into the conservative Dixiecrats, the Southern strategy. And again, people who, I don't want to repeat Atwater exactly, but if you make people, like you said, in poor rural areas, feel more moral and value level better than us city folk, then you can rob their ass blind. And I mean from their morals, their values, their family. They'll throw their kids under the bus. We're voting for a man who said he'll sleep with his daughter. And I'm from Chicago. That shit used to get your teeth knocked out. You say something about a man's daughter. But now he gets a hall pass for it. And you know me, I always say, I'm voting for the baddie. Kamala's fine. I'm voting for the fine. I'm not voting for no old bag of milk. I'm not voting for no old bag of milk. I'm not doing that. But again, we letting him say things that we usually, as men, we don't let it slide. You know, you don't let anybody, if you're having a barbecue, you don't let anybody say that about your daughter or your wives or anybody. We didn't used to let people say that about little girls going up an escalator. 10-year-old girl said he's going to be dating her in 10 years.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did say that too. Wow. Yeah.
That's not normal. That's not normal. We usually paint a man's teeth saying shit like that. And now we're saying, run my country, sir. I mean, I feel like we should just like unzip, pull down, and turn around for Trump. Because I'm not doing it. I'm a man. I'm going to protect women, and voting for him is just not in my moral and my values. I can't vote for a man who talks about women and little girls like that. And a 10-year-old, that's enough for me.
Yeah. All right, man. I can't argue with you. I can't push back.
I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Always a pleasure, Tim.
Thank you. Thank you. And I see in the comments, someone said he never said he would be dating his daughter. Yeah, he did. I don't know if I probably can easily find that clip. But in addition to that clip, I mean, because this is one here. I don't know if I'll be because he said both of them. What my last guest said, he has said both of those. This is Trump here coming down an escalator. I don't know when, I don't know what date this is, because it's from years ago, but it is Trump. and you'll clearly hear his voice.
Thursday night, you're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
That was, I mean, you can hear the girl's voice. She's clearly a kid. So, I mean, and I see CBS put a 1992 video of Trump raises question, says he would be dating a young girl in 10 years. You can hear her voice. You can tell she's underage. I mean, so he said, I'll be dating her in 10 years. The only reason why you would say you'd be dating somebody in 10 years is because they currently are not old enough to date. I don't know how old Trump was in 1992, but I mean, what is that, 32 years ago? He's 78 now, so 32 years, he would have been 40, 50. He'd have been about, wait a minute, 30. Okay, so that's 48, 40. He'd have been 46. He's clearly too old to be saying what he just said to somebody. I mean, you can hear her voice. I mean, she sounds very young. I'm not even going to go and try to find a clearer video to see who the girl is, if they even show that.
Thursday night, you're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
You can hear it. You can hear the person's voice. Also, the part about dating his daughter, because I don't, like I said, I like to run a show that I can speak to both sides. But if because we're analyzing a lot of this shit. At the end of the day, nobody really knows all the answers, and I don't ever want to come across as acting as if I am a know-it-all. Because damn it, I'm not. I get educated from MAGA, liberals, independents, everybody. But if I see, read, or hear someone say something that I know I can easily correct, I often do. So, like the party switch never happened. I think that was pretty easy to demonstrate that, it happened. Some of these things. So those I do try to correct. And the Trump said he would date his daughter. I think that's another one. I'm trying
Literally,
to
I can't go a day.
I'm trying to see if I can, because I believe he was on The View. I believe he was actually on The View with Joy Behar or somebody sitting there when he said that. I do believe, I think he said that. I don't know if I'll see it on here. And then also, did he not on Howard Stern refer to his own daughter as a hot piece of ass or something like that? I think he did it twice. I think he said it twice about his daughter. I'm trying to.
21, and she's talking about.
She's beautiful.
Okay.
By
the way, your daughter,
she's beautiful.
can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
The last couple of years, I go out with somebody, and she's like 21, and she's talking about, what are you doing? She's studying algebra. And,
So what?
And it's like, it was always embarrassing for me to walk in. It's too young. 30's like a perfect age.
Absolutely. She has enough life experience.
She's 35.
Too much life experience.
What is it at 35, Howard? It's called checkout time.
And you're probably...
He said what is it at 35? It's checkout time. He get rid of it at 35. Trump is bad. Trump is a pimp.
I would say the greatest judge of beauty on this planet. In fact, I would create a TV show for you where all you did was just judge women.
Now, that may be the best idea of all.
It's a simple thing. It's a half hour, and we strip it out all over the country.
I would say I'm the all-time judge.
You own this pageant. You go over, you're meeting the girls and stuff. One of them comes up to you and says, Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man. Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you. Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman. You want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with the vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so.
Wow. I hadn't heard this before. I'm just clicking on shit. He pretty much is admitting that he was abusing his power. Man, I'm just I had not heard this, so this is my first time hearing it. So I didn't prep you for this. This wasn't what I was looking for. But, and I see in the comments, Big Trick says, let me guess, this is locker room talk. Yeah. Wow. And I see in the comments, Samuel Ortiz says that's a married man talking. I had never heard that. You know, I kind of wonder, because, you know, when I always often say I give a shout out to Trump because he's better at messaging, he's better at campaigning than the Democrats are. Why not just use this as a campaign commercial? You don't need to say anything, just play it. It's pretty damning. Wow. I think a lot of Americans know it, but wow. If I mean, it ain't exactly shooting somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue, but it's doing some pretty bad shit down the street. We've all heard this BS, says Vicky A. You say it's bullshit. I like to know, you said BS. I'm just curious, Vicky. It's because we don't care about his past Playboy history bullshit. All right, Vicky, that makes sense. Okay, now you're saying you've already heard it and you really don't care about what his Playboy. Some of this stuff is almost criminal, though, is it not? I mean, he's talking about an underage, going in underage pageants and stuff and just looking at people. He literally said that he would tell somebody from a foreign country that was, you know, that they were required to use their, I mean, man, all right, I'll just leave it at that. Like I said, if you're okay with that part, you know, it probably ain't nothing else he's going to say that's going to matter anyway. Wow. That wasn't what I was looking for. I'm going to go back to the box, but that wasn't what I was looking for. I had not heard that before, though. Jesus. I was trying to find I would be dating my daughter part because I thought it was interesting. And
it would be really disappointing. Not really. But it would depend on what was inside the magazine.
If she posed, it would be fine. But if they put her picture on,
but it depends on what goes inside the magazine.
Well, see, that's her gripe. That's this girl's gripe.
And
you assume there'll be nude photos.
Right, you do assume that with Playboy.
Okay,
but if they weren't, you wouldn't have an issue with it then. If they were using her to...
I don't think Ivanka would do that inside the magazine, although she does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Oh, it's so weird. Stop. You know what? You are sick.
Isn't it terrible?
Well, you're known for saying outrageous.
Now, I remember Biden getting hammered for smelling kids' hair. How does that get a pass? How does that get a pass? That's pretty bad. Looking in the comments, well, why are they so worried about Kamala pass then? Double standard, maybe. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, Big Tree. I gave a shout out to Trump because, yeah, even the left holds Kamala and Biden accountable for some of their stuff. The right, yeah, I don't believe that much of anything Trump says, the right, particularly his supporters, are going to hold him accountable for. You know, it was taken out of context. It was a joke. It was sarcasm. You're reading it wrong. Something of that nature. They won't watch or believe MLK talking about the Republican Party, but they will play Malcolm X and the liberals all day. It's a great point. It's a real great point. You know, Malcolm X advising people not to vote the Democratic Party. They're going with that. But yeah, Malcolm X is clearly talking about the Republican Party, basically changing right in his face. That's a great point. Howard Stern is against Trump now, but he wasn't against him then. Will G, you are correct. Howard Stern is against Trump now, but he wasn't against him when he was on the show saying that awful stuff. Will G also says, but they care about who Harris slept with. Got it. Yeah. Like I said, I don't know what to say about that. It's indefensible. And by the way, I guess we'd say what he was saying was meant to be a joke. Do any of you folks find that as comedy? Why would he say he would be dating his own daughter? Is that a compliment? How can you say you would date your daughter in the right way? There is no right way to say I would be dating my own daughter. Grandpa Trump that almost died is the best version of Trump we will ever see. 1 cup, 2 beers. All right. Elon is literally paying people to vote for Trump. Yeah, what is it, $1 million a week? Something like that. I don't know if what he's doing is, I think what he's doing might be legal, though. I've seen a lot of liberal media outlets ask lawyers, is it illegal? And they couldn't answer and couldn't say no. We're going to go through it this time. like we always do about now, DJ Julio, one of my favorite MAGA viewers. DJ Julio.
What's happening?
Hey, how sexy is your daughter, sir?
I don't know. You want to see her?
No. I mean, to you. Would you date your...
Well, my daughter is very beautiful. And if she decided she wanted to be in an adult magazine, that's on her. I applaud her.
Would you ever consider dating her?
Fuck no. But if she was beautiful and wasn't my daughter, that I might date her when she was older.
Oh, my God. Okay, all right. So how do you feel about this? This is
trying
old.
to catch me in a slip hat like that. What are you doing?
So you don't see no problem with him saying that, do you?
No, I mean, he's not talking about actually dating his daughter. He's talking about if she wasn't his daughter, she's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's like, I'm not going to call my daughters ugly and say I'd never date them if they weren't my daughters. No, that's stupid.
Why are you using dating in reference
I've got
to
my
your...
wife and daughters both in the car with me right now.
I can see how it looks bad, but I don't think that's what you meant.
Yeah, exactly.
What'd she say?
She said, I can see where you're coming from, but that's not at all what he meant. You know that.
Let me ask you this question. If a man says I would like to date her, does that not mean, in your opinion, that he wants to, he see her as fuckable?
Well, my daughter said no. My wife is like, I don't think so. And I'll tell you right now, no. If you were just nothing but a horny dick, then yeah, maybe.
How many? Wait, hold on. Maybe I get you from up in the Dakotas. Maybe we from different parts of the country. How many dudes take out chicks on dates that they don't want to sleep with?
Well, not here.
I just want to take you out to McDonald's, baby. You look so good. I want to buy you a Big Mac. What?
Basically, what was said from the back street is we have morals around here.
Wait a minute. So we
will date, and yes, procreation is part of it. We all know that. And if you really, really want to dig deep on Trump, I see you're looking back 20, 30 years to find shit on him today. I mean, most you liberal fucks do. I love you to death, but come on, quit looking so far back.
We talking about the crime. Wait. We talking about the crime bill. We talking about Willie Brown, but I can't go back a few days.
Tim, you're better than that. Let's find something that we can discuss today. Like what matters today? Because none of his rhetoric from 30 years ago means shit.
Okay, but
does either. But you know what? She did sleep her way to politics. That's her fault.
Oh my God. So before I get into modern times, just to get clarity, you don't believe that when a dude says he wants to date a woman, you don't necessarily see that as him meaning she's fuckable.
Well, here's the deal.
Probably on the dad's eyes when he says
Coming from me as a father, absolutely not. I would take my daughter out to dinner if she wasn't my daughter. Absolutely.
What if someone asks, like, is your daughter, like, would you date your daughter? Like, I think that's such a fair question to ask somebody. They might be like, hell no, I wouldn't date her. Or hell yeah, she's cool.
Yeah, but that's what somebody asked you. He volunteered this out of nowhere.
That whole conversation was talking about Ivanka and her beauty and whether or not he would stand behind her if she wanted to pose in Playboy. He said, well, listen, this is how I'll tell you. If she wasn't my daughter, I'd probably date her.
And
yes, I think my daughter's beautiful, but I'm not going to publicly say, yeah, go ahead, do Playboy.
And the whole part about him on Howard Stern admitting his daughter is a hot piece of ass?
He's on Howard Stern. What do you expect from him being on Howard Stern? Do you want him to be goddamn bishop? He can't. Come on.
So you would go on Howard Stern and refer to your daughter as a hot piece of ass too?
I would talk all kinds of shit on Howard Stern. I don't know what I might say.
Oh my! I can't listen. I can't argue because you got your family in the car. So if you're standing in front of them, I suppose it is what it is. Okay, in regards to the actual...
I keep on that.
And trust when I say this, because I say this to you all the damn time. We get both sides of that.
Wait, somebody said they lost a Hail Mary. Oh, I'm watching the game. They didn't lose the game, did they? Oh, I got the Bears on in the background. I hope not. And I see that fur back. So we're asking a question. Why is it that even though the polls, I guess they did lose the game in a Hail Mary. Oh my fucking God. So that sucks. So what I want to ask though, I'm the game. I got the game on and I'm pissed now. But what I want to ask is this: the Bears just lost to the Redskins or Commanders or whatever they call now. on a Hail Mary pass. Yeah. On a Hail Mary pass. Oh my God.
You better fire your defense.
The polls show that the race is extremely close. Yet when you talk to the Democrats, they're concerned. A lot of them are scared. The Republicans are celebrating and saying they got in the bag. Why is that? Why are the Republicans so confident and the Democrats are so shaky when all the polls say it's close?
Because if we're winning in the polls now and a majority of us don't go out and vote until the day of, I mean, it's just, I mean, look at the past, the way the Republicans vote.
I have no fucking idea who's gonna win.
Wife has no idea who's going to win. I'm 100% Trump. She don't follow politics the way that I kind of do.
I'm not for
And none of them want Kamala.
but I don't know what's.
Well, I guess I can't say none of them. They're quiet in the back. Maybe they're shy now.
I want to know. I want to talk to the ones in the back. Then, how do they feel? I mean, you got young, fertile daughters.
Well, one can't vote this year because she doesn't turn 18 till December. The other one just turned 18. So, who are you voting for?
I don't have to share publicly.
She says none of your damn business.
That says everything I need to know. That says everything. So you lost. So you lost one daughter.
Voting Kamala just to piss Dad off.
Yeah, exactly. I was.
She said she's going to vote for the world first. So Trump's got a better plan for that. So that's what she's probably voting for.
Do they? Do your youngins?
What's that?
Do your children support those anti-abortion laws that are coming down the pipe?
Do you support the anti-abortion laws?
No.
With stipulation?
No.
Well, they think that they need to have willy-nilly sex, and if they get pregnant, have freedom to do what they do.
It's your decision if you get pregnant or not. If you get pregnant at 16 for being irresponsible and not wearing a condom, then that's your fault, then you should carry that kid. But if you get pregnant at 16 and you are having health problems and cannot carry the baby because you're going to die, then that gives an extent to that. But if you're not going to be smart, then that's you should carry that baby. But if
basically you're against abortions but allow the circumstances, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, that's what she's saying.
So
she's against abortion, but
the question I would ask her is, if a 16-year-old is being irresponsible, does it make sense to make that irresponsible juvenile be a mom? You think that's in the best interest of that kid?
I agree too on that too.
No, but
if you're a rich kid,
so fair enough. My oldest daughter was born by a 16-year-old.
I'm literally turning your family under you. I'm turning them as we speak.
They're already against me.
Damn right they are. I knew it.
But what if that 16-year-old daughter has no one to go to and they put that baby in the trash can?
there should be
That's
there
worse.
should be alternatives, to protect that mother. But again, if there's some 16-year-old with, some wealthy parents, that own their own business and totally have the financial ability to take care of that child, then they should.
What if they don't want? But what if the parents don't want it? They don't. Look, I didn't tell her to go out and sleep with somebody as a parent.
That kid was raised with good enough morals to know, or they should have at least,
Now I'm from Chicago. Okay, let me give you another example. I'm from Chicago, where there's a lot of people that get involved in substance abuse, crack, and things like. Do you want to force an irresponsible crack mother to carry that baby to term too?
No, and that is exactly what I said. There should be alternatives. No.
Okay.
If she's in that to help that mother rehabilitate herself, there should be programs for that.
You can't. There's no way to put there's no. How do you do all that?
I think you got.
That's those pregnancies that go underrated. That don't get reported. You know what I mean?
They live with it.
Julio, I think you're raising a bunch of liberals, Julio. I'm hearing liberalism all over that car.
I think it's more independent. I stand for you shouldn't be up all in my pussy. You shouldn't have the rights to my vagina. You know what I mean? And we should be raising our kids to know what right is wrong, or what right is and what wrong is.
Yeah. All right. So you don't sound like a Trump supporter then.
Well, that's Haley. She's a friend of the family. She doesn't really count. She's the one that can't vote.
Well, Julio, with all due respect, Julio, you're MAGA. No woman counts. You're MAGA.
No, just don't make America great. It doesn't have anything to do with saying women don't matter. Choose a different phrase.
Well,
it's just there shouldn't even be a regulation on abortion because it just creates too much sides.
There has been too much,
there's cons and pros to both of it.
Yep, and we've talked about that, and I've told them that if they want to sign away their uterus after the third one, then that's good with that.
What?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Forced hysterectomies?
No,
I am afraid though.
I would be smart.
If they don't allow abortion, there will be a lot more babies left everywhere. There will be it'll be worse.
There'll be babies that won't have any homes. I understand.
Tim,
wait, Julio. Every woman in your car disagrees with you. Every woman in the car is disagreeing with you, Julio. So at the end of the day, all right, is there any female in there that's voting for Trump?
I would vote for Trump.
You would.
The wife would vote for Trump.
Okay.
What does it do for you to find out what we're voting for?
Because that's what we're talking about on this.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. we're trying to discuss both candidates. It's not all against, well, it's mostly against Trump because Tim has to keep his liberal name going.
But so do you.
Yeah, no, 100%. He's got a MAGA hat right there.
He cares.
No, we know how Tim's voting, and my daughter doesn't want to ever share how she votes. She doesn't think it's anybody's business.
You already know me, Julio. You know I have a major problem with giving police immunity from prosecution. Your kid's okay with that?
What is that?
Giving police immunity from prosecution.
Before they can have an opinion on that, they need to understand the whole thing like I did.
I don't believe that. They should be prosecuted if they're doing shit wrong and think that. I hate how they think they're higher above because they're part of the law.
Person that has the same values as Trump.
So what this immunity, just so that my girls, I'm going to do it in front of you, just so that they understand what that actually means, just means they personally will not lose their house.
No, it doesn't. That's not true. No.
Yes, it is.
Wait, Julio. Hold on, Julio. He clearly said. He clearly says immunity from prosecution. You don't. That ain't got nothing to do with your house. That's you going to jail.
Right.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, I think that's fucked up. That's scary. That shouldn't even be a thing.
If you actually read what he's talking about, they're actually talking about just keeping it so that they don't their households don't get fucked with because of it.
Well, why shouldn't they be accountable? Because
they will be accountable through the police station. They will be accountable through the police station.
Then how are the people protected? The other person protected.
That's through the police station.
How about? Okay, hold on. Since they're listening, Julio, how about instead of us telling it, let Trump say it himself and let's get their opinion on it.
Cities have become a beacon of hope, safety, beauty, better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running in every instance, running them, Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors. And we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution. So they're not prosecuted for doing their job.
What's your take on that?
See, that's why I say that Trump and Kamala, is her name Kamala?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Trump and Kamala. Kamala and Trump both have pros and cons to both sides, which is the scary thing, because then as a new voter, I'm, kind of scared to, vote for, someone that hasn't even been, a president before and hasn't shown any increased in anything or anything good.
Who?
Kamala, but Trump has served, and I've seen what he has done, but I also don't know what Kamala can do. But I can't also.
Nobody does because you don't take an interview.
I don't know.
Okay.
It is hard.
No, these people think I'm dumb. No, I'm not.
You're not dumb. You got a good. Hey, I don't hear nothing dumb in that car at all. I hear Julio.
That's his big dog. He's always talking shit on anything that comes out of my phone. He talks shit to talk shit.
Well, I do appreciate you letting me. I do appreciate you letting me liberalize your car. I'll give you the last word. I got to move it on though.
I appreciate it because I love hearing both sides, and I want to know both sides because I don't want to just pick just because my dad's a big Trump fan. I want to have my own opinion and,
Amen.
You wouldn't be okay maybe walking around with a MAGA hat? I mean, I could sing you one. Would you wear a MAGA hat?
I mean, again, I don't publicly share what my political things are because, again, it has created a division in our world and has no good serve to it.
You see Trump as divisive?
Give me the definition of that word.
He separates people, makes people hate each other.
I think both presidents do that. I think they both create different sides and are trying to separate actual people from the good.
But what he's asking you is like, do you think the words and the policies that Trump is pushing right now is going to divide our country further, or is it going to make it? Or do you think it's going to bring things back and make us work together?
Both presidents, there's always going to be a division. There's always going to be opinions. There's always going to be different sides because they force different laws and rules on us that a whole bunch of people are going to disagree and agree with. So there's no winning. There's no winning. There's
someone's going to have a lot.
Yeah, someone's going to not be happy with this.
What about him? I'd be curious to know in regards to Trump stating the other day that America's like a garbage can and all the countries are dumping their garbage. Do you see most immigrants coming to this country as comparable to garbage?
I understand. I understand what he's saying. I personally, I feel bad about that because most immigrants come in and to get better and to actually get a job. And, it's harder to get that green card because, again, the government implements that and they have no other choice, to come in illegally. But
you sure they're not coming here to rape, murder, and eat cats and dogs?
I think some of them are. Maybe not cats and dogs, but, those weird, I don't listen to that cat dog shit. If there's actual, wars and genocides and things that are actually going on other than, Trump saying they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats.
Who knows? Maybe that's the only food they have,
Oh, my God. All right, ladies. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Julio, we got to do this again. Your whole family is leaning left. I like it. Maybe it can help Dad out as well. Julio, appreciate it.
Yeah, no, listen.
Real quick.
Listen.
Go ahead. Wrap it up.
You've only got the comments for subscribers only, right?
Yeah, for today, because I want to talk to MAGA. I'm talking more to MAGA today, which is why I got your ass. But yeah, today only. This is a today only thing.
Every damn time. Come on, you can't. No, you got me up all the time.
Right.
We make fun. I'll hit the button and I'll be like, watch, next caller. And you'll click and it's next caller every damn time. I appreciate you for that. I did want to say to Big Dog, no, I'm not against all immigrants. I don't think all immigrants are eating cats and dogs. I think that some of them probably are. And that's not okay in the United States. They need to leave that shit in Haiti. And if you want to be here in America, my stance. Do it right or don't do it. Because eventually we're all going to work together to get you out or get you legal. One of the two.
But it is sad the way that they have to do it.
All right. Appreciate you, ladies. Thanks, Julio. Catch you next time.
Yes, sir.
All right. Moving on with the program. I enjoyed that. Turned out half the man's family. Good conversation. Looking in the comments, by the way. Tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 65,000. Smaller audience on TikTok. Smash that like button on YouTube if you will. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You guys know how the program is ran. We are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor. We go left of Bernie Sanders till I'm having dinner with QAnon. By the way, if this is your first time tuning in, feel free to follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube if you will. We're here every day until Election Day. I think it's 10, 11. Okay, Tuesday, it'll be 7 on Tuesday, so 8 on Monday, 9 days remaining till we vote. 9 days. The Republicans, rather, believe they have it already in the bag. Republicans are already celebrating. I see folks on social media, rest in peace, Kamala, The Republicans believe they got this election. PPF Ranch, yeah! Appreciate the hat mustache. Just because his wife is an immigrant doesn't mean he can't be against criminals coming in from other places. I agree that you can be an immigrant and still want people to come here legally. But I think before I go on to my next guest, Trump is went much further than saying just come here legally. I mean, when you start talking about they're eating cats and dogs, they're here to rape and murder everybody, and they're bad hombres, and comparing them to garbage. Even people who come here illegally, the overwhelming majority of people who come in here illegally are not raping and murdering people, and certainly not eating folks' pets. So while I can see validity in a statement of we're okay with immigrants that come here legally, Trump has attached so many other insults and levels of criticism onto the illegal immigration problem that it could make a legal immigrant go, I want them to come here, but damn, you ain't got to treat them like that. I mean, because at the end of the day, a lot of immigrants, legal and illegal, a lot of folks of Hispanic ancestry, they have folks in their family that came here as a wetback or came here as asylum seekers. They did that stuff. So like Geraldo Rivera, 30-year friend of Trump, who now says he would never vote for Trump for president, said that. He's like, when he says that the folks who come, he's like, what are you talking about? Are you talking about my father? Because he's pointing out that his parents came here that way. So that's the thing, is that if you are an immigrant that came to this country and you are now legal, you should look at yourself in the mirror and ask, if when I came here during the 60s, 70s, 80s, or 90s, would this group of people that I'm voting for, would they have been in favor of letting me in? No matter how you came here, whether it was illegal or whether it was legal, would the group that I'm citing, would they have been a fan of me being allowed to come into the country? Because that's who you could be voting for, and you could be shutting out more than folks who are coming here illegally to rape and murder, because the Haitian migrants are not here illegally. And Trump is calling them illegal immigrants and suggesting that they're eating cats and dogs. Those folks are here legally. Those folks, the Haitian migrants, are a perfect example that we're okay with immigrants just come here legally. It's not true. The Haitian migrants are not illegal immigrants, but they're being called that by Trump and his supporters, and they're being treated that way. They are here legally, says both the mayor of Springfield, Ohio, and the governor of the state of Ohio. Yet they're being treated the same way as the folks who, just ran across the desert at high speed. Going back to the comment, you, sir, need more coffee, like the name, and that is valid for me right now. Good evening, you, sir.
Hello, Tim. How are you?
I'm doing good.
We have spoken before. I don't know if you remember.
Yes.
So, as you know, I'm a veteran. I served for 16 years with 3 deployments to Iraq, and I lost my husband on my last one. I don't know if you remember.
Yes. Now, I believe you had an immigration issue in your own, with your marriage or something like that, did you not?
No, that was not me. We're like the 3rd generation here, and my husband had been from here.
Okay. So your husband, was he in the military?
Yes, we were both in the military, and he passed away on 2 weeks before we were supposed to come back on my last deployment.
KIA or some sickness?
KIA.
KIA. Wow. Sorry to hear that. Wow.
Yes. Well, my biggest issue that I had, I've been always Republican, and I changed my vote due to the disrespect towards our veterans and KIAs and stuff from Trump. And
how did Trump disrespect veterans and those who have been killed in action?
Well, the last one is with PFC Guillen, the slain PFC that got killed in Fort Hood.
You talking about when he went to the cemetery?
No, she was killed in Fort Hood. She was murdered. Actually, I don't know if I can say.
The $60,000 to bury a fucking Mexican.
Yes, a fucking Mexican. Yeah. Yes, that's my biggest thing. She was an immigrant. Her parents were Mexican, and besides all of that, she was serving our country, something that Trump never in his mind would have done, and that's a big issue for me. That is so disrespectful. I think that's like the biggest thing for me. the disrespect
Now,
for our veterans and our killing action.
Now, did you vote for Trump in any of the other? I mean, 2016 or 2020?
Unfortunately, on the first one, yes.
You voted for him in 16, so you voted to get him in.
Yes.
So you did. You're part of the reason why you won. Okay, so why didn't you vote for him for a second term? Was it just because of the rhetoric?
Oh yes. Well, yes. The disrespect that he shows. That is that's a major thing for me. I lost my husband. I served 16 years in the military. I'm a permanent and total 100% disabled from my injuries in my different deployments. So it's a major. My son is serving in the Navy right now. My other son is serving in the Air Force.
Wow.
My husband right now, it's a Navy veteran. He served for 14 years.
Wow.
So my entire family has served our country. And I'm talking about my cousins. I'm talking about, my nieces and nephew right now. So
you're more. I think you got to be more patriotic than any guest I've ever talked to. I mean, you got a lot of. There's a lot of you guys that are putting your lives on the line for this country. Wow.
And not only that, a lot of Hispanics, Puerto Ricans, they come from a line of people that have served our country. So that to me, calling her a fucking Mexican.
Oh, so she wasn't even from Mexico?
She called her a fucking Mexican.
No, I know he said that, but you're saying, was she Mexican or Puerto Rican?
No, she was Mexican.
Oh, she was.
Parents
Okay,
are Mexican.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Now, but this is what I brought this up earlier, because it apparently, to bury her, Trump asked how much did it cost to one of his assistants or whatever, and they told him it cost 60 grand, and that's when he said it doesn't cost 60 grand to bury a fucking. Why was it 60 grand? Does seem kind of high, does it not?
Well, I'm thinking the way that she passed, the people that she received, all the honors and everything. I don't see it as probably that much. It wasn't she was from Houston, I believe. I really don't know what kind of honors and all of that, what kind of casket she received. All of that comes into it.
Yeah, I get that, but that's the one from. Yeah, I get that, but what I'm saying is, it seems like. Because Trump offered to pay for this, and they know Trump is wealthy, they decided to go all out and it caused him to have a big bill because hey, he's a billionaire, he can afford it. It sounded like they decided to change their spending habits because he was backing them, which I can understand to a certain degree why he might get upset a little bit about that.
Right, I understand that, but when my husband passed away, this was in 2011. I'm sorry. His funeral was $35,000, and we're talking about 10, 15 years. It was the size of the event, the casket that he got, everything that comes with it. And I don't know how big and all of that was her funeral. I mean, I can't.
Well, I'm going to plead ignorance. Maybe I've been on the wrong side because I thought it was kind of expensive. But you're saying 35 grand. I didn't think. But 60 seems even. I mean, it's almost double. But
also you have to think about when your significant other or your daughter dies the way that she died. I'm sure you want to give her the best possible funeral because that's the only thing that you can give her last.
Right.
So I don't know how, there's emotions and all this kinds of stuff that comes with it. That's why the funeral for my husband was that much. So,
now you personally, you're here. You are Mexican?
I'm Mexican American.
Okay. Yes. Now I gotta ask, why do you believe Trump is doing better with Hispanics, including Mexicans, than compared to Kamala Harris? Now, the Hispanic population with Obama and Biden were supporting the Democrats in a stronger notion than they are under Kamala Harris. What is it about Kamala that's pushing Hispanics even towards Trump?
I think what it is most of these, I think religion has a lot to do with these people. Most of these people are Catholic, Christians, all of that. And I do believe churches and pastors and all of that has a lot to do with how they steer people's votes, whether they want to believe it or not.
Yeah.
And I mean, Hispanics are conservative, most of them.
Yeah.
They most go
so
to church.
Are blacks. Black people are too. So are blacks. If it's the social issues that Republicans get involved. But I think the black population are too.
Yes, and I do believe that Hispanics, they're very misogynistic too. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but
misogyny. You're talking about the misogyny part, yeah.
Yes. Oh, 100%. They are the same thing. They're not pro-gay,
pro-LGBT. They're not. Yeah.
So all of those things that the Democrats are pushing, I don't think they agree with it, and I think that's probably it. And most of this comes with ignorance because people nowadays don't like to read.
Wow.
They don't like to actually look into not just the first thing that they see on Facebook or the first thing that they see on Instagram. And they don't actually go deep into reading and educating yourselves. So unfortunately,
let me ask you this. We've seen 4 years of Trump. I get you don't like the rhetoric. Some people didn't like his tweeting. But how was the country, in your opinion, being ran under Trump? I mean, economically, your military, there was less conflict going on. Did you not favor that part? Because you said you voted for him in 2016. You're part of why he got elected.
Right.
How do when you compare the Trump 4 years to the Biden-Harris 4 years, what's your opinion on that?
Well, I do see the country very divided. And to me, that's like a big issue too, because the more divided that we are, the more vulnerable we are to other countries.
True.
And that happens in the military because the closer that we are, the more that we work together, the stronger we are. And we're stronger as a country. The more division there is, the more weak that we are. And we can see it because all this rhetoric that it's like all this Russian and all these things have been dividing our country.
Do you see any of this division spreading into the military?
Oh, well, most of the people in the military, we pick on each other. There's always that brotherhood and sisterhood, people, we talk about politics and we just let it go. It doesn't come to more. But it does change people's minds all the time.
Well, you do know at least two of the top brass, General Milley and General Kelly. Trump has already suggested he may go after them. Certainly General Milley. And they're obviously top military. Do you see
You don't think that's fascist?
Huh?
You don't find that fascist?
Is it fascism?
Yes,
well, some believe there is. I think there's one point to be made, and that's in regards to General Milley allegedly reaching out to his Chinese counterpart in Trump's last days and letting the guy know, you don't have to worry about us going to war because if Trump gives a bad order, we're not going to follow it. That sounds like that General Milley may have violated the chain of command, and I mean, he may have a case on him.
You do have a point on that. I don't understand why he did that. Also, like, let's say if Trump wants to give let's say that he wants to turn the military against our civilians. Let's just say that. We know these generals are not going to allow it too. So we do need strong military people. But at the same time, I do find General Milley did the wrong thing here. Yeah. And I'm not, that is something that you can defend. And basically, and like your question before, that if I found Biden's administration to Trump's administration, I do feel that he horribly treated the pandemic. We should have been on this thing way less than what it was.
You're talking about Trump.
And he was just and he was pushing really bad information that people with and all the division started happening there, and pro-vaccine, no vaccine. It was just a major thing. Like for our family, like my entire family, there was never a problem because when we went into the military, we got vaccinated with 100 different things.
Yeah.
And I myself got 6 series of the anthrax.
Damn.
So I just, to me, it's not a big deal. I'm not like, I have never had any problems except for my injuries that I got from deployments and, things like that. But that's not a big deal for us. My entire family got vaccinated. Actually, I don't know. My father had developed myocarditis, and he got on his second vaccine. He got a lot better.
Wow.
So,
first person I've ever heard say a vaccine improves somebody's health. What about real quick before I'm moving on from you there,
right.
sir, what about the border? Folks are saying that, Kamala Harris and Biden left the border wide open. A lot of your, I guess we'd say 6 degrees of separation, a lot of your cousins come. How do you feel about the border under the Biden-Harris team versus what Trump is promising in regards to a secure border? You support the wall?
Look, I'm from Brownsville, Texas. You cannot get any more border town than this. This border happened under Obama. The construction right here, I can send you a picture. It started under Obama. I think it was just mainly rhetoric. Here in Brownsville, there was not a major issue. And these people, I found these people doing the right thing. They're asking for asylum. They were not crossing the border illegally. And if they were doing it on the legal side, because as soon as they touched the ground, just like the Cubans, they were allowed to do that. Like wet feet or whatever, wherever the Cubans did, it was the same thing.
Well, that's because
so they're not doing it illegally.
But that didn't exist. I think Biden is the one that made it. If you come across the southern border, you can do that and request asylum. Didn't they have it first under Trump where you couldn't do that?
He had the Title 42 or 40, something like that, stay in Mexico, I believe.
Yeah.
And when you will cross the border, like right here, the town next to us, it's Matamoros, you will see hundreds of people, like at the edge of the border, just in tents, and they're just waiting, and they were sent back. And I believe the Mexican government actually put them in houses, and then they were sent back to their country.
Wow.
And then all these people that left came right back after the pandemic.
So Mexico would let them stay as long as the U.S. would let them in. But Mexico was like, if the U.S. don't let you in, we sending your ass back.
The United States was paying Mexico to let them stay in Mexico. And they paid for their food, they paid for their housing and stuff like that. This was under Trump.
Oh.
That's what the agreement was. And then they put them in their housing in Mexico, and then they put them in a bus, and they send them all the way back to their countries.
Why wouldn't Mexico
was paying for that?
So Mexico is not very immigrant friendly then?
It was an agreement that they did with the United States. A lot of people, if you go to the border towns, even there's a lot of people still from different countries.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that, okay, you're fleeing Guatemala or Nicaragua or some country south of, okay, so you want to come to the United States, you're trying to get away from whatever's going on in your country down there. If the United States won't let you in, you can't apply to stay in Mexico?
No. I think that the majority of these people actually want to come to the United States. They don't want to stay in Mexico.
Why not?
But a lot of them have.
Why not? What's wrong with Mexico?
Well, in the borders, especially in the border, there's a lot of like cartel problem.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I just wonder because if you're fleeing your own country, you should be happy anywhere you can go to get away from that. You should. I mean, you don't get to pick where you're going while you're on the run. It seems like they would want to stay in Mexico.
Well, just got to think about this. That the cartel are kidnapping people left and right. So it didn't matter. I think around Trump, they found like over 300 immigrants and in a border town. I think it was like Matamoros, all killed and in one warehouse.
Wow.
Already decomposing. So I'm sure that's why they don't want to stay in Mexico.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I do got to move it on. You, sir, need coffee. Pretty good. You're a really good call, by the way. Thank you for all the patriotism, not only yourself, but all orbiting around you. You guys, man, I mean, considering how we tend to view folks of your ancestry in this country, man, you guys are really, man, you're just a good call. I will say that you're a good call. Anytime, my door is open to you. Thanks for coming through.
Thank you, sir. You have a great weekend.
Absolute pleasure. Moving on with the program real quick, I do want to respond to a super chat. Will G, thinking about it with a lot of people wanting to come to the United States, Trump is basically saying that other countries would squander the privilege to come to the United States to send criminals. Trump makes no sense. Now, what he's saying, because Trump is suggesting that most of the immigrants coming to this country are of criminal element. And what Will is saying is, if you could send people and they would act in America would actually let them in, why would you send the criminals? I mean, seriously, I mean, that's a good point. Why wouldn't you? Because there are people in these countries that have a little bit of money, have a little bit of privilege. Why would you send the people that have nothing? I mean, if you're trying to get from, like I said, if you're trying to get from one of these countries like Guatemala, Nicaragua, some of these countries down there, some of them folks have a little bit of money scraped up. That does make some sense. Why would you squander it on criminals? The military peanut butter shot is no joke. I've never heard of it. I'm not service, so that has nothing to do with it. Ed G. Oh my God, Ed. I'm glad I didn't read this while my last guest was on here, but it's a super chat, and I always read the super chats, no matter how horrible they is, and this one is a horrible one. Ed G says, now this is a reference to my last caller. Tell her to get back to the coquina, talking about cocaine, cocina. Tell her to get back to the cocaine and make me some tacos. Ed. Ed, you're worse than Gen X with that shit. That's horrible. Wait, did I get it wrong? Okay, he said coke. Okay, cochina. All right, maybe I did get it wrong. It wasn't cocaine. I'm thinking you talking about she's out there stamping on cocaine. Okay, so you're saying the kitchen. Okay, cocina's kitchen. I got corrected. Damn, thank God for my dumb ass getting the word wrong, because that sounded even worse. But you're basically saying tell her to get back to the kitchen and make you some tacos. That's a little better, but only by a little. Only by a little. I see in the comments, G. Kelly says basic liberal. All right, I was real basic with that last one. Another example of the Republican Party. Let me go back to the box. PEPF Ranch. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you, Jessica. Stick. Thank you for the subscription. Good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim?
I don't know, man. We talking about, it looks like the Democrats realize that we might have a curtain call. The Democrats are concerned about this election 9 days away, and the Republicans are celebrating. Why the hell is that?
Well, they're celebrating it because they're ignorant and they're ignoring everything that they need to be paying attention to.
Like what?
What Trump tends to do when he gets in, Project 2025, Agenda 47.
They like all of that stuff, though.
Again, the stuff that they need to be worried about, they don't care because it's their guy saying it. But they're not worried about it because they don't think that anything is going to affect them because, again, they are the white tea folks, majority, that are voting. We have a couple of Tim Coon-Uns, helping them out. But
what name did you use?
Tim Coon-Uns. Not you, Tim.
I know. I know.
Mr. Scott up there, Tim Coon-Un, he had the romance. He just loves Trump,
Yeah.
And Kim Jong-un had the romance too. But I believe that romance was a little bit more real than his. He was like the side chick or something.
Oh my God. So,
because he just loves Trump.
Well, at the end of the day, I can understand Tim Scott loving Trump. Trump is really blowing his career up. I mean, if Trump wins, Tim Scott's going to get a cabinet position. I mean, Tim Scott is probably making a ton of money by loving Trump. I understand it. He's not going to make anything by taking a. If Tim Scott takes a stand against Trump, he'll be back working at Dollar Tree somewhere. So I get it.
But guess what? If that's the case, then he needs to see what it is then, because at the end of the day, basically is if you don't kiss the ring, I don't care who you are, I don't care about you. Yeah. This will be your outcome. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, they know that. They know that.
It's right in their face. Him being a dictator, authoritarian, fascist, everything is in their face. But again, they steadfast with this is the guy because we don't feel he can do all of that, even though he stacked the Supreme Court.
You know something? I don't think it's because a lot of folks on the right will say, it's just a joke or it's taken out of context. I don't think Trump can be a dictator. But in my opinion, based on some of my conversations I've had with a couple of friends that are MAGA, I don't think that's the only case. I had a guy tell me flat out, and that's why I got this picture up here because he has it as his profile. He actually said, maybe Trump being a dictator wouldn't be that bad of a thing. I mean, he points to how the country was ran and America was on top. He said he actually said that as a quote. He's like, maybe that wouldn't be that bad.
I seen that. I was in the comments. I was there. I heard him when he said it.
Well, and that's not even. The guy you heard is not even who I'm talking about. I'm talking to a guy privately on the phone to me that told me that.
Got you. Yeah. So you've heard it multiple times, whether it be privately or on your show, and I get that. But again, it goes to what I've been saying. If you're voting for Trump at this point, you're either a white T-male or you're a Tim Kuhn.
No. There's a whole lot of a lot of women voting for Trump too.
Women, even the women, the white T women that are voting for Trump, because there's not very many black women. There might be some out there. I'm not saying there's not any. Just like I'm not saying there's not any black males that are voting for him. But the problem that we're having is they're pumping up the numbers like Trump. Like it's just so many. I'm just going to be honest with you. A lot of the Trump supporters that I know can't even vote. The black Trump supporters. I'm talking about black. They can't even vote. Whether it's because they've done something similar to Trump or something worse than Trump. They can't even vote. They just like Trump because he's a felon. They're doing exactly the opposite of what the Republicans are talking about they want to do. They want to represent God and be a country of God and blah, 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 and this, that, and the third. But you're putting all your morals aside for somebody that's doing or have ideas to do something totally different than what you have planned.
I don't know. In my opinion, at least based on today's show and a couple other shows, I think one of the reasons why so many men of color are voting for Trump over Kamala, or they support Trump over Kamala, two issues. The LGBTQ stuff is hurting the Democratic Party significantly with straight men. Also, in addition to the LGBTQ stuff, the fact that she is a woman is not helping her out at all either. I mean, I had an African American tell me no real man would ever vote for a woman for president. So her being a woman and all the gains of the LGBT community that she's supporting, I believe those things are hurting her really bad.
I'll say this: it's hurting them really bad in the conservative community. It's hurting them really bad in the pretend MAGA and the real MAGA. Because you do have pretend MAGA. I don't think it's just conservatives and pretend MAGA stick. I think it's men, particularly alpha males of all backgrounds. I think it's men that don't like transgender and all this stuff. Why do you call them alpha males?
Because they believe men should be on top, women should have roles, women should be, I don't want to say barefoot and pregnant, but they believe women should have roles. You should be feminine, he should be masculine. Alpha males, people who believe that the man is on top and he's the hierarchy.
I didn't hear none of that. What I heard was men that feel threatened, men that are weak, men that are worried about too much shit, whether they're other than their own shit. That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, you could be right on the threatened part. Alpha males feel threatened that we're gonna have these metrosexual and all of this emasculated men shit. They do feel threatened. I agree with that part.
But the whole point of it is you only feeling threatened because what they're saying is true. the women that do say those things towards those men, they're actually saying it to those men. So if you feel threatened by it, what do they say? If you ain't got nothing to do with it, if the shoe don't fit, then don't wear it. But apparently the shoe fits. You sound like yourself. You sound like Donald Trump. You sound like your side. And I've been saying it from day one. If you're worried about somebody that's coming from another country getting past you and you're 20 steps ahead already, my God, your game is weak. Fix it.
Well, they believe they're coming here to eat their cats and dogs, though.
Oh, you talking about the Haitian community?
I'm talking about, not only the cats and dogs, but they may be coming to sexually assault your daughter. Maybe they're coming to rob your house. They believe immigrants are coming to this country to do bad things. They're garbage.
But the whole thing of it is, that's not a proven fact. What is a proven fact, that same church that most people bow and scrape to, they also come back with a little something on their face from bowing and scraping. So I just can't put myself in that predicament to be one of them whiners and criers. Only thing I can do, Tim, is actually be a man, not worry about this and not worry about that, and only worry about the real threat. And the real threat at this time for me and mine is Donald Trump. Everybody knows it. They don't want to cover it on the TV. They rather we'd rather have lives about whether Kamala is black.
Mm.
Yeah, we'd rather do that than talk about all of this crazy. This man got on stage and talked about a man that had passed away, his genitalia.
He did do that. You're talking about Arnold Palmer, the golfer. He did do that.
Yeah, and again, like I said on your last live when I was talking about the Spartacus thing, I get it. Like, I really do. Like, a man ain't worried about another man. But you is worried about another man that's gone and his family was listening and you just put his business out there.
Well, his supporters but Trump supporters like that shit. They laughed it off. I mean, him talking about a penis.
Now think about that. If you can laugh something off like that, again, we strive to be like Obama, but in reality, we are all Donald Trump. Wow. These guys align with this man. You know who Donald Trump acts like? New money. You ever heard that?
No.
Okay. In other words, new money is somebody that like the hillbillies. You know, he was out.
Oh, that kind of, okay, I get it.
Yeah. The hillbillies, the Beverly Hillbillies. That's how he acts. He acts like he's really never had anything. Now that he has something, like he don't understand how to keep it. He's trying. I'll give him an E for effort, not an A. I give him an E for effort. But at the end of the day, he's not that guy.
Well, I'll say for all your claims that he's acting like new money, he is indeed old money, and he's done a pretty damn good job keeping his money.
And I know that, and I know that. But that's the point. If it's no sophistication, there's nothing there that again, the same thing that these people always say they can align with Trump because they are dumb. They are stupid.
You're not saying, wait, hold on. Trump got 74 million votes. You're not saying all his voters are dumb and stupid, are you?
What I'm trying to tell you is, for the ones that ain't in the coat and for the ones that didn't drink the Kool-Aid, yes, you are dumb. You are stupid because you just going by, I like him. You're not really focused on, and I can respect that if we're in a debate and you just tell me, hey, I just like the guy.
I gave you a couple of reasons why they not just going for I like the guy. I mean, like I said, the LGBT stuff and the emasculation of men, the feminism shit, that at the border, the economy. There are other reasons. I got to move it on, though, Stick. I do got to move it on.
Hey, I'll just leave you with this, Tim.
Sure. Go ahead.
Before Kamala, they were doing that. They were doing it during Miss Clinton's run. They were doing it during Bill Clinton's run. They have always tried to get I would say the Democrats, not the Republicans, except for that one time. But we don't got to go over that. They have always tried to get marginalized people their rights, the Democrats. So if you're mad at somebody that's different than you getting their rights, my man, again, you weak and you a hater. That's all I got to say.
All right, Stick. Appreciate you coming through. And by the way, there's always going to be people that are going to be angry at folks trying to get marginalized people their rights. I mean, like the Civil Rights Act. That's why I always say when people say, well, Colin Kaepernick, I don't mind him protesting. He take a knee when the song is on the way. I don't mind you protesting this. Do it the right way. There is no right way to protest against civil rights abuse. Because the people who don't believe you should get civil rights or equality, if I don't believe in your cause, I don't give a damn how you protest. Every way you protest is the wrong way. And I bring this up in regard because we normally champion Martin Luther King as a protest hero. He did it the right way. He wasn't burning down cities. When he was alive, he was protesting the wrong way. When he was alive, they were saying everything about him that they now say about Martin Luther King or Colin Kaepernick or LeBron James, anybody else. There's no right way to do this. If people don't favor what you are protesting on behalf of, I don't give a damn how you protest for it. I don't want what you're asking for. There's no right way. Just like the transgender community. There's no right way for them to, they're having drag queen shows and they're walking around the street with their ass out. They can show up in a suit and tie. If you don't favor what they're protesting, there's no right way to protest that. Will G, just like Trump is on the phone with Putin and Bibi Netanyahu undermining the administration, Trump could be on the phone with the cartels coordinating. You really think he's that dirty? Trump's on the phone with the cartel. Well, so let me say this, because it wouldn't be the first time our leaders have, because we know Reagan was, doing shit like that in the Iran-Contra scandal and Panama. It could be. It could be a case of that, where we could have somebody on our side reach out to some of the ranking members of the Sinaloa cartel, some of these cartels, and let them know we need this to be done, or we need that to be done, or we need this group of immigrants to be sent back, or we don't want anybody of this group harmed. Because if you do, we're going to come down there or we'll deem you as a terrorist. Because the cartel can't do shit if they're on the wrong side of the United States government. There's nothing they can do. We could get rid of the cartel in a minute. You think Israel is bombing countries and going overboard? Let America deem the cartel as a terrorist outfit. Mexico's airspace won't mean a damn thing. We'll readily bomb anything, any coca field, whatever you name out there. So yeah, I can see where some of our powers that be might be working behind the scenes with members of the cartel. Like, if you don't want your business interrupted, hell, it happens on a lower level. So you talk about street drug dealers. Most of them have a cop or two on the police force. Give me somebody. I need to prove that I'm out here solving crime. Police might tell a guy, a mid-level drug dealer, look, I need to show that I'm actually worth my weight out here. Yeah, I work for you, but I need you to get somebody so that I can make a few arrests and show them, it happens at the lower level, it happens all the way on up. So yeah, you could be right about that. Trump said he bought all the politicians. Would not be surprised if he bought the cartels too. He wouldn't be the first one, though. I'm not going to make it sound like Trump's the only one capable of doing that. I believe any of them. Clinton, Obama, I believe any of them to achieve their political agenda would be willing to do that. Look, at the end of the day, you can do this and continue your business, or we can come down. There's been movies about that kind of shit, like Clear and Present Danger with Harrison Ford. It's a movie about stuff like that. That's exactly what was happening in that movie. A lot of those Tom Clancy novels, it's about stuff like that. Yeah, it happens. Sticks have sugar in his tank. Be careful, says Trey Bay in regards to my last call. He said he has sugar in his tank. Be curious to know why you said that. Okay, you're suggesting that he might be a little bit sweet, might be a little bit gay. When the Democrats allowed the open borders, it gave the cartels a green light to do business and corrupt Mexico. You need to learn about Mexican politics. Enrique, And look, with a name like Enrique Luna, I would assume maybe you know a little bit more about it than me, but I will push back. You said when the Democrats allowed open borders, it gave cartels a green light to do business in corrupt Mexico. As if the cartel was law-abiding before the Democrats opened the borders? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Excuse me, your statement says when Democrats allowed open borders, it gave the cartels a green light to do business in corrupt Mexico. As if they were not previously doing business or corrupting Mexico. Trump was talking about the cartel when he got elected and the migrants. I don't know where you're going with that. It may have given them the green light to do more business. Cartel's always been corrupt. You can't see how fake, incompetent, pandering Kamala is. Really? I don't know what I got in my throat there. But in regards to your comment, irrational, is that irrational bastard, I think that says? You asking, can you not see how fake, incompetent, pandering Kamala Harris is really? Well, yes, I see some pandering out of Kamala Harris, but she's running against Trump. You think Trump is authentic and free of pandering? You think incompetent is in there as well. You said you can't see how fake, incompetent, pandering Kamala Harris really is. Trump promised to drain the swamp, and he brought in a bunch of swamp creatures that he had to fire, and many of them resigned. Is that not incompetence? I mean, you're talking about incompetence. Trump is promising right now to give police immunity from prosecution, and people are stating that he cannot do that. That sounds like incompetence as well, with a side order of pandering going along with it. So I think they're both doing it. You just probably don't like Kamala, so you only see it coming from her. He got a mugshot, so that'll lead African Americans to vote for him. That's clearly pandering. Look, you favor one candidate over the other, and I get it. But the things you brought up, the descriptive words you use, they apply to Trump as well. They really apply to Trump as well. Trump had a lot of snakes in his administration that were DC lifers and weren't cooperating. Well, fine. But when he promises to drain the swamp, that's what he's talking about, is DC lifers. So why are you hiring them? Why are you hiring them? That doesn't make sense. You came in promising to drain the swamp. I don't want a bunch of excuses why you failed at it. I didn't know this person was corrupt. Or that's a rhino in high. You promised to do something. You either succeed or you fail. I don't want to hear all the excuses that he, just like with the wall, you either you, because remember, he left office stating promises made, promises kept. I don't want to hear a bunch of excuses. He said he was going to do it. He didn't do it. He failed at it. Real quick, looking in the comments. Yeah, he didn't succeed. That's all I'm saying. Are you okay, brother? I don't know. I must have got something choked on. Anyway, maybe it's because I've been rambling on too long. I do appreciate 62 on TikTok, 62,000 likes, and certainly you folks that have been smashing that like button on YouTube. They resisted everything he did for 4 years. Says irrational bastard. What kind of fucking excuse is that? You run for president, and your response is, well, I couldn't do shit because they resisted me for 4 years. They were trying to impeach me for 4 years. That's like trying to play football and complaining that people are trying to tackle you. That's part of the job. Didn't we have Senator Mitch McConnell state on the House floor that his goal was to make Obama a one-term president? Didn't give him a chance from day one, right? You don't hear Obama running around complaining of, what the hell you mean he didn't give him a, that's the job of the other side, is to not give you a chance from day one. What did you think? I'm going to promise to come into Washington. I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to snitch on all the bad players. I'm going to name names. I'm going to snitch on every fucking body that is a swamp character in DC. And I expect my presidency to go smooth. I don't expect nobody to be after me. I just promise to be an office snitch. And I expect all of the co-workers to help me out. The fuck is that? Of course they're not going to give you a chance on day one. You've promised to come in and fire every damn body. It doesn't make any sense at all, man. Come on now. It's not the bash Trump. Any president promising to do that shit would have a problem. You would have a problem if you'd done it at your job. Tell your boss, if you promote me, I'll help you get rid of all the lazy swamp creatures you have roaming around on the floor, on the factory floor, wherever the hell you work, whatever you do. I'll help you get rid of all of the. You think the co-workers are gonna work with your ass? Really? You think anybody's gonna? They would not give you a chance on day one. Be the same shit. It's hilarious that you think this guy would just get up there, say this, and people, well, we're gonna all work with him, help him fire us. Of course he had. I'm surprised the sniper wasn't more accurate when you promised him to do some shit like that. And I don't want nothing bad to happen to the guy, but you're promising to go after a whole bunch of very high-level players on both sides of the aisle. I'm surprised they didn't find a loophole to let in a more accurate sniper because of what he was promising. Trump drained 80% of his own cabinet, says user guy. That is true, by the way. He drained most of the swamp creatures. Most of the swamp creatures Trump drained are the ones he brought with him. All Trump immediate team says he is unfit and should not be president. His immediate team, yeah, that's true. Most of the people that worked with Trump say he should never be president again. It's not just the liberals. It's not. But at the end of the day, to make it for good conversation, you got to portray an us against them scenario. That's why everybody that's against Trump is called a liberal. Even the snipers, even the folks that try to take his life, they're calling them liberals. There's no evidence of that at all. No evidence at all, those folks being liberals. Liz Cheney is a liberal. Everybody that's after Trump, to make it an us against them package, they're calling these people liberals. Now, there's a lot of Republicans that don't favor Trump. I don't know how the hell Dick Cheney suddenly became a liberal, but they are doing that. They are doing that. They are mad at him because they got fired. They didn't all get fired. Mike Pence did not get fired. In fact, Mike Pence would have won 4 more years in the White House. He didn't get fired. They're not all people who got fired. That doesn't make sense at all. Plenty of those folks did not get fired. In fact, when Liz Cheney became angry with Trump, she was still in Congress. And she would have likely remained in Congress for the rest of her natural life, or unless she ran for Senate or something. I don't think Adam Kinzinger, congressman from Illinois, I don't think he was going anywhere either. But Liz Cheney, that position was hers for as long as she wanted it. So she didn't get mad at Trump because she got fired. She got fired after getting mad at Trump. Think of it that way. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 80,000 or 60,000 on YouTube. I didn't solicit you guys on TikTok rather than tap the screen. I did on YouTube. I appreciate the 150. Appreciate that. Check out BlackRock. I get it. A lot of these corrupt. Look, I know where you're going with it. I don't think there's any president out there that don't deal with BlackRock type shit. I mean, we talk about George Soros. Elon Musk is quickly turning into one of them motherfuckers. You talked about Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg. Elon Musk is doing kind of the same shit. You just favor it this time. Just like you claim George Soros is putting all his money in all these left-wing Elon Musk is planning on doing that for the right. Suddenly it's okay now because it's on our side. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I'll be here every day until Election Day. Subscribe to the damn channel. Follow it on TikTok. We are for free speech here. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Who gives a damn what my opinion is? Who gives a damn what yours is? You have a right to speak. You will always be given that here on the platform. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. Free speech is about letting people speak. Left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. We mean that. Catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.